eventually. Very different, but very, like, archetypes maybe were very similar. Yeah. I was just remembering that, because I remember when I said to you, he was like, where do you find people like this? And I was like, I just do. And he was like, cool. Yeah. It was a lot of work.
Well, I don't know it to be true, but I'm sure it was. So there was a lot of stuff that went into all that.
Yeah.
I did, you know what? Here, speaking of which, this song encapsulates, this is called Class in Session. And the guy who made the beat, his name is Session. I played it a couple times, and he is a producer and rapper from Boston. And he was a big fan of the single The Focus Is Back that came out, so he name checks it in here. And he was like the main rapper from another crew that I work with. There's like 4 crews, we all, like, that's sort of the figurehead of each thing. We're part of this promotion company. It's called the Mass Industry Committee, and they were like, yeah, we should try the session, whatever. And I was like, oh, it'd be dope. I really love his production. He's like Jay Dilla kind of production style. So this is it. He's gone on to do a lot of cool stuff too. So this is me in session talking about the teaching thing and the rapping thing and trying to make the community better, but not be cheesy with it. Is it?
Now when I'm out here, everybody bounce. How last was in I was wondering what you thought of Necro, because I was like thinking about that. Remember Nonfiction, that rapper, and Necro would do a bunch of features on this, like that fucking Necro.
Necro says pretty deep shit though.
You mean Necro on here?
Yeah, the Necro.
Oh, sorry, I think the Necro, the rapper.
He's like, hey, Rose.
He told me he was leaving the app, and he was never left the app. Just calling himself.
I think nihilism is a vegetable and a garden that we should all prune and eat on Thursday.
He scares me. Anyway.
Like keep your thumbs when you're not looking that way.
Necro scares you? You just float it on
A little anxious, Necro. He's a little anxious.
Start looking.
Davey, you can trust the whole before that, right? Davey will open the bank in the morning, shut it down right on time. Necro, I don't know, bro. He might just leave the door open. You know, pigeons will be in there the next morning. That kind of thing, you know.
He's like a raccoon, yeah.
Yeah. Elliot's gonna close the door. Elliot's gonna laugh at the fact that the guy left the pigeon in there and stuff. But Elliot's like, bro, you left pigeons in there. Like, what are you doing? You know?
I'm not gonna get any sympathy because I'm in Southern California, but fuck, it's cold. What the hell?
Oh man.
60s today.
You're in LA.
It's 56 degrees. It's cold. Hey, I lived in Buffalo, New York for 3 years. I earned my fucking wet. The weather's
So
bad.
all of it's better for us.
LA gets hot as a motherfucker. I know you know.
Yeah, I'll take the cold over that. Sure.
I'm gonna do a room. I was gonna do it today earlier. Was it? I was not gonna let people switch the topic. The topic's gonna be like the 4 reasons Republicans always suck. There's something like there are only 4 kinds of Republicans. They're super religious, super greedy, super. I just forgot it.
Oh yeah, you said that earlier. And I wanted to add cynical. Like there's the Steve Bannons.
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking? I think like you could be a philanthropist. You could be in like kind of like Epstein, right? But I think if you want access to certain arenas, that's kind of ruled by the neocons. And so I don't think it's like they go into it or they change their mind about their position on left versus right. I think it's just access to certain things. I don't know I'm being really super vague, but I think
In some cases, that's probably true.
yeah. This is like a hiking saw there, like with my red light, and then because Republicans, there was red light.
Oh yeah, pedophiles.
Yeah, I was like, It's like
And
that was all.
And then just like, and dumb. That's the other one. Just like really dumb. Like, you know, work against your own interests. There's your work against your own interests and vote against your better sensibilities kind. There's your, I want to act like I'm in the cool club of like the rich kid club, but I'm still broke. But, you know, that kind of dumb. And then there's the, you know, legitimately just want, you know, I want to keep my $25 million and not pay any taxes and, you know, make Bertha the lady scamming off of her wink check, pay the brunt of it, and villainize her, that kind of, or as I call it, classic kind of Republican. There's just the religious freak. I mean, there's just the freak. You know, like the Lindsey Graham, like it's probably like eating kids, dressing up as a Raggedy Ann doll, something.
You gotta make it marketable in today's modern economy. It means condense all that shit down to like a 5-second soundbite, create an acronym.
Yeah, you're right. So stupid, greedy, religious, sexual deviant.
There was a thing on the news where they caught more clergy members abusing like 300 kids. It was like something like 90 clergy abused 300. You see that? I got like this ground news kind of email. Yeah, they're still fucking the Catholics are fucking with the kids.
So there's no plugging away.
Still backing away at it. Yeah.
You use ground news, the ground news app, Roberts? How is that?
I guess I was, and I think I inadvertently signed up for the email thing, which I get on a daily basis. And then, like, most of the times I want to click to read the articles, and it's like a paywall. I'm like, oh, fuck. You know, I can't. I don't want to, like, you know, pay $14 a month to every fucking thing in existence. And, you know, that's not a wise use of my funds.
I've seen ads for that ground news shit. Looks, I mean, the concept looks pretty cool, but I mean,
yeah, it shows you, the balance of the left, right, center. You know,
part of it's like, it's, I don't know, app lots to say.
I'm stuck on like zero. Huh? What?
Like I did just make an app that teaches people how to be critical thinkers, you know.
Oh, that's not gonna happen. Come on, stop it.
Yo, what's so dope with the orchard links is they turn into, instead of pre-saves, they turn into the actual album. You just click it, you can just start playing it. It's pretty dope.
Yes.
Okay, another funny thing that showed up on the algorithm. Tucker Carlson's merch. Has anyone seen the Tucker Carlson drop?
What did you say about fucker Carlson?
He has a drop. His merchandise, it's like neocons are gay for Israel. I love nicotine. And then there's
Is that shit real?
I guess. There's New York with the communist side. It's all on his website. TuckerCarlson.com. Oh my god. APAC, an offer you can't refuse.
What's that guy who always accusing people of being grifters? He's one of those flat earther dudes. Yeah, I forgot. Where?
I think Romero is secretly a flat earther.
Who do you think is going to be this guy? Hold on, I'm going to see if I can play him. Oh, shit.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson, it's not a dumb guy. It's just like, it's this character he plays, which is extremely dumb. But I've seen he's been quoted in a couple of books I've read. It's pretty thoughtful shit. I think he's I don't know.
He's like Benjamin. Yeah, he's smart with really bad ideas.
Yeah, I mean, his son is also the deputy secretary for J.D. Vance. So they're definitely, if they're having...
Aren't his parents ambassadors or some shit? Or they're either ambassadors or diplomats or something like that.
Yeah, they've been there for a bit. It's like the William Barr and his dad and how they've been there for a bit too. Okay, who do you think is going to be this man off of Clubhouse? Someone's going to graduate to be this man off of Clubhouse.
When you add white millet to a feeder, you attract, sparrows and starlings, which dominate the platform and drive off goldfinches and chickadees. I mean, you've destabilized the avian balance of this neighborhood, and it's appalling you don't seem to care.
That HOA meeting is hilarious to me. I mean, I really feel for him. I do.
It sounds like your Instagram feed or sourcing this shit.
My Instagram feed, yeah. I haven't done TikTok.
Oh shit. I was right on the money. It's just the last year you're funny. Probably I was gonna ask you, you said something really, I thought was really cool. You said they're, shit, what did you say? It's like, they're smart about really dumb things or something like that. Can you go further in depth? Because I think you're really onto something that like captures.
Was that talking about Republicans?
You know, no, it was something like it was in response to something Florida said, talking about Tucker Carlson and.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're definitely smart and well read. It's just like they have really bad fucking ideas. Like just like their worldview is so fucking poisoned that they use their intelligence for evil. It's like the lens they see through is so warped. Like he says all this shit, and at the end of the day, he's like, oh yeah, I'm anti, fucking, what Israel's doing, blah 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 blah. But at the end of the day, like
It is a holy war.
yeah, exactly. Like I mean, Trump has some great ideas. I support those ideas. I do. I support those ideas. I mean, America first.
I mean, he did get Huckabee to say some really enlightening fucked up shit.
He did. He's not that dumb. Like he's a smart guy. But it's just, you can be smart and have stupid fucking ideas. I mean, think of how many smart people are on this app. That's why Benjamin's a perfect example. Think of Benjamin's like worldview, right? Like I think Benjamin's fucking hysterical, personally. I just don't like.
I don't get it. I don't get his humor, but I appreciate that you guys love it.
I love is a strong word, but I think this is the thing with his humor, to categorize his humor. He is so goes for the kill, and I see his brain wheeling up into it, and I see him setting up a punchline all the time. And it's fucking hilarious because he sets it up like that's not what he's gonna do, but I actually know how he delivers his shit. And the punchline is always fucking gold. So if you just listen for his punchline and skip all the bullshit, all his wind-up, it takes fucking forever sometimes. And then he's like, he's just setting you up so that he can tell you you're fucking trying to, slam the baby's heads against the wall. It's always getting back to these few little ideas that he has. He's just finding a tributary to get him there. It's like, well, it's kind of like Mark Tessier Levine and stuff. It's like,
Old Testament.
Yeah.
God slain over firstborns. The reason I asked you about that was because I think that captures wasn't like 3 or 4 words, but it captures like so many different kinds of people. Like think about all these Christian apologists, the professionals. They just have there's just tons and tons of literature. They spend like their whole fucking lives on this shit. They come up with all kinds of weird concepts, what's one like the feasibility modality, or like
what is that?
The middle knowledge of God. See, that's what I'm saying. You don't know. It's just like they're going. Those aren't real things. But there's
modality. I don't know what that is.
Dude. It's a giant.
I'm pretty up on
They're so smart. It's a defense against the problem.
Logic though, bro. You can place me in the middle of a shitstorm of theists arguing with me, and I could have never heard the argument before, and instantly I can dismantle any of the stupid shit. Because it's always based on a stupid premise. The goal is search for the stupid. And searching for the stupid is so shallow with every theist idea. It is always baked in stupidity. And it's very easy to find it. It's so surface level. It's like, what is the bad assumption? Because it's always a fucking awful assumption or precept that doesn't make any sense in the real world. Right? And it only makes sense in the Harry Potter world that they're in the Dungeons and Dragons world. It's like, bro, you're not in fucking Dungeons and Dragons. You can't do that. You can't cite magic, right? It's just like wait for them to cite magic. It's just shit.
The pro that that's like how they've like existed for so long. So when you're saying like you can't cite the magic, like yeah, they can. That's how they came up with the doctrine of discovery. That's how they came up with manifest destiny. You know, like this shit.
Manifest destiny.
Yeah, now you say it, you make it like real, then you talk about how like, you know, these things exist for you, how like, you know, you're this kind of human, these other things are like not real humans, and like, you know, you can say anything. You can like, you just have to believe it. Like, so it's like, yeah, like their logic system works where they can be constructivist the whole way through.
Yep, that feasibility shit comes up when somebody says, they ask the question like, they say like, oh well, what about the problem of evil? And then the theist goes, well, you know, evil is explained by the free actions, free will that he gives to human beings. You know, they have freedom to do evil, and so that's why they need to, you know, the evil is necessary in order to have the free will. Okay, sure. And then, but then you come back and you say like, well, why couldn't, you know, it seems logically, it is logically possible that God could create a world where all agents freely choose the good, Why didn't he make that world?
He did. It's called heaven. People in heaven still have free will. Yeah, you can do no wrong.
And yeah, but the way they respond to that is by saying, well, you've got like there's all these different modalities. You've got like physical modality, you've got logical modality, you've got conceivability, you've got, there's a bunch, possibility, necessity. Then they come up with this new one, they invent this new one called the feasibility modality. Well, if that world is just not feasible, given X, Y, and Z bullshit or whatever, and they just make it up whole cloth. It's just ad hoc.
The Lord is here.
What's up, Lord? Sorry if I'm ripping on any theist beliefs.
All of them are dumb. They always go back to dumb.
Why isn't it because of free will that is evil because there's free will?
If God's omniscient, God would know whatever possible world contains people who freely choose the good. That's the stupid part of it, because they get into the whole, God would, they want to say that there might be some world, like there's no, or no possible world where all the free thinking agents always freely choose good. It's like, why are you putting that out there? Like, okay, for any possible world that God wants to create with the free agents, at least some agent would choose evil at some point. Like, what? Okay, so if that's true, God can't actualize a world where everyone always freely chooses good, not because God lacks power, but because free choices can't be predetermined. What? What are we doing, bro? There's so much like, let's pretend this is a thing, and this is my idea that I have, and I'm going to just say it until you believe that it's a thing, or don't think about how you could just clearly argue against the dumb presupposition that is always behind the stupid idea. It's irritating.
Is this the greatest possible world? It seems like that it would be like a hard no. It is.
You could easily think about which way you had for fucking lunch. Let's say you actually chose to have like a ham sandwich, but you could have picked a ham sandwich plus lettuce. And that's a better.
Plus lettuce. How do you know that this is a better world? There'd be some stupid argument that goes like this. And how do you know that this is better? It's like, bro, we can do the same thing. How do you know you want to assume there's no world in which could possibly be so wonderful that everybody would fucking suck? It's like, bro, we're talking about your stupid idea of omniscience. It's your stupid idea. There's nobody required you to have this dumb idea that God needs to know every fucking thing in the world. That's just stupid. yourself into a non-fucking sensible ideal. And not everybody thinks that, but when people do it, it's just like, oh my god, let me bang my head against the
It seems weird that like every like fucking particle of sand on every beach like has to be in its place because of his like direct. And it's like what like isn't that just too much?
Which means everyone on Unicorn is there exactly for the reason that he wanted to, you know? Like,
Oh, I go for the cooking recipes.
Jeffrey Epstein is exactly what he had in mind. He said, you know what would be good on Thursday? We'll have Jeffrey Epstein, Epstein Island. That would be perfect. That's a
I think
perfect.
should ask this. Do you think that Epstein got himself saved right before he allegedly committed suicide? He prayed to God and asked for forgiveness.
Epstein's here.
I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer's in heaven.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, let's just take the all-star team and go, this is your all-knowing, omniscient, wonderful, all-loving God. Right? He did this. There was no better plan he could come up with. This is what it had to be.
I think that historically, like God or gods were invoked to explain natural events, volcanoes, the wind, the sun, the moon, the stars, all like the weather, all kinds of shit. But then, like as time goes on, like we can become more rational, become more critical in our thought process. We get science, and now natural causes explain like all that shit. Now God doesn't live in a cloud anymore. He's not a real person on a mountaintop anymore in the cloud. He's like in an otherworldly realm where there's no time, there's no
Another
space,
dimension.
there's no that's the way like the Christians went. They went that route. They made God into this like unfalsifiable proposition, but like the Jews went almost kind of the other direction. Instead of going that way, they went back to like, well, maybe he's not all powerful. Maybe he's not omniscient. Maybe he just knows a lot. Yeah, they went like the other direction, which seems like more coherent.
Yeah, you said that today. That seems more coherent. But remember, you're talking about a fundamental idea that is not coherent and arguing about which one sounds more coherent about. It's like talking about, you have a math problem and you have like an inconsistency, like dividing by zero. And you're like, yeah, but it's more consistent than this other one because there's like less of the weird fucking holes in it. Right? It's like, it's once you have fucking asymptotes, it sucks for everybody. It's like, just because this function has two asymptotes.
Well, paradoxes. These are basically paradoxes, right?
The way I think about it is like these, I don't know, like you reason abductively, and you're like, I don't know, the answer is just obvious to me. Like maybe there's a range of explanations, and so you kind of rate, which ones, this one's better than that, this one's better than that one, this one's better, this was the worst one. That's kind of,
It's like saying, between the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot, like, who's the better president? It's like,
Well, obviously, Bigfoot.
It's like, wait, what are we talking? We're talking about the two make pretend people. Which one is more logical to do something in the real world? Is that what we're talking about?
Cthulhu.
if we had Bigfoot president, dude, like day
Did
one,
we treat Kitover?
day one.
I think Caleb wouldn't.
That'll be the first Mexican
wrong way.
president.
I don't think Caleb would take this in the wrong way, or Michael might. But I was like, when they were in the room today, I was like, kind of what you guys are saying is basically it's like mall Santa. It's like everybody knows mall Santa is fake when you get to a certain age, but you guys have to kind of keep up the myth and dress in the garb and iron the clothes and kind of go, yeah, when anyone calls you to town, you're like, of course Santa's not real. I mean, of course we know that. We just can't tell the kids that. So we have to play along and dress up as elves and kind of walk around, but no one really thinks Santa's real. It's kind of what they're doing. Like, we like the culture of Christmas, and we like dressing up as elves. And, we help people, and, we donate to the poor, and we do that kind of stuff. But do we really think the big guy's really in the suit is actually Santa? Fuck no. Right? They just can't say that at any given time, because the kids might be listening to the recording.
It's a diabetic named Rob.
Right. but they can't ever say that out loud because, you know, Robbie's Christmas is ruined. You know, and I'm okay with that if that's the thing. Just tell me when no one's looking. I just want to know.
It's like when you see photos of the Disney performers that wear the costumes, like having a smoke break, so it's like Minnie Mouse, heads up, and it's just like some dude named like Rodolfo having a smoke bee and like chinga mi vida.
And he said Mall Santa. Yeah, I started thinking about.
It's Mall Santa.
I started thinking about what's that movie? Mall Cop, where it's Kevin James. Paul Blart, yeah, he's driving around one of those.
Yo, they filmed that at the mall next to my crib, bro. And yeah, it was filmed at the Burlington Mall, Massachusetts. Yeah, bro. My cousin was working there while they were filming it too. It was like, it's crazy. They didn't do the whole movie there, but fucking used the Burlington Mall. It's classic. So many movies are shot in Massachusetts these days. It's nuts. Paul Blart, Paul Cobb.
What's the name of that little thing he's riding around on his, what is it called? It's got
The Segway.
A Segway, yeah. I think the fucking, our government has given ICE, like, you know, so much money that they're like riding around on fucking Segways and like, you know, full
Those are a great way to keep you fat, Segway. Like, that's what, like, if I'm gonna get an electric bike, like, I want the ones that have the pedals so I can at least feel like I'm doing something. Fucking Segways, like, just saying, why don't you just eat a roast beef sandwich while you're out there, too? You know, just like clog your arteries a little bit more and get no activity. It's pretty much what AI is for thinking. It's like, no, I don't want to do any thinking whatsoever. I just kind of want to just tell me how to do it. It's like, well, that couldn't go wrong, right? Segways couldn't go wrong. What could go wrong with segways? Other than like heart attack and forgetting how to walk. Cognitive offloading of not walking.
So then 30 years from now, robots fix robots and build everything and do all the thinking and do all the physics and do it all. And for whatever reason, they figure that they're not going to build a shield to protect them from coronal mass ejection.
Yeah.
And a big one fucking happens, and the whole planet blacks out. Like, that's a fucking horror movie right there. And it's just trying to fucking fix the pipes.
Isn't that like the plot to one of those fucking, what is it, one of those James Bond movies? They're trying to chase down this AI program that's gone awry, and it's like found a way to save itself by locking it in like a deep underground bunker in Africa somewhere, some shit like that. Solar panel.
Was that GoldenEye? Or was it a Roger Moore?
No, it's one of the new ones with Daniel Craig.
You know what you guys need? You guys need to hear a sports wrap up. I used to do these every morning from Boston Radio. Well, not anymore. I did it for a short amount of time, but they were fun as fuck. So I used to have to talk about the sports. I did it for the morning show in the morning. And put it in the giraffe form. Shit's old. This is like 2008 shit, turns out.
Turn it up! Yeah, it's the sports rap ball. Turn it up! Never cap. Rap ball. Turn it up! Yes, sir.
Jerry can't believe it ain't buying what he be telling me. Cause managers would never lose the cool over the spelling bee. Cool, yeah.
Those are fun.
That's dope. You should do some modern ones. Like, I mean, it might be tough material, but like Iran, or just take like a random CNN.
Those are fun because you're under pressure to get it done. You had to like wake the fuck up at like 4 in the morning and be like, oh shit, what just happened this morning? Fuck, let me write this rap. And then you gotta record it. This was the theme for the show.
Morning show, now you know. Jamming 945, never broke. Who wants to try it out? Let alone talk. Now you better smile like that. 6 a.m. in the morning, quit the yard and time to wake up. Fellas, fix your face a bit. Ladies, do your makeup. We got to shake up your definition of morning show. Whatever it is you've been listening to. Well, that's just boring, yo. No more snoring, no more mirrors up in the stereo. With pebbles up in the ladies' room. Now that's my morning cereal. For real, they all together better than pebbles from Bam Bam. Pebbles level-headed from mirrors choking with jam scams. This is not your typical bandstand or countdown. New show, but we come with a stunt man that you know. Loco, crazy for the ladies, got a kudos. A name that means your rain is funny, a dog like Pluto. Dudes know Melissa gonna come with that music minute. In 60 seconds, same time, that was due to finish. Snooze and hit it, better long clap, quit it. Set it, 945, don't forget it. That ain't the time, 945's the station. So don't be late, kid, we need participation. Phone and text us while you eating breakfast. Be socially responsible. Facebook, friend us. Make us a habit, gotta have it like your morning coffee. The perfect way to wake up and rise in morning glory. The raw stories and dirt on all these bad boys. Then you can search through your grocery store tabloids. We making mad noise, there's no comparison. This is Boston, city of champions. Got you feeling, make the workdays seem like weekends. You watch a freaking Puerto Rican if you still sleeping. You need to listen to Melissa Love, Alexis Luscious. Nobody does it like we do it, listen that you love us. That's what's up, dog. Word to fuck, dog. Morning show flow, jamming 945, dog.
That'd be like the show, the Boondocks, cartoon show, the Boondocks. That'd be like a song that.
I know the guy who did that song, man. The guy's Asheru. I did the battle when I came over to DC, and Asheru was in the battle. Sat his ass down, but he's cool.
Okay, I'm imagining, let's see, like, okay, Huey Freeman, like, he gets up in the morning and, like this is clothes on, his dress, he has breakfast, and he puts on his headphones, he walks to school, and he turns on the headphone, and boom, there's that track.
Those are good product placements, man. Those are good little sing songs. Asheru did well on that little song.
That Boondock show is fucking outrageous. Shit, that laugh so hard.
It's hilarious. Have you ever seen Metalocalypse? That shit's fucking hilarious, too.
It's hard for us to play as fast.
Oh, you said Metalocalypse.
Yeah, Metalocalypse.
All right, say that again.
What was that, sorry?
Say that word again.
Metalocalypse.
Okay, you took your sweet time.
I saw Death Walk live once with Mastodon, and I think the Verge were moving it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're basically like the world's best metal band. It's hilarious show. It really is.
Oh, well, now, hold on now, but
Well, should watch it.
world's best metal band? Bro.
That's right, they are.
the best of them.
Warrant. Nah, I thought Nickelback was.
She's my cherry pie. Oh yeah, Nickelback.
I don't know what Rick was thinking when they put that part of the thing, but they were just stole money. That's about it.
Hey, Vargas, can you screw up your face all funny like how was the singer from Creed? Okay.
I don't know.
Can you me higher?
With arms wide open.
Under the sunlight.
It's hard, Buster, because like his, you know his lip is like just way up, like right here at the bottom of his nose, and he keeps that voice hell of love. I don't know, man. That's just how it plays out.
I like how he would like put his arms out like he was on the cross at like during his conference.
What was that, Roy Bizarre?
When Scott Stapp would like put his arms out like he was being crucified and he was on the cross.
Well, I think like heavily Christian or something. I might be wrong. Or am I thinking of live?
No, it's definitely Creed. Their most well-known track is called Last Sacrifice.
Okay, yeah, they're kind of Christian a little bit. Evanescence was Christian as well.
Really?
If you read the lyrics of their hit song, it's a total Christian song.
Which hit song? They have multiple hit songs.
The first one. Wake me up inside.
Yeah, Wake Me Up.
Save me from the...
Because the live is pretty heavy, like Christian, I think. Live with Ed, whatever his last name is. Like some European last name.
I think my favorite Christian song is Take Me to Church by Hosier. And there's that's a fucking great song. There's a bunch of really good covers. Yeah, there's a bunch of really good covers of that song too. Which called Post Modern Jukebox has like a fucking awesome cover of it.
Hell, kill Spider-Man, you dickheads.
Tara, what's going on the Instagram feed? Got any more funny shit? She's doing very important tarot things right now.
There is. Terror.
That I am. Okay. Buster, you watching like a Dragon Ball Z?
Playing again.
Oh, you got a PlayStation, huh, Buster? Playing Spider-Man.
PS5. No, I'm playing the game called Marvel Rivals.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. The Overwatch clan.
Pretty much, yeah.
You got nothing in your profile, man. You could put like man from the land down under or something.
I never really thought of anything on my profile, to be honest. I've always looked at that. Fuck you, smart man. Call that a knife? This is a knife.
Come on, man. Even I could do better than that, bro.
So you played knife, you screwed it before.
Now we're talking.
No. I just put like no and like just have. That's it. Just no.
By the way, I can't think of a single Australian death metal band. I mean, of course there are some, like, if I look it up, but I can't think of one.
I know we have metal bands, but I don't know about death.
Like, death metal, yeah, fucking. Maybe AC/DC is like the heaviest thing you guys got, I don't know.
No, I got bands like Parkway Drive.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right? Weirdly, like, death metal started, where was Possessed from? Like, fuck. I know Hellhammer was Switzerland, Sodom was Germany, and I think Possessed was American.
And it was American.
Trying to think. The band Possessed, like early proto-death metal, like, Hellhammer's the King, no, of course, but I mean like OG ones. Like even, you can find like, metal bands from Tanzania now, I'm sure.
It's
like,
one called Disembowelment.
Disembowelment?
Yeah.
Oh, we're like a disemboweled man.
Fuck that. I know we got some pretty famous bands in general, though. Obviously, AC/DC. Then you got NXS, Crowded House, Silverchair. Yeah.
Okay.
Cold Chisel.
I engineered an album for like a popular Australian band. I don't want to say it and dox myself, but that was.
I don't know how you can box yourself.
Huh?
I don't know if you say the band, it wouldn't box yourself.
No, I don't think you would care, but like certain people that might want to find out who I am. Well, it's still, I don't know. You'd have to do some digging.
Have you ever heard a band called King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard?
Yeah, they have like a million albums. They have the album, the Michael Cole Banana. They're cool.
And my brother likes them.
Yeah, they're weird. It's kind of out there. Two drummers.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot 5 seconds of summer was Australia.
I think the best thing you guys have ever made is, AC/DC. And then I guess Hugh Jackman after that.
Well, there's no Chris Hemsworth or
Oh shit, he is Australian, huh? Yeah. Heath Ledger? No, I never really liked that dude.
okay.
I get
Heath Ledger,
yeah. She's alright. Oh yeah, she did. Yeah.
And Hell in
Samuel. All right. I don't get the.
He's Kiwi Australian accent or something.
Does that really count? I don't know.
No, he's Kiwi, but he resides here mostly.
We should make a metal band called Gavin Hurleyman.
Wait, what did Bro say? Take a lyrical wow, bro. We got like having girly man.
Gavin
Hurleyman.
Our hit song will be called Shut Your Mouth.
Hey, shut your mouth, you filthy atheist. I'm having girly man talk. And then the album will be called You Filthy Atheist. That'll be the album name.
First single, Shut Your Mouth.
Shut your mouth. Yeah, shut your mouth. Yep. If you got a fucking problem, you need to shut your fucking mouth. Listen here, woman. Something like that. Imagine. What's the debate? He says that a lot too. Yeah.
Debate this.
Who's man enough to take off the training bras and do a formal debate with me?
Oh, that'll be like the intro of the song. You boot it up.
That's scary.
Say that. And then there'll be like 2 like interlude songs, and then track 4 will be like the holographic principle.
And then the song would be called I Did My Debate with My No Pants. That'll be another track.
Tara, we're.
No, that'll be the album cover of him standing up with no pants on. That'll be the album cover.
We're taking great pleasure at Gavin Hurleyman's expense in a leisurely fashion, like it.
About training bras?
It's the thing he says, because he calls all the atheists, they're full of estrogen, and they wear training bras, he says. Because Gavin's a piece of shit.
So wait, real good debaters have like big boobs or something? Like what's the, I don't understand the, what's the
Well, she wants to wear no pants, Robbers, so, you know.
Yeah, I didn't see that video, Buster, but the one where he stands up. I remember Cora telling the story, he stands up during a debate, like a video debate or whatever, he stands up.
Is that right? Yeah, let me sort of find it.
No, I don't want to look at it.
I'm going to find this video. I'm going to find it, mate. I'm going to find it, all right?
Okay, what were the specific nature of like his drawers? Were they just like these big old fucking?
No, I think it was wearing like
Lululemon.
it was like a dress shirt and like whitey tighties or something, right?
Or like boxes, maybe? I'm not wrong. Imagine.
Get my fucking hair's out of control. I hate this like
He did a debate here. Someone named Quentin Fix. Gavin's life philosophy is better than Quentin's.
Okay, sure.
Just how long is your hair, dude? Are you really trying to do the metal thing?
Well, sort of, but it's like an annoying like halfway point. You know, it's just like if I don't tie it back, it's just not presentable.
It's an awkward halfway point where between like, you know, it just looks stupid, and then you need like another foot before you can shake your head in a circle, and it really looks like you're fucking good.
Right. It's my last hurrah. Like, I'm gonna be 50 in like a year and a half, and I need like one last thing.
Why would someone do a debate and the freaking moderator is Nephilim free? Why the fuck would you do a debate like that? Like, seriously.
What does that mean?
Oh, Nephilim free is some weird like theist, he's a weird person.
Yeah.
He's an idiot.
I can't go like Jerusalem, so it's no. When they're so
Is he breaking up? Or is it?
Trying to make dinner, but I'm so lazy. I don't want to do anything.
Just order pizza or something.
No, I can't. I'm trying to shed some pounds.
Just get a vegetarian pizza.
No, it's still a bunch of bread and cheese and shit. Just can't eat that stuff.
You get gluten free.
It's not good for me. I don't know. It's fine. I got broccoli. I can roast that. I have pumpkin seeds, yogurt, plain yogurt, and kimchi. How am I gonna make fucking dinner out of that shit?
I don't know what the hell you're gonna make out of that.
Right. Fuck is.
That's like,
That'd be
bro, you
like,
got like, that's like my diet when I was like 22. fucking
some lentils.
I like being a single dude and like on my own, living in my house, but like my fridge is just crazy half the time. Just the shit's like, someone needs to organize.
What do you buy half the time?
I think I just go to like without a list. I just like get shit that seems interesting to me. It's like,
Do
wow.
you eat it or you know, like, just that you throw it out?
Sometimes I get like old dishes with the vegetables too, and then they go bad.
Why don't you steam the veggies?
Alright, Royce has Royce's fridge. Okay, I already know what Royce's fridge looks like. I walk into Royce's kitchen, I crack open the fridge, and all I see are like 100 fucking condiments and like.
It's mostly hot sauce, right? Yeah. Like,
yeah. No fucking milk.
5 different forms of mustard, you know.
They call it condiment bill. No, just like get some steam the veggies. If you got like turmeric noodles or you call it ramen or whatever, just put that together. It's healthy.
Alright, Royce, what you gotta do, probably cover your ears, bro. Cover your ears for this. What you gotta do is you gotta get a big ass deep freezer and then buy like a month's worth of meat and throw all that shit in there. And you never have to buy meat for the rest of it.
I mean, I could have put one in my garage, I guess.
Some steak, some snags, you know.
Snakes.
We have one of our garages.
Snags like sausages.
Those are carnivores.
Oh, okay.
That's good.
We just call them snags, you know. Yeah, steak, snags, you know, like bacon, all the stuff. Yeah.
That's fine. I dated an Australian girl and she didn't teach me all the slang. I'm still learning stuff.
Well, there you go, man.
That's why I went there for her ass.
For the slang.
I just want to welcome
Teach me the slang, please. What?
Asmatola. Just want to welcome Asmatola outside to the stage. That's a mouthful, bro. That's a pretty cool name.
Asmatullah. This is I.
Hello, how are you guys?
Drink, baby. How you doing?
G'day, g'day.
Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, you hear us?
I couldn't hear you properly. Please respond. Can you hear me or not?
We can hear you, yes.
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Okay, how are you? How's your day going on? It's going on or not?
Are you buying like chicken gizzards in an open market somewhere? And it's like,
Sorry for my
are you buying like fat faces on a stick somewhere? It's always right, bro. I've been there. I've been to these places. I know exactly where to get my faces in Bangkok.
I never want, like, if I ever go to India or something, I'm never going to buy street food. Like, all the videos I've seen of people buying street food, it's fucking
Yeah,
disgusting.
you should try the fish assholes.
What you mean in the U.S.?
It'll ruin your assholes, I'm saying.
They're like onion rings, right?
Street food in the U.S.
This can of like fish
I
assholes.
don't wash their hands. You see, like, they push it on the ground. It's so disgusting.
I thought Pro was I got a song about that. I wrote a song. It's called Mark.
Joke.
Singapore.
Fishing assholes.
I
Fishing
invented
assholes.
the, oh shit.
Sunday rings.
What the fuck, guy?
Fish sticks.
Now you gotta roar this appetite, man.
Yo, Cole. Hey, what's up, bro? I need you to hold me down on this one. Yeah, that's what it is. It's like gravity. Some people just pull you down.
That's not bad.
Oh man, I thought you were gonna.
Galaxy, you gotta stop saying the N-word, dude. You are white. So stop saying the
I thought you.
N-word. Seriously.
I thought probably you were gonna start going like, the lyric is gonna be like, fish asshole, this bad head, this.
Fish asshole. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do a couple gummies, and then I'm just gonna get so hungry in like 2 hours that it won't even matter what I eat.
And then you will actually cook something when you're high as well.
I'm not gonna cook them. I'm just gonna fucking graze.
Just eat.
Yeah, just like, oh, here's some tangerines.
Yeah, I can put some of this broccoli in my yogurt. Yeah.
No, I got blackberries. I could do that again.
Oh, you could do that. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Yeah. Here we go. Bottoms up.
Bottoms up. Fish
You gotta
bottoms up.
pull, you gotta freaking, you got a blender or whatever, you just do pull an Arnold Schwarzenegger from, the movie End of Days, where like, his cop buddy walks into his house, and he wakes him up, you know? And then like, he's like, get up, you gotta go to work, and then Arnold goes to the kitchen, he grabs his blender, grabs like half a bottle of scotch and pours it in there, and pours in like some whole milk, and he takes like, you know, some fucking leftover Chinese food, he throws that shit in
That's
there.
right,
And he takes a little slice of pizza off the counter, he throws that shit in there, and he blends it up and chugs it up.
That's pretty much what I do. Right.
Come on, you idiot.
Come on, don't bullshit me.
Welcome to the party, Victor.
What's going on, Nikhil? You ever listen to us clowns?
Yeah. You know how that is, don't you?
You atheist clowns.
I've seen it around. I don't remember what
It's Galaxy. Remember Galaxy?
Oh yeah, Galaxy Bender.
And,
Shit.
yep.
Okay, right. Okay, gotcha.
He's in love with
That's
us.
Everybody's in love with Buster. How could you not love Buster?
That is true.
Is Galaxy Bender, is that like a euphemism for God or something?
I have no idea. I still remember when he used to go on rooms saying you need like everything and all the other shit he used to say in the rooms.
We could just all freestyle. Who wants to freestyle?
Puncher.
I would love to bust a freestyle.
You need to say it or something.
Oh yeah, Sam freestyles.
See, I didn't want to freestyle. I cannot do that to save my life.
Save your
I
life.
got a gun to my head, I would just say shoot me already.
Shoot me already like Freddy with the knife and the finger in the stomach. Seas wanna plummet, they know they gon' bring it, they know they gon' run it. I used to plug it down, fling it real quick. I'm just rhyming off the word that just started to top spit. Yeah, got flavor in your ear, crack Mac disappear, make me more hip and shit, yeah. Kinda tight, kinda live wired. Couldn't freestyle, save my life, had to try it, yeah. I'm like Royce on the diet, the pizza with the big bread off the head. Flowing them seeds like right said Fred, wrong said Frederico, like Suave. Seeds are come through, do do it the hard way, the unguard way. Who wanna fight with me when I'm on the causeway? That's where Boston Garden is, if you don't know that the flow from the pros. O, of course, the F-S-S-O-R, I think that's how you spell it. Couldn't tell it. Produce it like I'm Aaron spelling. Yeah, and that's a real spell. Throwing them seeds like I'm on King Tell. Records you can check it, never disrespect. Go on top of their head. Freestyle's been selected. One of the best to ever touch the mic selected. Around counter right there, yeah. I can do it even faster than that. Yeah. Be there like Casper the Ghost. Most like Johnny. Johnny used to talk like this. Kinda like Steve. Impressions off the head. Never ever come off whack. Freestyle off the track. Slip, never do that. Who that? It's the nice kid, bro. Fashion now, no question, now you know. Yo, kinda nice. I have to lie, can't lie. Who am I? That's what they ask. I be the person doing math. Massachusetts cat, doing that. Throw some words in this freestyle, so I can do it right now. Come on, in and out. Yeah, you know, Elliot with some things to say. I'm covered in the traffic with many days. No one has a word for me, yes indeed. I flow off the top, roll like green. Food, the photosynthesis. Chlorophyll in the seas, no one into this. Superstition, come through, mission. Recorrect, MC, get no respect, yes. I'm not tired, but I'm curious. What do you think of the art? Buster.
God way, dumb God way. I think you said about Roberts' diet.
Oh, yeah. Just talking about bread and pizza or something. That's all I remember. Yeah. I think it's possible. Yeah. Buster with the 66. I need words. You guys gotta give me words on that. Good words, otherwise. Yeah. Words. He said words. He said words like herbs in the garden. Gotta turn the beat down, beg your pardon. So I can make what you throwing at me. I think it's a terrific. That word begins with the T. Like Mr. Get it? Mr. T. Flowing off the top. Like B. A. Baracus. Season on come to cause a raucous. Like the record company. Of course, I leave your carcass. Dead in the alley. Feel like Sally. Build like Valley. Girls with the silicone. Breasts. Season on come through. Refreshness. That's what it does. Waiting for a new word right here that someone's got. Put it in the track quick like this. Flow like Saint Nick. This. You don't have the words, I just come through and do it like you deserve. No deserve. Did it with the meat and potatoes. I build it like Legos. I wanna rap kinda fast like Mama Ego. See? I rap fast like that. I went like this. Definition of the running is able to do it like this. Kinda quick when I twist with the tongue. Long rung up the air from the lower rung. Lower register. Buster still got the clap on his name. Release the time of shows on my plug deck. She's won't come over, they get clubbed with no respect. Bang in the back of the head. Whack, I'm gonna stop it again.
Aren't there like a bunch of words that are really hard to rhyme, like orange or like Schwarzenegger?
Yeah, but if you do things like Schwarzenegger, I'm a force you to invite, meet your neighbor. You know what I mean? You break up the word like force you to meet your neighbor. Like I'm a Schwarzenegger and come through. I mean, you really have to rhyme. No one says the word. Just need to say a word. Really have to rhyme. If you said orange, of course it's say orange. If you're ignoring the way I'm pouring, it's classy alcohol, but I don't drink it. Think it like art, name letter, who better? Come on, top here, come Mr. Weather, metaphorical
pictures of I. The 7 pictures of me, but the I. We got different calories and routines. Even on my instant brotherhood record, the I's lowercase still represents the same, just in case. Hold your face up with the pillow. Put your face in it like a tooth fairy do. Do something under your pillow too, do. Ooh, come through like mama do. Call the dogs. Come through singing. Call the squash call. Yeah, bring weapons. You see kids stepping. You like Elliot with the leisure suit. Come through with them like 2 by 2. Kinda like Noah do. See Aisha too with the music. And then be Adams and trying to beat down the street. I confess, like boy, this is savior. Afterwards, never backwards. Come through, hit a rap, oh rap. That's title backwards. In fact, is that oh rap? No, it's not. In fact, it's supposed to be 66.99. That's the restaurant in Massachusetts. I assume there's some else places. 99's pretty decent. Used to have the cheese and crackers on the floor. Popcorn bubbled all around like you're at a fast food joint or establishment. Come through, hit them, stab it in the abdomen. Real quick like that. Baby standing downstairs just in case they wanna act up. I heard my back up. Mr. Davey, you don't really wanna act. Cause Davey will like handle all the bodies in the back. With me and politics, just see them right there in back. Let me refresh my PTR and see if he's still here. Yes, he is. It says he are. Richard Daniels back. Mr. Ryan with the Alejandro. I'm coming through with the breaststroke. With the breaststroke. With the breaststroke. I have the old one. Real quick like yo. What you gonna do when the pro come through? Yeah, you know what I do. I show MCs how I flow by 2. Like the 2 by 2 to the 7 4. If you don't about to make it 4 by 4 for sure. Like the 4 by 1. Got you wanna come through then you can have no fun. Yeah, say raps too much time when I rhyme. I switch it up and say MCs so I can't lie. You know MCs breaking down 32 degrees at the knees. Tiny Hawk with the plug. When she do that, she skating with the ice plug. Or ice plug in the fence. I never really through. Take a drink, really see more. Cause they can't wear their booties and stuff. Coming like they on the Massachusetts stuff. Yeah. What's the use you do? Act tough, wanna take it down 2 by 2. One more time. Thought what you knew. I heard the ticket on the time on. Focus when I rhyme calm. Do a short seat, roll out the napalm. Yeah, and you don't wanna say God. What you thinking of? Hear the clock. Taking notes. Blinking up. Isn't freestyle fun?
Yeah, I was just thinking that it's like, you take a big basket of tennis balls, and then you go to the service line, you hit 150 serves, you pick up all the balls, you hit another 150, you grab your basketball, you go to the park, you shoot 100 free throws, you drink some water, then you go back and shoot another 100 free throws, and you just keep doing it over and over. Like practice, keeping
Is that what freestyle is?
I don't know, that's what it feels like.
Oh, that was a cool visual. You mean to get better at it?
It's just like staying in shape. It's like, John was like, when he was talking about, after I came back from my vacation, I just got out of the habit of doing quantum physics. So it's like,
Oh yeah. Yeah. I used to, when I would freestyle, I used to try to go not tell people I was freestyling. I'd be like, yo, here's a new song, you wanna hear it? And I would just make it up. And they'd be like, oh yeah, what's that? Wait, I didn't know you made that. I was like, I didn't, I just made it up. So I would try to make them as perfect sounding as I could on the fly. You know, never screw it up, never needed to curse or any of that kind of stuff, you know, just to challenge myself. That's fun. But most times, make sure people know I'm freestyling because a lot of times they don't know.
what's that thing, one of Eminem's songs, he's like, he talks about Will Smith. That was one of his early records, I think it was the first one, he's like, about Will Smith, and he's like, I don't need to curse, or, I forget how it goes, it was,
Probably something like that, like Will Smith. Kate was my wife's name, and she'll fucking back. Will Smith's a better rapper than people give him credit for.
a way better actor. He's way better dialogue.
He's incredible.
Old Will Smith.
I was gonna say, I saw my previous album. I really like the song, but I've never heard anybody say that they like the song. You have the song. I got a song called No Joke on my last album. I think it's too serious, but I like the song. Check it out. Because it has that miserable kind of vibe that I really like.
Day Johnson, D Street. This ain't no woes me. Rose all life, only no poetry. My whole life. This ain't no jokes to me. Rose all life, only no poetry. This that J. Johnson song, play it in chorus and sing the professor on. I'm equipped to main source. The prose large, but no over Boston. A bachelor with a master's in math and now a doctorate. Straight conquered, every challenge me stronger. Many talents be paperback, however, came an author king. He trying to big time, y'all, that's not called for. No entourage at all, y'all can say that from Mark Wahlberg. Blue collar fighter from Lowell, traveler, rock star. Hard as the best car bars across genres. Still these killmongers wanna act all Wakanda. I'll leave it with the ancestors like T'Challa. Answering investor calls from the corner office. Counting up C notes while they float me their best office. Sitting in C-suites while they talk sweet. With confidence, hoping they keep pro to keep keynoting these conferences. Play if this ain't no woes me. Rose all life, only no poetry. This ain't no jokes to me. Rose all life, only no poetry. This ain't no woes me. Rose all life, only no poetry. Yeah, this ain't no jokes to me. Rose all life, only no poetry. This is not the tears that you hear, it's the reverse of love. Been underground for years, little commercial love. But kept turning up on charts, kept my journal up. Serving them that lunch pail grind before your first cups. Bunches of rhymes prepared for beats, they stir it up. Murder any cipher when they see me head circle up. For that internal stuff, both adults and kids feel. Fighting to your soul, more excited than their heads feel. A big deal, a couple nights a week. They seek me out before they college, rock the mic and speak. They catch a flight, then I'm right back to write and sleep. Then I'm back on my campus for my class. I teach a deep 401k, over 400k. Double down on the townhouse, we done okay. This how you floss when you fully mature. Facts, the bonds on cash, that's fully mature. Stacks. This ain't no woes me. Rose all life, only no poetry. This ain't no joke to me. Rose all life, only no poetry. Been so awesome to write my life songs in. A different chapter, each track gets more conscious. More self-aware, more care put in responses. With more thought put into correspondences. Do it for more than the love, supporting causes. Because I'm too aware of how much this music's costing. A small fortune I spent, made and lost it. And made it back again, cause the pen game's so monstrous. And maintain this career and stay accomplished. Refuse and persevere to the day they close your coffin. I stay boosted the post-COVID, I'm cautious. Immune from all these rumors, Buddhist gossip and nonsense. Play this ain't no woes me. Rose all life, only no poetry. Rose all life, only no poetry. This ain't no woes me. Rose all life, only no poetry.
I like that stuff. It's like, not really dark, but it's kind of moody and it feels like emotional. I think that stuff is like really powerful.
That's what I was going for.
I got a lot of that kind of stuff in my music.
I got some of the same albums that are like they're vibey, not
stage show, I've seen a lot of cats change. And I'm okay with that, just wanna set the facts straight. Most of these rappers acting large, they ain't got stacks. Approach each man, plus I teach their contracts. All these percentages, never's in our favor. Plus there's little benefits when signed with these majors. Where's the retirement and 401k plans when everyone's requiring you to tour more than make bands? Shake hands, kiss the babies like the president. Still be around the drama and the trauma to stay relevant. Detrimental, these topics not for our benefit. Premier words like Google to manifest more intelligence. You can tell me what you think, I don't care, yo. You can tell me what you think, I don't care. You can tell me what you think, I don't care, yo. I'll do what the guns and outcomes well prepared, yo. You can tell me what you think, I don't care, yo. You can tell me what you think, I don't care. You can tell me what you think, I don't care, yo. I'll do what the guns and outcomes well prepared, yo. I'm less negative, that means less headlines. So I use my leverage to seek out and get mine. Heading chest high, I'm about that life. Getting rest now, so I'm all about that mic. Look, ready to find me in the streets like Wally PC phone. Not gonna be alone, but I got family all at home, bro. Talent in excess, Genesis and Lexus. And the two-car garage, got crazy laws, but touch my success. Gives life a suckless, more or less subjective. Some got a checklist, measure against their best friends. All our neighbors claim to love them, not covenant. Some of them othering whole countries and their governments. World religions and traditions, other policies. Long as y'all don't bother me, they stay off all of my property. Others in poverty and property always will be while he's filthy rich. Robbery rich, he's not feeling guilty. I guess I'm guilty. You can tell me what you think. Won't you tell me what you think? You can tell me what you think, I don't care, yo. You can tell me what you think, I don't care. You can tell me what you think, I don't care, yo. I do what that does and that comes well prepared, yo. You can tell me what you think, I don't.
Yeah, you get the idea. So don't tell me what you think, because I don't care.
You think it's like a hopeless endeavor to, you know, I don't know, misbegotten undertaking to like train Benjamin up into like, you know, the right way to talk to people. It seems like every time Benjamin talks to us, he is about like God or religion. You know, he just gets off on the wrong foot with them, and then of course everything's just fucked.
Well, of course he wants to. I mean, that's his goal. I mean, he's not trying to have calm relationships with. He's not looking to have conversation. He's looking to embarrass them about how stupid their point is, and that's like he's not trying to. He's basically trolling. You know?
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
And you know, you've probably heard him say the same stuff. Like sometimes the best way to convince somebody that their bad point is to really make fun of their point. Well, how ridiculous it is. It's not wrong. Sometimes that does work, but more often that isn't the case. I think, but sometimes people are ridiculous position. A couple of people that you think are intelligent are laughing at your point of view. It might make you rethink. You might not say it. You might push back and say your face, but in time, like, is this idea that bad? A bunch of people I respect are laughing at my idea.
That reminds me, I saw this really funny video. It's like some white evangelical Christian kid. It's like, I don't know, he has some kind of weird like little booth or something set up at like one of these colleges, and like this chick walks by, and then she sees like all the shit he's got laid out on the ground, and she's like, what'd she say? She's like, homosexuality is bad. She's like all incredulous. There's like this incredulous look on her face, and she looks up at him like seeking like confirmation. He says, "What you believe in? That thing?" And he goes, "Yes, homosexuality is a sin. It just a sin. And then she just fucking loses her shit. She just starts to laughing her ass off, like, I mean, the really infectious kind of laughter. It's fucking amazing. I also noticed too, she was like, abortion is wrong. You don't even know what it's like. You don't even have a fucking vagina. I mean, she's fudge. I also think you're definitely onto something. Like, I don't know, I was thinking about like when George Carlin talks about religion, you know, it's funny and people respect what he has to say and they know it's a joke and it's, you know, and it's funny and they laugh, but they know that there's like a kernel of truth in the things that he's saying. But I don't think Benjamin's like, he's not about that kind of angle. He just wants to, like he said, he just wants to make an ass out of it.
He does the assumed thing. He makes the ass out of you and me.
But he could be pretty good. You know, if he just like, he just got down on like one argument, like, you know, if he's really honed in on like one argument, like divine hiddenness or something like that. I tried to tell him about it earlier, you know, you probably completely forget about it by tomorrow. You know, just learn like to keep like really knowledgeable about this one argument. Yeah, I think he could, like his delivery is pretty. What's up, Breezy? Welcome back.
Okay. Y'all gonna stop trying to drag me up in here. Okay. But I downloaded your album.
Hey.
Look forward to listening to it.
Remember, it's 20 years old. It just comes out tonight.
Yeah, it's 2005. I see you.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Hopefully I give it a couple of spins and you give it a little bit of a couple pennies, you know.
That's it. You just 3 times, I think I get one.
Yeah, a couple pennies. It all adds up.
It does. Very slowly. Hey, you want to hear check this out? Speaking of something boring, I have something boring for you all. It's not a song. It's close though.
Welcome to Mind Shift Power Podcast, a show for teenagers and the adults who work with them, where we have raw and honest conversations. I'm your host, Fatima Bay, the Mind Shifter. And welcome, everyone. Today we have with us Professor Lyrical. He is from the Washington, D.C. area. He is a professor of mathematics at a local university there. He is a PhD, an inspirational speaker, and a rap artist. His entire career has been centered around youth and young adults, which is why he is here today. So how are you doing today, Professor Lyrical?
What's up, Fatima? Thanks for having me. I'm doing great.
Good. I like to dive right into it. So you have all this PhD, you have a PhD, you're really into education. You have a lot of other stuff I didn't even mention. Why rap?
I actually always love that question with the academics and the hip hop. So I was doing rap well before academics. So the real question for a lot of people that know me is why education? Because that definitely came later in life. But to flip it, I mean, so the hip hop has always just been a part of my life since I was a kid. Loved creative writing, everything poetry since like first grade, right? I was that kid entering the poetry contest, the name the caption contest, and
when I won one of them when I was real little, it kind of made me believe my teacher's hype. She was like, oh, you're so creative, you know, and I stuck with that and really kind of, you know, thanks to a teacher, right? Like that I believed that I was like creative and always kind of remember the power of that I would get to feel a piece of when you'd be in a classroom talking to other kids as a performer and then seeing the attention that came and the captive audience that kids would have, because you need cool mentors in society or whatever, and all too often it's hard to get those guests to come through the class. And it hit me, I was just like, this would be a really dope path for me to blend in with just the performing, instead of just coming and doing some, you know, look at me, jump around and do my rap thing. Like, what substance are you then going to share with the captive audience? So the education didn't make perfect sense. So.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. You took your passion and you decided to do something useful with it, other than just entertain. That's actually a principle that I teach a lot, and especially when I go into high schools. But even in just talking to older adults, okay, you know, you've heard me say this in off-air conversation, but I look at some entertainers and I'm like, not impressed a lot. You're rich, you're famous, and you can shake your booty on stage, or you can rap hard, or you can rock hard, whatever the genre is. But so what? What are you doing with it?
Right.
That's what I look at.
I do give credit to artists who do that well. You know, like, I mean, we all need the respite and the break from reality kind of thing that entertainment affords. But it is really nice. I mean, that's what I gravitate to when you feel like it's not just junk food, right? You feel like there's some substance in the meal, and you know, it makes you, you know, look at marketing with food, really, to continue it. It's like, if something sounds a little healthy, we like feel better about it. We're like, this tastes good and it's healthy, right? That's like the ideal. And I don't think it's much different with the way that we consume any entertainment. It's like we want to feel like the mind is getting to be as much of a part of it as possible. So I always love it when it's that way, but I get it when it's not. Because sometimes you just want a chocolate bar, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, the thing is, doing something with it, that can come many different ways. So music can be used to uplift. Music can also be used politically and has a big history of that. It can be used to make people aware, to get people to stand up and fight or whatever. That's still a usage. It doesn't all have to be butterflies and cotton candy, but it's still a usage. So I'm still impressed, even if we don't have the same political views. I love it when people use their skills to do something that, as they view, is helping.
Right.
Helping out, whatever.
Sure.
So I love that you do that.
I appreciate it.
So right now, I'm going to let play a tiny little snippet, just a few seconds, of one of your more recent songs. So let's just, here we go.
Sorry, get down right here, baby. Follow me for a minute. My skill level is still better than most of y'all. Posterizing posters who still posting, but most of y'all it's your subject matter. This lack is still having mad at y'all. Focus, rappers lack focus, will take your Adderall. My catalog's evolved, lyrics are classical from the Patterson X-Cal, castles mathematical. Strategical moves made this practical. Doomsday for rappers who soothsay some magical.
All right, now that you heard that, you guys heard a little bit of what his music is about. So let me ask you, Professor Lyrical, what would you consider yourself to be most passionate about?
I mean, I default to myself. I just spent the day with him as well, so a little biased there, but that's usually my first answer. I know for a lot of people, they want like, yeah, we know that, like we know, but nah, it's like more than that. It's like, I want to make the music that my son would have for a blueprint. I want to make the music that he can be proud of. I was just eating with him on the way home from this school activity, and I said to him, we were actually talking about Elf on the Shelf, and I was like, you know, it's always a good idea to act like somebody's watching or somebody's listening, right? And for me, he's that person, right? So I'm really conscious about, you know, what I say, what I don't say. So it's hard to say anything but that. And I think if we don't have that person in life, it's almost like fake it. Like pretend your grandmother's listening. Like, what would you say? You know, and I realize that sometimes sounds like it could be boring, but I'm like, no, I'm gonna say something that's gonna grab my grandmother, but still grab my son, and grab whoever, my friend in the corner, or the person in the boardroom, right? Because if it's true, it should resonate. And so that true resonate part for me is important. Like, just reading the book report and trying to call it a rap probably isn't gonna be the greatest thing in the world, but to the previous question too, it's like you can get the substance in there. So trying to blend those paths. For me, I also extend to other people. So I'm really excited when I meet someone whether it's a seminar, a conference, education, performing, and you find someone who they talk to you, like, yo, you got this career that you do, this passion, and you blend them together. Like, how did you come up with that or whatever? And I always flip it, and I'm like, what two things do you really like that don't necessarily appear like they go together? And if you had to, how would you force them together? You know what I mean? And it might feel a little like life coachy or whatever, but I don't think it's too far away from education. So I'm always trying to learn something, try to be a lifelong learner. But when something's working for you, you want to share it. You want to be like, hey, look at this. You can do this too. But you have to feel emboldened to be able to do something that maybe somebody has told you, no one's going to want to hear that. No one's going to want to see that. No one's done that before. And so I guess the long and short of the answer is like, trying to take my viewpoint, being able to share it with somebody else in a way that doesn't just sound like, oh, look at me, look what I'm doing. No, you can do this kind of thing too and put your own spin on it. And for me, that has a lot of reward back to me. So that's a piece of inspiration, finding the inspiration in music, inspiring others to kind of do something like that. Every time I go out, I'm kind of leading with that, if I can. And if I'm just up on a stage saying a song, I hope they like it enough that they're going to find something else. So if I can, stay centered on those things too, outside of just my son, that's probably what does it for me.
Okay. I like that. You've taken bits and pieces of your personal life and gave them a purpose that fuels you for what you do. And that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
Now, tell us why, because, a lot of youth don't feel like education matters. It's boring.
Right.
It's what's forced on us. We just do it because we got to do it.
Right.
But why does education actually matter?
I mean, it's like the $1 million question. When you're in it and you don't see the reward coming, like whether you're practicing dribbling moves on a basketball court, but nobody's paying you to play, right? No one's paying you to go to school. No one's offering you a scholarship. No one's paying you NBA money. What's going to make you get up and still do it, right? So that you can get to the level to have that kind of opportunity. And there's a part of that answer in school other than just the altruistic, oh, you're going to better your mind and learn things about the world, right? It's like, let's face it, most students, most kids want to hear about how am I going to better my life. Well, it's the only pathway I know that pays dividends well after the time you get that piece of paper, right? It'll pay that dividend. No one can take it away. And it's the kind of thing that gives you opportunity. You might be studying something that has nothing to do with what you're going to do for a career. But it's like if you learn how to think critically about a topic, and let's say your reward for that is some university bestows upon you some piece of paper that says, I got my credential in this area, just the process of doing it is like the process of being on the court when no one's watching, and you're out there and you're dribbling, right? And you're just working on your handle, and you're getting better and you're getting better. Someday there may be a payoff, but even if it doesn't come, you benefited from the process of watching self-betterment happen in real time, right? Mm-hmm. I go to the court and I shoot every day and I record it. And I remind myself when I watch the videos, I'm like, you sucked. Like not too long ago, right? And then you look at this video here and you just hit 10 straight. And sometimes we need that visual. Just like I got records behind me on the wall. Sometimes you need that visual to say, hey, I went and did that, right? And how did I get it done? I was practicing in the lab when no one was looking. It wasn't when the records came out or when the video came out. I was in the lab when no one was looking. I was skipping the party. I was skipping the fun stuff. For me, this is fun, but I was sacrificing something to get it done when no one was looking and there was no reward. You know what I mean? Education is really literally that. It feels crappy. Why am I doing this? Once you do have some of those credentials and you start to stack them, they're permanently in the treasure chest, right? And you can whip them out whenever time requires. It's things you have to do that sometimes. But it isn't it's a door opener and it's an opportunity, if nothing else. And they pay dividends when you least expect it.
I think that's an excellent point. I like the way you phrase that. It's something that the imagery that you give us there keeps giving once you got it. And it's not just a one-time thing. Because sometimes people require for certain jobs that you have a bachelor's degree and they don't really care what the topic is.
Yeah.
Don't get it piece of paper.
I mean, don't get it twisted.
Some cases.
There's the other side of the coin. I mean, I know.
I agree.
But it's like there's a lot of stuff you're going to do in school that has no relevance to your life whatsoever.
Right.
And sometimes it is in math. Sometimes it isn't the subject I teach, right? It could be in a math class. You might have a job where you're an accountant for the rest of your life. Do you really need calculus? The answer's probably no. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Something made you take it though, right?
I also want to point out another what I see as a major, major, major benefit to education of any kind. Discipline. Everything in life that works, anytime anybody has success in anything, doesn't matter what the topic is, doesn't matter what the subject, doesn't matter what the career is, 100% of the time you need some form of discipline.
Absolutely.
And what I like about education of any kind, on any level, it requires some form of discipline. And that alone can prepare you for life in ways that'll pay you more than just money.
Yep.
And people don't even think about it that way, but it's true.
I am inspired by that message always. I rap about that message. If someone says, hey, spit a 16, it's usually going to be a 16 that does that. One of the hooks to probably my first major solo single I had was called The Focus Is Back, when I just went by Lyrical. And it's funny, my son was just listening to the car, so again, it's fresh on my mind. Came out in, the album was almost called Infinity, came out in 2005. And the single came out in 2006 on vinyl, right? And the hook of the song is from The Locks. And they say, the determination, the dedication, and discipline. And just the dope way that they said that with all those D's in there, right? It was like, I was using it like, my determination, the dedication, and discipline. The focus is back. And so literally talking about staying focused, having determination, dedication, and discipline. It is a secret formula. There's no shortcuts. If you get a shortcut, you're just fortunate. Something fell in your lap. Don't be patting yourself back too hard. If you didn't put in the dedication, like you said, it was probably all a house of cards,
I want to interject about shortcuts real quick. Sometimes shortcuts are like microwave food versus oven-warmed food. Microwave food, the heat's there, but it doesn't last very long, and it's cold in just a couple minutes. If you heat up something in the oven, you got that nice crispy edge. The heat lasts for like 20 to 30 minutes. It's not the same quality. Just something to think about.
It's like reheated pizza versus putting that pizza in the oven.
Oh, yeah.
Totally different.
Microwave.
Like that metaphor. You got some verses. You might have some verses. It's all about the metaphors.
So let me ask you this. We're talking about education and how important it is, but what does it look like when we don't get education we need?
So I have a strong take on this, and I know that I'm biased. I come from a position of bias here. I've watched a lot of my friends who started out the same as I've done and maybe done something slightly different. There's a lot of examples of some of them who've done way better than I've done. Those are the outliers, is what I want to say out there. It's not the one-offs to pay attention to. We can all say, oh, I have a friend who's a blah, 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 and has done unbelievably well. On average, that's not what's going to happen. On average, the higher your education level typically is going to turn into longer-term wealth. We know that statistically, there's countless studies on it, right? So the fact that there are great jobs out there that you can do with your hands, or you can do with a certain talent that don't require formal schooling or the traditional academy way of schooling, that's great if you find one of those pathways. But traditionally doing something that requires no education or no skill is usually a pathway to no employment, no income, and no sustainability, right? Unless you turn to something that's probably fringe, illegal, or probably not that moral ethical, right? The tried and true pathways have been tried by somebody usually smarter than us, right? And the alternative ones have been tried by somebody smarter than us. But we can watch with the results of the empirical evidence of what usually happens when people take those tributaries, right? So it's like we all want to outsmart the system. We all want to come up with a genius way of doing something. That is like playing the lottery in a way. Like you might have a plan, you might be smarter than me and have a great plan for it. It might have the skill set to pull it off. I don't know if I have the skill set to pull it off. So for me, what has worked is doing what somebody else has done and trying to put my own spin on it a little bit. Like being educated is not a unique thing, right? But sometimes we feel like we want to have that secret sauce, and do it different. But it's like, well, if you just look, on average, people who do it that way tend to do pretty better over the long haul. So I'm not knocking any other way to do it. I'm just saying in my life and the people that I'm around, and again, it's from my own bias, when I look at the people in my world, whether it's academia or whatnot, people that are usually very diligent, again, that determination, dedication, discipline comes into it, and that have achieved something worth being proud of, it's usually not by accident. And if you're going to do something that's in the sciences or whatever, it's usually that methodical piece of it is embedded into the system of what it means to do the scientific process anyways. So you get that extra benefit in life, even if you don't do it as a career. So it seems to me a win-win,
I want to point something out too, because when we use the word education, people assume that we're only talking about college, college education, but we're not.
Right.
So for the audience listening, we and Professor Lyrical agrees with me on this. Education just means that you learn something.
Absolutely.
It doesn't mean that you went to college. Education for you might be trade school. It could have been stuff that you learned on your own. There are people who are successful in careers because they studied themselves. Like, for example, I'm a professional seamstress. I've been doing wedding gowns for over 20 years. There's no school that I can go to get a piece of paper to officially get a PhD in sewing. If there was, I would have it. I'm serious. I've taught sewing. There's nothing more complex than wedding gowns. Absolutely nothing you can sew that's more complex than wedding gowns. Right.
Yeah.
And I can design them, and I've sewn them, and I've taught other people how to do it. It's taken me years of practice, of working in the field. My education was being the alteration manager over at David's Bridal.
Right.
And I was there for 10 years. That was my education.
That's it.
That's where I learned. I learned while I got paid to learn. Even though that wasn't the goal at the time, that's what it became.
Yeah.
And, for those of you listening, I want you to know that when we say education, if traditional school is not set up for your brain and doesn't work for you, it doesn't mean that you don't get the education. If you gotta go out there and get it yourself, do it. If you gotta go online to learn whatever it is you wanna learn, do it. And I'm talking about a principle right now, so the details of what you wanna learn, I don't know what that is. You can figure that out, but there's always a way for you to learn what you need to learn to get into the field that you want to get into.
Absolutely.
So I'm off myself.
And you see that more than ever now. I mean, with generative AI and all the stuff that we have at our fingertips now, you can do kind of like the Matrix, like with Keanu Reeves, I know Kung Fu, kind of thing where you almost can have the information at a snap. But again, it goes back to, let's use your analogy with being a seamstress. Somebody may hear that story if they didn't hear the work where you said it took years behind the scene and just say, oh, dope, that's a good gig. I could probably do that and become wealthy, right? But they don't hear the work part of it. They don't hear it. It doesn't matter how the work is done. In other words, all that education is going to do for you, it's going to give you some facts, figures, hopefully some experiential opportunities, some other people who are mentors along the way, hopefully who are just like guides on the side and aren't trying to be the sage on the stage all the time, right? But give you sort of the encouragement you need, right? That maybe the computer doesn't do quite efficiently yet, right? And point you in the right direction and put you around other experts in the field. That's maybe what the formalized process does. But it's not any different than whether you're taking martial arts. You're going to go down, you're going to learn a system, and they're going to say you're an adult or whatever the thing is they're going to do. Is you've been led down a path with somebody else who's done it before and has just made more mistakes. That's all it really is. Somebody's made more mistakes than you and is trying to maybe help you avoid a couple of them, save you a little bit of time, but still not taking shortcuts. It's just saying, I don't want to send you into a pothole. That's a little different, right?
I want to point out, you just made me think of this. For the listeners, most of y'all probably don't realize, but your bet, and I know this because I had to hire at one of the largest, one of the highest volume bridal shops in America at the time when I was running the alteration department. And that meant I had to have quite a few seamstresses on staff, right? So I did a lot of interviews with people, did a lot of sewing tests, I had a lot of people. And I can tell you some of the best, and I do mean the absolute best sewers that you're gonna find in this country. 98% of them learned on their own. They did not officially go to school. Take that in for a moment.
Right.
And that's in my field. I can talk about my field. I don't know about all the other fields. You can't do that in medical or law, and obviously you need formal education for those things. And certain types of engineering, most of it. You need to do formal education for those things. But there are a lot of other fields that you can learn on your own. Some of the seamstresses that I would trust to sew my own stuff learned on their own.
Right.
They learned on their own, and then they took in whatever they could wherever they worked. So they made it a point to learn. But I want to go back to the fact that you got to be disciplined. Because if you're not going to be disciplined, don't expect to be successful in anything.
I mean, even it's a great point. Even the younger kids who are, let's say, coming up and they're gaming, right? There's a reason gaming or why kids like it. First of all, the gaming industry is made off. It's in the name, gamification, right? They have a reward and payout system that keeps you going along for the next carrot. And so that's even hard baked into the system. That's what partly makes it so addicting to these kids. First of all, it's social, they're talking, they're playing with their friends these days in cases, but they're becoming masters mostly on their own. Now, don't forget though, they're probably looking up YouTube videos. That's what they weren't doing 20 years ago. So they're watching somebody else do it who's also kind of been through more mistakes than them, right? So the certification stuff is just the extra benefit that industry will use, right? And let's face it, education is an industry as well, right? It's to say, here's our value, it's on paper, we stamped it, and we've kind of given you the certification. But you don't need that if you have the skill in an industry that doesn't require the certification. You're actually lucky in some cases if you're in an industry that doesn't require the certification.
Right.
But at least it is worth noting that when credentials become important, and they are in a lot of industries, it is certainly nice to have one. And if you don't have one in your industry, you should try to find out a way maybe where you can get it validated so that you can show and prove later and say, yo, I did this, I did put in this work. Don't try to pretend like I didn't, so it's catch-22 sometimes about like needing the certification because it props up the accreditation board sometimes that kind of appear in different industries when maybe it didn't need to be there. But then there's other times where you're like, man, I wish there was some accreditation board who would come in and sanctify all this work that I'm doing so that other people could say, oh, it isn't just me telling you I did this, like somebody else is the witness, right?
I think I love this conversation and pointing out the different types of education that's out there.
Sure.
I just want to make sure people understand because there's way too many people out there, and especially with some of these older adults who went through this and they've already made life choices because of it. They think they're stupid because they don't fit into our quote unquote education system, which quite frankly is only made for one type of learner.
That's right.
And then they end up floating through life and just working at a gas station or working at Walmart or working something else that's minimum wage that's way beneath their intelligence because they have to. And I want y'all to know, you don't have to. You can learn whatever you want. You just have to, might be creative in the way you learn, depending on what it is, but you can.
Yes.
Now, let's talk about the rap industry. You said a few things to me that really prompted much of this conversation. How does someone get their rap music out and successful?
Wow. Well, the getting it out part's the easy part. The successful is the hard part.
Right.
It's easier than ever to get your music out. If you want, when people say, my material is out, it's available on all platforms. Literally anybody can have their music out on all platforms now.
Right.
If you go back to when I was talking about that record, The Focus is Back. One of the reasons I was signed to a record label called Blaze the World, who at the time had Caroline EMI distribution. EMI was one of the biggest distributors in the world.
Okay.
They lost the distribution, but what the gentleman had at that time, dating it back to 2004, 5, 6. Is he had the ability to put the stuff on iTunes, right? And you had to go through a label at that point. So you had to have a label that was at iTunes. You couldn't just say, hey, I wish my stuff was on iTunes. Today, there's middlemen who've come and kind of filled in the void in the industry where there's many companies out there that anybody can just pay a fee and your stuff is instantly uploaded, right? So not everybody knows that, but that's how it works these days. So there's somebody who will take your money and will get it to all of the distribution channels that need be out there. So your stuff's on Spotify and YouTube, blah, 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 right? So that's the easy part. You can just pay for it. It's getting close to the point where it's very similar in terms of actually getting your stuff promoted, right? There are then middlemen out there who will take your money to also promote your stuff. So there's over about 200,000 songs a day uploaded to Spotify.
Wow.
We just do some basic probability, right? If you have no budget, what is the probability that somebody's going to find your song by accident when you're competing against the top level songs that have massive campaign pushes behind them, right? Mm-hmm. That are pushed out by major labels still, right? The Sonys of the world and the Universals, it's automatic those songs are going to rise to the cream because they're coming with a marketing budget. Now, they've also made it so that you can pay middlemen to do something similar, right? Whether it's the illegal kind of stuff or the quasi not ethical stuff where you're paying a bot to watch your video and make it look like someone's watching your video, which a lot of the shady overnight companies have done, and now there's a little bit more of a crackdown on that. And by the way, people in the industry can tell the difference immediately. There's all sorts of algorithms to know if you've gamed the system and tried to make it look like you're more popular than you are, right? Mm-hmm. So there's that. But if you have the right budget and you want to do it the correct way, you could, for about $100,000, market a decent song that let's just say is let's use an academic term, grammatically correct, right? Like if it's not awful and it's like that essay, if it's a C paper, right, and it's grammatically correct, it might be pretty blah, but you might get the C or maybe the B minus. You can take that equivalent of a musical song, and with $100 grand, your song's gonna pretty much be a hit in whatever genre it is. Meaning a hit on like Spotify and YouTube, it's gonna have a lot of views, right? If you have the right marketing campaign, you can find even the wrong marketing campaign with that kind of money. Now, if you magnify that by times 10, well, you're gonna probably find yourself with the ability, and again, a decent song, right? A decent song with $1 million campaign, you're probably gonna crack major charts like Billboard and so forth. That's the amount of money that you're playing with it, 100,000 to $1 million. So if you don't have that, it's more of a pipe dream for an artist to say, someone's gonna find and hear my song just because I'm good, right? So we're now in an era where anybody can get out, but any good artist might not get discovered unless there's a lot of constant repetition, planning, thoughtfulness, frugalness, right? Trial and error, making a lot of mistakes along the way, but it's not for the faint of heart, and it's not for the people who have small budgets. If you do have a small budget, you just gotta be incredibly diligent and really think hard about what you're doing. And again, like we were talking about in education, find somebody else who's kind of done it and gone through it to save yourself a lot of the hassle. That's just to get heard, right? That doesn't mean you're gonna be good when you do a show, or you're even gonna get booked to do shows, or people are gonna buy your material or buy your merch, right? Now, those are all different strategies, and some people have one or two. It's kind of like basketball. Some people can shoot, but some people can shoot and they can dribble the rock, and they can play defense, and they can pass. Those people end up in the league, right? The rest of us will like playing on the weekends, right? So it's that kind of thing. So that helps a little.
What I hear is not just putting it out there, but the marketing of it.
Yeah.
And so can a person become successful without a lot of a big budget for marketing?
Yeah, but you gotta do it a different way, and it does take longer.
Yeah, it does.
And you have to know, like any industry, right? You gotta know what you target. I'll say my formula quickly. It's not for everybody, and it's kind of not traditional in terms of a few things, but while I would love to have songs that have millions and millions of views, my typical songs might have a few thousand, or maybe a couple 100,000 views, right? And they don't come with large, massive marketing campaigns, right? It's just not the lifestyle that I'm living, and it's not really where my bread is buttered. I do mostly college shows. I do a lot of corporate stuff. I write for songs, movies, television, that kind of stuff as well. And I perform and I speak. So for me, what's important is when I come to your school, that person at that school is recommending me to somebody else to book me, right? And so for all the artists out there that aren't aware, if you wonder, hey, what's that artist getting paid to do that college show? They're probably getting paid very well, maybe 10 times more than they would to play in your local club, right? So the average college that nobody knows about, nobody's even hearing you about doing the show, you might have done a show for 100 or 1,000 or more, could pay you 10 times more than the local club could pay. Because most times local clubs aren't paying you anything. But if you're lucky enough to get $300-500 from a club, let's go crazy and say 1,000, you're probably pretty good and have a local fan base that's large. If you're getting up around $1,000, colleges are gonna pay you 10 times that just off the rip. And if you have something to say that's of interest in a college market, right? If you're about something like we were talking about at the beginning, those numbers can incrementally grow, if not exponentially after time. So for me, that's my world, which doesn't necessarily focus on millions and millions of views. Would I love to have millions and millions of views every time I put out a record? Absolutely. But the kind of music that's conducive to doing what I just said sometimes isn't the kind of music that's conducive to millions and millions of views.
Right.
You can be happy with tens or hundreds of thousands of views and be like, wow, I really did it with this one. You know what I'm saying? So,
but you're
more. What's that?
But it sounds like you're actually making more money than 99%.
Yeah, it's more the kind of stuff that you can look back at 15 years and can still be relevant, right?
Yeah.
What you're not trying to do is true today. Like I pay attention to what everything sounds like in every era, and I've been around for a long time. It's like I never think my music is stuck out as, gee, that's like incredibly old, or gee, that's incredibly in the future. It's kind of right around the area without too much trend appeal. If you do that, you can have a long career. You might never be super big at any particular moment, but you can ride out a lot of waves and gaps and mountains and peaks kind of stuff.
I want to reiterate something you said. Really kind of you said a few times throughout this interview. Those big, big waves, getting up there to the top of your game, being the number one person everybody sees. Those are the outliers.
Yeah.
That's it's not impossible, but it's barely possible. So set realistic expectations. I would think.
Yeah, and I think a realistic one, and a lot of people will say, I'm going to be the next Bill Gates, or I'm going to be blah, blah, blah. Start with your city, and KRS was famous for saying,
That's true.
Be the hottest dude in your block, be the hottest dude in your neighborhood, be the hottest dude in your town, then your city, and your state. It's like being in the mix for your city is a realistic goal, I think, for a lot of artists. And a lot of people don't know what that looks like and don't know how fruitful that can actually be. There's plenty of artists who are just the biggest artist or one of them in their local town and have been there for years, and they're not household names, but they still have careers. And by the way, they play overseas and get paid to do it right.
Yeah, I can think of a local group I'm thinking of right now. They probably do better than most of these ones that try to go national. And it's just like we teach in other areas of business and marketing. Find your focus.
Yeah.
And find your niche and stick with that, because I will say, sometimes it's better to have 1,000 genuine followers, genuine people that genuinely follow you, go to your concerts, go to your events, go to your whatever you're doing, than to have 1 million and none of them are paying attention.
Oh my gosh.
The one with the million numbers, you have no power at all. The one with 1,000 followers has power, because if they put something out to those followers are going to do something with that.
That's right. The math is on your side. If every time,
and they'll get their friends to come,
That's right. If they like you like that, and it's the concept of a super fan, right? It's like if you can have a couple of super fans in each town, if you can have a couple people who as the artist that you could reach out to, and if you said, hey, I'm going to do a show, could you get 10 people to come to it? If you have those, you're usually set. And those are very, very hard to get, and they're very slept on. And sometimes people laugh at people like that. They go, look at this. People call them like a stan, like an Eminem song, right? Like that super fan stan, like that was the obsessive fan, right? Mm-hmm. But people will laugh sometimes at your fans that are like that, and it's like, you gotta respect those people. Those people sometimes like your music more than you do. They know more about you than you might forget about yourself, right? And they're invaluable people. And I see artists laugh about that kind of stuff all the time. And I'm like, give me 5 people like that. Like, to your analogy, give me 5 people over that, over the 1,000 who just kind of like you. You give me 5 super fans, they're going to be with you for your life. Those 1,000 people who like what you're doing right now, but can't be bothered to change their calendar or come out and see you when you come to town, they're not paying your bills. Those 5
the super fans will buy everything you tell them.
Buy everything you have, and they'll change their date to be there, and they'll tell other people about you. It's like they're on payroll. It's like, so you cannot find enough people like that. You got to respect those fans.
I agree. Now, tell us, for someone listening, what is a big no-no? What should they give them some advice of what not to do in the industry?
I think acting like you're bigger than you are. Nobody wants to root for the massive, clear victor all the time, right? I've been in, let me use a rap battle analogy. I was in a battle in Portsmouth. It was called the Iron Mike Battle. And, I have a long battle record as a rapper, right? And I went up to this on the sneak, went up with my crew of 3 other people. We went there, we're like, yo, let's go make some money, right? Let's go up to this battle and go crush these people that have no idea you're even there, right? And before they realize that it's too late. So we did this, right? We went up to this battle. It's called the Iron Mike Battle in Portsmouth. Portland, Maine. Portland, Maine's a big city, right? Mm-hmm. Relatively big city in Maine. It's one of the few. We go up to Portland, and the Iron Mike has, I believe at the time, 64 rappers in it, okay? And I called and said, yo, I'm going to come. I was one of the last people to get in. Waited to the end, so they weren't promoting it. And at the time, and this was probably like 2007 or something like that. It was like $1,000 or something like that, which is pretty big money back then, right? I go up, and I did the first, everybody did 64 rappers, right? That's 32 battles. You think about how long this is going to be.
Yeah.
They're all battling each other, the crowd's listening. And what they did different in this battle is at the end of every round, they ranked the leaderboard, right? In first place, we have Lyrical. And places all like, yeah, Lyrical crushed that cat, right? They do it again the next round, and they whittle it down, right? It just cuts, the number goes from 64 to 32 to 16, right? It just keeps getting down until you get down to 2 people. So they did this, and they kept saying my name, and I was doing really well, right? All night. They're like, oh. By the time you're in your 4th battle, people want the underdog to win, right? So when you come out like, yo, look at me, I'm crushing this dude. After a while, people just don't want you to win. It's just common sense. It's like, it's like human nature.
That's true.
And it's the same thing if you're winning in life all the time. There's gonna be someone salty on the sideline. It's like, look at this dude. You may not even think you're better than you are. They have a whiff of it, right? They have a whiff that you think that you're better than you are. And that'll humble you really quick, because that person is the one nipping at your ankles and trying to take you down. You know, they're like, well, it doesn't have to be, you know, dramatic stuff, but they just might be like, you know, you're passing this sticker and they like throw it in the trash kind of thing, right? You know what I'm saying? So acting like you're already there, and even when you are there, remember not to act like you're already there, I think goes a long way. So that would be my answer, because you don't want those people turning on you that were loving you just a few rounds earlier, you know what I'm saying?
You've got a valid point. That's probably, and I'm not even into rap at all, and that is the number one advice that I was thinking already in my head. So, because I think it's true. I think it's true across the board in other industries too, not just in rap and entertainment. But I love that you said that. So, tell the audience what you have coming up and how can people find you.
So I have an album actually that I've been working on for a long time. It's called Dr. Deplored, and we originally were trying to get it out at the end of 2024. We knew it turned into a 2025 project. So, oh man.
When was the interview? Breezy was asking too, but she left. But
Oh, I just stopped playing now. Sorry.
no, that's fine.
I think it was. Yeah, let me look. Yeah, I don't usually. Let's see this.
Also, Pro, have you ever heard of this guy? His name is Roach Brown.
No.
Okay, cool.
I think this was like probably just about a year ago. What was that? That's probably, no, it can't be that old. It's not that old. There's no way it's a year old.
Just like within the year, then.
Yeah, it was in the year.
Roach Brown, Mr. Roach Brown, like he has like a, I don't know his like full name. He does like a radio show on Pacifica, and it's like a criminal justice reform kind of like space. He's a little bit older. He's like been doing like plays and stuff in DC for like a long time. He's done like a lot of like the radio show that he has. I think it's been running for about like 22 years, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so he's kind of like a fixture, I guess, in some ways. Like, you know, anyways, he was wanting to be like introduced to folks in the local universities. What do you think the best route for him to do that would be?
There's a thing called NACA. It's the National Association of Campus Activities, I think. It's not free, but you can join. And they give you like, it's like a speed dating between colleges, the booking agents of colleges and the artists. And then you meet like, let's say your club at your school that is readily booking people. A lot of times it'll be like, you know, campus activities or whatever. So you meet the people that work in campus activities, they meet you, they kind of sit at a little table and you talk about what you do and play a sample of your music, and then they either book you or don't book you. It's like it's kind of like you get the date or you don't, you know. And it's like a big like a workshop stuff going on, and people getting up on stage as well. They'll like have showcases. If you get chosen to showcase, like you get up there and here's Pro's a rapper, he's gonna blah blah blah, you know. That is really cool. It's not cheap though. There's another one actually, it's this weekend in Pennsylvania. I forget the
that's one way. That's like the way to, the fastest way to cover a lot, and then you get the contacts of all the other people that were there, and you can kind of like email them and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you built a little bit of a network and stuff. Cool. Yeah, I don't know them too well, but I know that an organizer from DC had asked me if I had contacts in like the area, and I was like, not really. Like DC's not really where I know anybody. Like outside of like maybe the few people I know in terms of organizing out there, but like outside of that, like, and they're like kind of almost like just staffers, so they're not there for very long. And they're kind of almost transient in the area, and so I was like, they're just not good people, like for what you're asking for. So I was like, and then when you were talking about it earlier, then I was like, oh, I should ask. I mean, he's not an artist, but he is an artist. He's a writer, and he like does the plays and like art at large, but like he's not a performer per se. Anyways, he is more in the prison abolition kind of like space, and wants to be like linked up with criminal justice like programs. And I like know a friend who is out in Virginia, but like he works with the ACLU right now, and I was like, he also like is a professor out there, and I was like, I could like reach out to him, but it's just not in the right area. Like, although I don't think Virginia, that like going to where their university is, like, is that far either. So like, I think it would be worth it to go, like, and just like meet people for sure. I don't know. I still have to do like an intake with his manager, and she seems lovely, but there was like a lot going on that day too, and I was like, I don't know. Anyways, a little bit of word vomit, but I think you must be tired. I'll let you go to sleep.
No, it's cool. But, I think I am out of here. Elliot, put me to sleep. It's your fault, Elliot.
It's pretty boring. It's okay, boring's cool.
It has its place.
Hey, I feel like when I am being silly and stuff, people love it, but like, you cannot keep that shit going all day. Like, you cannot. You gotta go chill. You can't be in that kind of energy all day.
Right.
Anyways, okay, good night.
Later. Peace.
Hey, girl, what you doing? Hey. What's up, little girl? Love. Like a second. We sound like get back on up with us that out. You want to close it down? 'Cause I'm about to play a video. No, go ahead, you're good. All right, I got you. Pedro done fell asleep with his mic open. Ha. We want to hear about Terrence Howard. He's been blacklisted from Hollywood. I think we're all tired about hearing about the war. Let's just see what I can.
Before there was cigarettes, before there were brands, there was belief. Tobacco is one of the oldest forms of spirit communication known to humanity. Long before modern times, it was understood as a living message, a way for human intention to travel beyond the physical world and return meaning. In the oldest traditions, tobacco was never a habit. It was a bridge. Not something used to escape life, but something used to speak with it. Our ancestors knew breath as spirited. This show is brought to you by Radio Cigars. You know, Doc, I know you told me you don't smoke cigars, but if you ever want me to send you one, if you just want to light it, like incense or something, let me know. I'll send you one, Doc, all right? No doubt, brother. I'm looking forward. All right. With that, we're going to get straight into it, family. I know this show is a little later than usual. We're going to get straight into it. I want to take this time to welcome to the platform one of the master teachers on the planet. That's a big statement. One of the master teachers on the planet. None other than Dr. Phil Valentine. Welcome back, Doc. Thank you. Good to be back. All right. Before we get into the topic tonight, did you get a chance to see the show yesterday? I did, the other day. I did with Shabazz, Sonetta, Chris.
It was Brother King Simon. I saw his message late.
Okay.
That's how I was going to bed. And then I put on the show, and I got so enthralled, and it was going on, and then I fell asleep. I put it on about 1 o'clock, and that's about the time I to be bugging out. So I want to get a chance to sit with it and actually kind of marinate with it a little bit later on.
Indeed. So, like I said, before we even start the topic, with what was going on when you started getting into this information, what kind of inspired you to go the direction? Because I know, like, I don't know if you said you was going to be a music artist. I'm not sure. I know Farrakhan said that, and that was the case with a lot of, musicians and priests and chemists. They go hand in hand. So what made you take the direction to go toward being a conscious teacher, speaker, lecturer, author, and such and so forth?
Well, betrayal first.
Ooh.
I had many contracts lined up. We had some top-level people who were in management. We had the Beatles, the dude who brought the Beatles over. He was one, and Rodney Dangerfield's wanted to expand into music. His manager, and we were down with it. And Papa Joe Scandori, he was going to hook us up, and then we gave a song to. I believe it was I want to say his name, but his first name was Peter, his last name started with L. He was doing the management and walking our music into Epic Records. And a very, very popular, highest album ever sold artist took one of my musical lines and created a #1 song from it. It was called Dr. Rock, but it became something else. I won't mention it.
Oh, come on. Damn, you can't mention
and let's just say that initials are MJ, and that he...
DMJ?
The MJ.
Oh.
And the name of the song was Dr. Rock. The bass line was reversed. The reverse of the bass line with Dr. Rock became Billie Jean. And that's just...
Damn, you can't mention He told me, look at your hands, man. You're always like this. All these producers want to do is they're trying to open your hand so they can put money in. But you won't do it. You're in Hollywood. It's a hookup culture. I've dated them, but I never slept with anybody. You never slept with anybody? Nobody. A healthy male still produces about 1,500 sperm per heartbeat. So that desire to empty the storehouse is always there.
The lines you use, I love it. I'd love to empty my storehouse with you today. How different is it raising boys versus girls?
Girls are the hardest because men have game. I watch my daughters now, scared to death because of the karma. Because I know the things that I did to women. So I have to make sure none of this stuff is around. Mind you, I didn't masturbate until I was 25 years old. I had them remove the television out of the room of the hotel because I couldn't stop. I kept watching it.
You know, this whole thing with Vitamin and Puberty podcast started with a phone, me and Mario. That's it. And it grew today to, 15 million subscribers almost and 164 full-time employees. And that relationship where you watching us and support us wouldn't happen without you. But did you know 51% of you that watch the content are not subscribed to the channel? And it would mean the world to us if you could press that subscribe button and notification. Why? It allows us to grow, hire more, do bigger interviews, have a bigger team, and deliver a better product to you. So if you haven't yet, if you don't mind, press that subscribe button. It would mean the world to us. Thank you so much.
Did you ever think you were made I feel something I can say sweet and thoroughly. No disliking for me.
Yes, you can. The future looks bright. Handshake is better than anything I ever saw in trading. We're doing this again? How you doing?
I'm really good, brother.
That's great, very good. It's funny, I was running. My daughter had a recital today. She had a dance. She was a tiny dancer today. So I go in, and the wife says, babe, it's only 15 minutes. I go in at 8:15. And then the tiny dancer part is all the way at the end. But oh my God, you know, when you're there, you're kind of going like this. You're trying to get your kids to see you. And then she finally sees me. She runs up, and I'm driving down here. School is a couple minutes away from here. And I know you always talk about being a father. And it's typically, you know, last time we did the conversation, we didn't talk about this at all. It was a completely different conversation. We had a scientist from NASA with us, which was a great convo. How important is it to you to be a father?
The hardest thing about being a dad is not being a hypocrite, not being a phony. You know, you try and, I realize I'm talking to my son about things that he's watching, but at the same time, I'm hearing that for myself about things I shouldn't be watching. You know, I'm telling him to maintain his majestic comportment all the time, or telling both of them, you know, rule number 5, 6, and 7, respect yourself, respect others, respect people's privacy. And then rule number 4 in our family is don't be obnoxious. But then I go to Disney World, Disneyland, and I'm sitting there and I get triggered immediately because they want to grab my bags and they're going through my bags aggressively and putting my stuff down. Rule number 4, and I get obnoxious and, you know, throw attitude, and I'm like, I wouldn't want my child to do that. That's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, they called me out about it. Not the kids didn't call me out, but the people did. They almost threw us out of Disneyland. You know, only I didn't curse or anything like that, but I was angry. They take the bag when you come in because someone recently got stabbed at Disneyland. And so this is in LA, so they're going through your bags literally like it's a serious search. And you know, measles is out right now, so at the time I'm sitting there like, wait a minute, you're taking the rags that I'm going to blow my kid's nose with, and you're putting it on the same counter that you put everybody's bags. I was like, don't do that. So he was like, don't give me attitude. And I was like, everybody's got attitude.
He told you, don't give me shit.
Yeah, and I'm like, and instead of taking a deep breath, like I do.
Did he know who you were or not? Did he recognize?
No, he didn't know. Okay. But instead of taking a deep breath, you know, and thinking about maybe he's having a hard day, I took it personal. I got triggered. And then I'm like talking to everybody out in the world about maintaining a majestic comportment, being calm, ABC, always be cool, always be calm, always be comfortable with the consequences of your choices. And here my family almost lost the opportunity to be there because I lost my cool. So I hate being a hypocrite as a father. You know, I hate not having the compassion to show the better side of me. So that's the hardest thing.
What are the rules? What were the rules?
There's 9 rules. Rule number 1, put on your shoes, which means take care of your foundation. Make sure you're in a secure place. Rule number 2, find the shade. It's find the shade.
What does that mean?
Well, in Southern California, it's a lot of heat, so stay out of the heat, but figuratively, it means find cover. So later on, when my children are older, I'll be able to say number 2, and they'll know to find the shade. They'll know to get out of the way of danger. Number 3, stay out of the streets. And that tells itself. But number 4 is don't be obnoxious. Number 5 is respect yourself. Number 6, respect others. Number 7, respect people's privacy. Number 8, no headshots. Yeah, you know, punch your brother, punch him in the chest, punch him in the leg.
Literally, that's one of the...
Yeah, no punching above the neck. No punching above the neck.
No headshots. My boys have broken that one a few times.
And number 9 is make way for life. You know, respect all living things. And I follow that one for the most part a lot, but, you know, I sometimes disrespect myself. I sometimes don't respect people's privacy, you know, so I try my hardest not to get caught up in gossip about somebody else all the time. So I'm learning. These are my own rules that if I can live by them, my children can live.
What was it? Because growing up, how many siblings was it? Was it you and your 2 brothers? Or?
There's 11 of us.
There's 11 of you. Okay, so I know there's I know a couple of the names that I looked up, so 11 total. 11. Same mom and dad?
No, only 4 of us from the same mom and dad.
4, same mom and dad, okay. What experiences as a kid growing up changed the way you said, I'm not going to parent like this, I'm going to be a father like this, or I'm going to be a father just like I was fathered? What experiences impacted your parenting?
Well, my father, I was encouraged. I was indomitable as a child. So you tell me to do something, I'm going to do it just because you told me not to do it. You know, you don't have authority over me. So I got whooped every day by my father. So I had told myself, when I have my children, I'm not going to whoop them. I'm not going to use corporal punishment on them. I'm not going to do any of that. But that's not what I ended up doing, because you start talking to them 1,000 times and they don't listen, and then immediately you go back to the slave days, and you're like, well, let me get the whip, let me go get the belt, let me do all of this other stuff you're not supposed to do. But you find yourself still back into those places, and you have to catch yourself, especially with the laws that's out here today. So now, because I got the benefit of, doing some discipline before, now if I'm walking upstairs to get the belt, then they straighten themselves out, and I don't have to actually apply the belt. But it's hard. How do you raise young boys, that are indomitable, to respect authority and respect themselves? And, it's a tight balance.
How different is it, raising boys versus girls? What's been
The girls are the hardest. The girls are the hardest because they're a little more manipulative. They're smarter. The child inside the womb, the moment that the woman's body recognizes the little girl, about 3 months of gestation, it floods it with estrogen. And so it causes these connections between the left and right hemisphere, almost 3 to 5 times the connections, from what I've read, that men have. Men have this myopic thing, see this, go and do it. But girls contemplate everything. So the girls are so much smarter naturally than the men, and they learn how to manipulate. They learn to cry, they learn the smiles, they learn all of that. And then they're gullible because they think they mastered men by mastering manipulation daddy, and they go out and they try and do that into the world. So letting my 2 older daughters go. I watch my daughters now, and I'm scared to death because of the karma. Because I know the things that I did to women when I was growing up, stuff I wouldn't want somebody doing to my daughter. That's just the reality. We don't, like me and my wife were talking. She's like, I would love to make love. I would love to make love. I said, nobody's going to be sitting there talking about, you are so beautiful, singing that while they're making love. I said, it's more of an aggressive act in some way, and maybe it's the things that I've watched.
I spent 11 years in the U.S. Navy as a fighter pilot.
For 18 years, I flew fighters for the United States Navy. I spent 20 years working in the U.S. intelligence community.
I served as the 4th Director of National Intelligence.
I spent 25 years as a senior official with the CIA. I retired from the Navy as a one-star admiral after 32 years of service. I worked on highly classified UAP programs for the government as a senior scientist. I spent 32 years in and out of government and national security.
I worked 28 years as an astrophysicist on highly classified UAP programs for the United States government and for the defense industry.
I'm a professor in the Department of Pathology at Stanford University School of Medicine. And for the last 10 years or so, I've been working with the Department of Defense and people in the CIA on the UAP topic.
I've come to the conclusion that we are not only not alone in the universe, but we have been discovered by an intelligence from some other part of the universe.
There's evidence we are not alone.
Humanity is not the only intelligent species in the universe.
We're not alone in the universe.
I wouldn't be so arrogant to suggest there are no other forms of life out there.
Humanity is not the only intelligence in the universe. UAPs are real, they're here, and they're not human.
There are other intelligences that have highly advanced exotic craft interacting with the human population.
They are here. This is real. It's happening now.
Non-human intelligence exists. It's been interacting with humanity, and it's been doing so on this planet for a long time. We are not the only intelligent life form in the universe. There's something here on the planet with us that is intelligent and more intelligent than us.
This is the biggest discovery in human history.
My name is Lou Elizondo. In 2009, my life changed forever. That's when I was recruited to a highly sensitive government program that investigated unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, also commonly known as UFOs. My work for the U.S. government goes back almost 30 years to when I joined the U.S. Army. From there, I had the good fortune of being recruited into various programs within military intelligence. During my career, I served my country around the world managing and directing missions including counter-narcotics, counter-espionage, counter-terrorism, and counterinsurgency. It was later in my career that I actually began running special access programs for the U.S. government, and in some cases reported directly to the White House and the National Security Council. My name is Jay Stratton, and for over 16 years, on behalf of the U.S. government, I worked as a senior intelligence official on the unidentified aerial phenomenon topic. I joined the Army at the age of 17 and left for a career in military intelligence with 8 combat deployments, including Iraq and Afghanistan. After the Army, I joined Naval Intelligence, and then I transitioned to the Defense Intelligence Agency, where I was the Chief of Air and Space Warfare inside of the Defense Warning Office. It was at the DIA that my colleagues and I started getting reports of what are now called UAP. We went all over the government, the Pentagon, every intelligence agency, anywhere we could think to try to find the UAP program, assuming there was one. As far as we could tell, no one in the United States government had a UAP program. So my colleagues and I began a new program which ultimately became ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, ATIP. The funding for this effort was sponsored by then Senate Majority Leader Senator Harry Reid. And together, myself, Jay Stratton, and our team, for nearly a decade, investigated UAP incidents around the world. Based on hard evidence and data, we learned that UAPs present serious national security concerns and a potential existential threat. Simply put, transmedium crafts, vehicles that have the capability to operate in space, air, and water, and seemingly defy all that humanity knows about physics, have been operating with complete impunity around the world since at least the 1940s. At ATIP, we had access to some of the most sensitive videos in the Department of Defense inventory. If you could be in my shoes and see what I've seen in folks like Jay Stratton, there would be zero shadow of a doubt that these things are real and they are not made by humans. The things that I've seen, the clearest videos, the best evidence that we have that these are non-human intelligence remain classified.
The classified data that we had access to when we joined the program was indisputable. There's 80 years of this data that the public isn't even aware of. I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings.
For 23 years and 10 months, I was in the United States Air Force as an A-10 pilot. And while I was at NORAD, I witnessed an event that I will remember forever. There was an unknown object we were tracking on radars, and the commander says, "I want that target." That means intercepted. Fighters all the way down the eastern seaboard were scrambled. And none of the fighters were successful in intercepting or running it down. We were unable to maintain air sovereignty over North America.
On November 14th, 2004, we were on board the USS Nets, which is a nuclear aircraft carrier. I was the most senior person in the squadron flying. I had launched off Nets to do an air defense exercise off the coast of San Diego, California. And I ended up chasing a UAP. It was a Tic Tac UAP. It was about 40 feet long. And just sitting there in space, you can kind of see it start to accelerate, and as it gets in front of us, it's gone. This thing was doing 32,000 miles an hour. So obviously that technology is not the United States.
As we were watching this Tic Tac object maneuver in this bizarre way, it was obvious that it wasn't conventional. This was defying those laws of physics, laws of gravity that as pilots we live and die by.
We literally had these things stalking Navy vessels on deployment. The frequency in which UAP were being reported to us was increasing.
They were ubiquitous. We were seeing them nearly daily out there.
There's a whole fleet of them. That's it.
And then we actually almost had a mid-air with one of these objects. This now became a safety issue. 2 aircraft from my squadron were flying out in close proximity to each other in section formation, so about 150 feet apart or so. One of these objects went right in between those 2 aircraft, right past the lead aircraft, and the lead aircraft was able to visually see the object, and he simply described it as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere.
To be clear, non-human intelligence has been actively conducting ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance of some of our most sensitive U.S. military facilities and nuclear sites. They have both deactivated and activated nuclear weapons with both the United States and Russia. The nuclear weapons that were activated in Russia were pointed at us. And from that perspective, the stakes really could not be any higher. This is an emerging and disruptive threat for the United States and truly a national security concern. And by the way, this isn't just happening here in the United States. This is happening all over the world, and it's occurring with greater frequency.
When I met Lou Elizondo in the Pentagon, he made me aware not only that this phenomenon was real, but it was an ongoing, persistent phenomenon. Secretary of Defense didn't know, the Congress didn't know, senior policymakers didn't know, and nobody was doing anything about it other than Lou and a handful of colleagues. I was shocked and I was stunned and immediately was concerned about intelligence failures that have occurred in the past and the disasters that have ensued, and determined immediately to do whatever I could to help get Lou to the Secretary of Defense to move that information forward.
Each time Jay and I and others try to raise the alarm bells and bring this issue up to the appropriate level, we were met with fierce resistance. The stigma alone and the taboo of the topic, the historical association of UFOs, was something that for most people in leadership positions was too big of a pill to swallow. In fact, the stigma was so strong that people either believed A, the topic wasn't real, or B, the stigma was going to somehow taint or tarnish their career, so they didn't want to touch it.
We couldn't get the leadership in the Pentagon to look at the actual scientific data that show that there is a strong national security threat.
They were more worried about the impact of their reputation than they were about the safety of the nation. On top of that, we were shocked to
getting pushback from people in the Pentagon based on their religious beliefs.
There really were religious fundamentalist extremists within the Pentagon that had a severe adversity to this topic.
These are national security experts, senior members of the national intelligence community who are putting their religion above national security.
A senior DoD official actually stopped me in the hallways in the Pentagon and told me that we were doing the devil's work.
I had to deal with people who were senior to me who were telling me in their world that these are demons and we are poking demons and messing with in Satan's world and all these other things that to me I was like, I can't believe this is coming out of your mouth. I'm briefing about an advanced aerospace vehicle that has been detected on multiple sensors that's absolutely there, and you're telling me that you think these are demons and that we shouldn't even look at them and study them. My mind was blown.
While we were trying to overcome all of these hurdles, we discovered another deeply hidden and much larger UAP program. This program was so sensitive that it was withheld from the Secretary of Defense, Congress, and even the President of the United States. This program is referred to as the Legacy Program. This program had been capturing, retrieving, and reverse engineering UAPs since at least 1947. On numerous occasions, these retrievals included the bodies of non-humans, some sort of intelligent being that is not human. When Jay and I began knocking on doors and trying to get access into the Legacy Program, there was this almost like an immune response by the Legacy Program, and antibodies came out of everywhere to try to shut us down.
We began communicating with scientists involved in the Legacy Program, but their leaders, when they learned of this, shut it down aggressively.
Not only were we met with fierce resistance and stonewalling, we actually had people angry at us that were even asking the question itself, as in, what right do we have to inquire about the Legacy Program, despite the fact that we were running ATIM.
Put yourself in my shoes. I'm conducting investigations of ongoing UAP activity, and there's this Legacy Program that has at least 80 years of information that can help us better understand this problem and protect national security, and they refuse to give it to us.
When it became clear that we couldn't work through the system, I knew from experience, having worked with the Senate Armed Services Committee, what it takes to move this oil tanker. Think about this immense ship that has massive inertia, and you're trying to get it to change course. When it comes to the Department of Defense, only Congress has the wherewithal to do that. And the way to get Congress's attention is first and foremost through the press. I knew we had to get the press engaged, to help get the Hill engaged, to then get back to changing the Defense Department to study this problem, to figure out, is there a threat, where are these things coming from, and how do they work?
As government employees, we're not allowed to talk to the media. So Lou and I strategized on how to overcome this hurdle.
There were really only two choices. The first choice was make peace with silence and sit on what is humanity's greatest secret, all the while keeping Americans in the dark. Or two, I could resign my position in protest and fulfill my obligations to the American people and telling the truth about what I know about UAP.
There was this difficult moment where Lou had to decide, do I throw in the towel? Do we give up on this? Do we ignore this? Or does he fall on his sword?
I couldn't, nor would I ever reveal classified information, but I knew that if I could say just enough at the unclassified level to make the media aware and our government officials aware of the reality of the UAP topic, then Jay hopefully would be able to use that momentum to go ahead and achieve the goals that we set out to achieve inside the government.
And we had a number of difficult conversations because Lou was giving up a very promising career. He loved what he was doing. He was very good at what he was doing. It's such a profound life decision for Lou to make for himself and his family.
During one of my routine hellish commutes back home, as I was stuck in traffic,
looking in front of me and behind me and seeing thousands of cars, I had this profound sense of isolation, a feeling I had never felt before in my life, a feeling that I was completely alone. I might as well have been living on the dark side of the moon. None of these people around me, in fact, no one anywhere, had any idea of what was actually going on around them. Not a clue. I thought to myself, these individuals deserve to know the truth. The mere fact that we're not alone in the universe. How can any one organization, institution, religion, or government control that, or censor that, or gatekeep that? No one has the rights to keep fundamental truths away from the American people and humanity. CNN has learned the Pentagon had a secretive program to research UFOs.
The existence of a secret government program to investigate UFO sightings. A recent report by the New York Times unveiled the existence of a real-life X-Files department. It's a secret government program to investigate mysterious flying objects. This seems potentially like one of the biggest stories of my lifetime.
These aircraft, we'll call them aircraft, are displaying characteristics that are not currently within the U.S. inventory, nor in any foreign inventory.
This is a very serious national security issue. Something is in our skies. It has been there for quite some time.
If you have objects that are doing things, maneuvering in ways without any obvious sign of propulsion, my submission is that what we're looking at is truly, by definition, exotic technologies beyond next generation technologies. And the bureaucracy in the Department of Defense really limited our ability to keep leadership informed of what we were seeing. As soon as the media started paying attention, Congress started paying attention. And I started getting calls from the Hill for briefings.
Senators received a classified briefing about UFOs at the Pentagon.
Senator Mark Warner, who was the vice chair of the Intelligence Committee, said, look, I think it's important that the military is taking this more seriously now than they did in the past.
Senator Rubio and Senator Warner, to their great credit, put national security above their own personal political careers and took the risk of engaging publicly on this issue. When they began to engage, the Defense Department had to admit to the world that this was real and it was happening. And that immediately took the entire credibility of the issue up a huge notch.
The U.S. Navy has finally acknowledged that videos appearing to show UFOs flying through the air are real.
Commander David Fravor describing it like a 40-foot-long tic-tac.
The ability to hover over the water and then start a vertical climb from basically zero towards about 12,000 feet and then accelerate in less than 2 seconds and disappear is something I had never seen in my life.
Repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours, and we don't know whose it is. That alone, just that statement alone, deserves inquiry, deserves attention, deserves focus.
If you have objects in the sky that you cannot identify, that's a problem because it could be China, it could be Russia, it could be any adversary.
Well, any unexplained phenomenon could pose a national security threat. That's the way you have to treat those things.
There's something violating our airspace. There's something fouling our ranges that even the people we've tasked in the executive branch to understand this cannot provide an explanation. So I would say, in addition to the national security implications, this has implications for basic trust and confidence in the American government.
We just simply don't know the origin of the phenomenon. And we're going to try to get to the bottom of it because for national defense purposes, some of these have been in areas that we train. These have been in areas where we've got some of our best equipment, and yet our best equipment has not been able to tag these things. We've not been able to go in and catch them.
No matter what they are, they're invading our airspace, and we don't know exactly why they're doing it, what their intent is, and what their capabilities are.
In addition to the national security concerns, this violation of all nation sovereign airspace presents a safety of flight concern for all military and civilian aviation. And the even scarier thing is that the Federal Aviation Administration stopped using radar to track our air travel. They only track aircraft, predominantly commercial and civilian, that are squawking. So they're actually putting a signal into the system saying, here's where I am. The only way they know the UAP are there is if the pilot sees something and says something. The fact that the FAA is not tracking attacking UAP is putting American lives at risk every day.
I'm Brett Feddersen. I served as the Director of Aviation Security in the National Security Council and as the Acting Director for the Federal Aviation Administration's National Security Programs Office. I can say with my experience that we are absolutely not alone in this universe. The biggest thing that concerns me with UAPs is the national security concern. It's the unknown. It's the fact that this technology does stuff that we can't do. And if we can't figure out what it is or what it wants, or what it's being used for, that keeps me up at night in the idea that we're behind the power curve. We want to be able to maintain the cutting edge technology and the advantage here in the United States so that we can sleep comfortably at night and feel the safety of what the American government has provided.
There's sort of, I think, 4 hypotheses out there, one of which is that this is foreign adversary technology that we simply don't understand or weren't aware of, and that would amount to probably the biggest intelligence failure in modern American history. The second of which is that this is a robust counterintelligence program to cover up for a U.S. government effort that has fallen kind of away from congressional oversight. A third hypothesis is obviously that this is interdimensional or extraterrestrial, and then the fourth could be a combination of the previous 3.
Some of the biggest strategic blunders in human history. The foundation of those blunders were a lack of imagination. The belief that an adversary or whoever could not do something because it had never been done before. The U.S. thought it was safe with those ships in Pearl Harbor because we didn't think that the Japanese could get there, much less have torpedoes that could navigate such a narrow strait and hit these ships until they did. We never thought in our wildest dreams that terrorists would strike us in the homeland by training for a year to become pilots and then hijacking commercial aircraft and crashing them into buildings. And they did. The thing that always keeps me up at night, something in human psyche that says, I don't have time or energy to sort of prepare for the unforeseen or what I've never seen done before. And that leads to strategic surprise and sometimes strategic surprises that change the course of human history.
There was one classified briefing that I gave to members of the House and Senate where I took military pilots to tell them the story of their encounters with UAP. Those stories left them so rattled that they had trouble sleeping that night.
The United States' most trusted military servicemen and women and irrefutable data from our intelligence collection systems have been observing UAP for decades. Everything observed can be categorized by 5 distinct performance characteristics. At ATIP, we call these the observables. The first observable is hypersonic velocity. Our current fastest aircraft can go roughly 4,600 miles per hour. However, the UAP we are observing are traveling at 40,000 miles per hour and sometimes faster. The next observable is instantaneous acceleration, a sudden change in velocity. At full speed, the SR-71, known as the Blackbird, requires roughly half the state of Ohio to complete its turn. What we are seeing with UAP are vehicles that can make immediate right-angle turns, instantaneously accelerating and stopping on a dime at speeds up to 10 times faster than the SR-71.
If you're in a sustained fight, you can get up to 7.5 Gs. It gets physically painful over time to be under that amount of gravity. And that's just going from 0 to 200 miles an hour in about 2.5 seconds. Now think of going 0 to thousands of miles an hour in less than a second, what the force would be on your body. The human body can only take so much before the internal organs start to separate themselves from everything they're hooked to, which is usually bad.
Even if it was a drone, it would rip the drone, the unmanned vehicle, apart.
The next observable is low observability. All modern technology have a signature. For example, most aircraft leave visible contrails as they fly. We usually hear a sonic boom associated with the sound barrier being broken. UAP, however, leave almost no observable signatures.
Our airplanes actually throw out exhaust behind it and thrust behind it to push it forward. Whatever these things are, they're not doing that. There's no exhaust, no particles coming off of them that we can see.
The next observable is trans-medium travel. UAP
UAP have been observed operating in space, in air, and underwater, and they are moving seamlessly through each of these environments without any normal signature and without compromising performance.
We've observed a transmedium capability of these phenomena to move from space to the atmosphere to the ocean.
In the Aguadilla, Puerto Rico case, a DHS helicopter caught the spherical object flying. It entered the water and exited the water, so transmedium without losing any velocity.
It goes into the ocean and makes no splash or wake at 74 miles per hour. I calculated how much force you would require just to propel a basketball under the water at 74 miles per hour, and you would need a Bezo 7 rocket motor or 2 Learjet engines. That would turn the water up like crazy. So this is a technology that's frictionless.
The next observable is anti-gravity. UAPs seem to be defying the natural effects of Earth's gravity without any obvious means of doing so. No signs of propulsion or lift, meaning no wings, no control surfaces, or ability to maneuver.
In 2014 to 2015, we were operating off the coast of Virginia Beach, off the eastern seaboard, to the APG-79 radar. And this allowed us to essentially see more objects we weren't expecting to see. And there's a particular case of one of these objects maintaining a complete stationary position inside of 120 knot winds, essentially inside of a hurricane. It just seems like they're not affected by the environment the way we are.
They were tracking them from above 80,000 feet. So for those that don't know, above 80,000, that's where you start getting into space. So these things were coming down, they would sit for like 3 hours and they would go back up. Which to my knowledge, we don't have anything that has the capabilities as far as the energy required to come down, hang out for 3 hours and go up.
The observed UAP capability exceeds that of even the most advanced human technologies that are developed in classified black programs.
From our exposure, I mean, there's nothing we have that comes close.
There's actually a sixth observable, which is not a flight characteristic. That is biological effects.
I got started working on this actually in this office. There was a knock at the door, and 2 individuals who represented themselves as being with the CIA and an aerospace company came to me and asked for my help. They had of military personnel, intelligence officials, and others associated with the Department of Defense who had direct interactions with UAP, and because of that direct interaction, suffered some kind of medical harm. They wanted my help to look at the so-called inflammatory secondary events that might be measured in the blood. Anything from the horrific burns that I've seen on some of the individuals that leads to secondary problems with autoimmune diseases and sclerosis, etc. And then the internal scarring that I've seen on some individuals. These people have scarring inside of their bodies and inside of their brains. And you should think about it, if you get too close to the back end of a jet engine, or for instance, if you get too close to the transformer system that just powering your neighborhood, there's energy coming out of those things. I mean, those are just human technologies. Now imagine you've got something which is a more advanced technology, which is generating some kind of field that allows these objects to move. You can imagine if you get too close to it, you're going to get harmed.
I spent 10 years as an intelligence officer for the Navy, and before that, 6 years as Air Force intelligence. And I spent time on the UAP task force. I'm one of the intelligence officials that has experienced biological effects of encountering UAP. Since my first encounter, I've observed other craft, orbs, we'll call it exotic energy fields. Unfortunately, those of us who've investigated it, we become part of the investigation or investigated by our colleagues. The population had about a 25% mortality rate within 7 years of having an interaction. Probably important that the public understands that this is more than just an aerial phenomenon.
When you have an anecdote that is accompanied by medical data, that's something that I can hand to another scientist, another doctor, and say, here it is, you explain it. We can argue about what the conclusion is, but we can't argue that the data is real.
The Deputy Director
Director of Naval Intelligence, who understood the national security concerns of UAP, directed me to start quietly building out a whole government interagency effort that ultimately became the UAP Task Force. This new program was much bigger than ATIP ever was. Our mission was to detect, analyze, and catalog UAPs that pose a threat to U.S. national security. I had handpicked members from all 16 agencies of the intelligence community. The Secretary of Defense formally announced the UAP Task Force in August of 2020, naming me the first director. Everyone in authority was paying attention to this topic. One very distinctive moment for me was briefing then Secretary of Treasury, Steve Mnuchin. I got through my briefing, and at the end of the brief, he sat back in his chair, and he said, "You know, Jay, you may wonder why I asked for this briefing." And he said, "What are the economic impacts of the president going to the microphone and telling the world we're not alone?" We have to think about those kinds of impacts in order to prepare if the president were to make that move.
Meanwhile, Chris Miller and I were working with the Senate behind the scenes to craft UAP legislation that was then taken by Marco Rubio and pushed into the coronavirus relief bill. When President Trump signed this legislation into law, it then forced the Pentagon and the UAP Task Force to provide written reports to Congress, both classified and unclassified.
The long-awaited Pentagon report on UFOs has finally been released.
The Director of National Intelligence just a few days ago released a new report on 144 sightings. When we talk about sightings, we're talking about objects that have been seen by Navy or Air Force pilots or have been picked up by satellite imagery. Frankly, there are a lot more sightings than have been made public.
The report clarifies that most incidents over the past 2 decades are not from the U.S. military or other advanced U.S. government technology.
So the issue now is, why are they here? Where are they coming from? And what is the technology behind these devices that we're observing?
As noisy as that first unclassified report was, it barely scratched the surface. The few elected officials that actually got to read the classified version of the report, it really opened their eyes to the national security concerns surrounding this topic.
There's enough obvious evidence here that we need to take this seriously, not downplay it.
I don't believe they're coming from foreign adversaries. If they were, why, that would suggest that they have a technology which is in a whole different sphere than anything we understand. And frankly, China and Russia just aren't there. And neither are we, by the way. They see trillions of galaxies out there, so who knows what might have developed somewhere else.
Does the United States believe that there may be life outside of Earth?
What we believe is that there are unexplained aerial phenomena that have been cited and reported by pilots, Navy and Air Force. Then, these phenomena have, in some cases, had an impact on our training ranges, on our pilots' ability to fly, train, operate, and stay ready. That alone makes it a national security issue worth looking at. We don't know. We don't have the answers about what these phenomena are.
As we continue to make progress, a very powerful disinformation campaign began.
When the government started running this despicable disinformation campaign against Lou, I actually received an email one day from the Pentagon Public Affairs Office with this narrative that they were providing back to the media that was completely false. And I replied all to that email and said, "This is wrong." And they ran with it anyway. They actually told the American people that Lou Elizondo did not work there, and that was an outright lie.
My family and I suffer greatly for it. That all you have in your life is really your credibility and your word. It's heartbreaking.
They don't want anybody that's based on facts being involved in this. So what do? They go online and try to belittle Elizondo and me and everybody else is trying to do it a scientific way.
was still being privately encouraged by his former members of ATIP to continue the fight. And so that gave me the motivation to continue to press forward. And the fire that we started continued to spread.
After decades of public denial, the Pentagon now admits there's something out there, and the U.S. Senate wants to know what it is. UFOs, unidentified flying objects, are real.
The government has already stated for the record that they're real. I'm not telling you that. The United States government is telling you that.
There's footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are.
What's your viewpoint on what these objects that seem to defy all laws of physics are?
Well, first of all, that's a legitimate question. There are lots of mysteries out there. It should keep us humble. There's a lot of stuff we don't know.
There have been sightings all over the world, and when we talk about sightings, the other thing I will tell you is it's not just a pilot or just a satellite or some intelligence collection. Usually we have multiple sensors that are picking up these things.
There's always the question of, is there something else that we simply do not understand that might come extraterrestrial?
I think it's presumptuous and arrogant for us to believe that there's no other form of life anywhere in the entire universe. Well, I've seen some of those videos from movie pilots, and I must tell you that they are quite eyebrow-raising and might in fact be some type of phenomenon that is the result of something that we don't yet understand, and that could involve some type of activity that some might say, you can say, a different form of life.
We don't know if the non-human intelligence that is already here is exclusively extraterrestrial or perhaps a sort of cryptoterrestrial.
Some people who are into the physics of time travel think, well, maybe they're time travelers.
Even some sort of proto-human that somehow branched off from the human family tree long ago and is as natural to this planet as we are.
Some ancient civilization that's sequestered away somewhere on the earth or on the seabed.
We've heard testimonials from pilots as well as civilians from different countries having seen things come from the ocean, unexplained things. And these aren't missiles, they aren't rockets, they aren't aircraft or submarines. These are otherworldly things that are performing maneuvers that haven't been seen.
In fact, we have tracked UAP underwater going at speeds in excess of several hundred miles an hour, but without the associated signatures.
I retired as the oceanographer of the Navy, being the senior advisor for the Chief of Naval Operations in the Pentagon. Our knowledge of the ocean is rather limited. We haven't even explored 80% of the ocean volume. We have mapped the surface of Mars and the Moon to a higher resolution than the Earth's seafloor.
Is it possible that whatever we're seeing isn't from out there, it's from down there?
Are we looking at an entire world underneath the water?
I think it's very safe to say that with so much of the ocean volume unexplored and the seafloor unmapped, that if any intelligence were to arrive here and not want to be detected, it would stay in the ocean.
All these possibilities could come with different intentions and motivations.
Whoever it is, they're here. And they're operating here. And they have been operating here for a long time.
In 2022, we started pushing Congress hard to hold public UAP hearings, and that's when disclosure started to get to the next level.
House panel is holding a public hearing on mysterious flying objects.
The chairman of the House Intelligence Committee describes this as one of the great mysteries of our time, and it's a big day for all of these people who have spent so many years pushing for more transparency into this topic. Out of everything in Congress and everything happening currently in our country and world right now, the UAP topic has been one of the only topics that's received this level of bipartisan support.
It's just not an issue, at least as of yet, in this country that lends itself to some sort of partisan or ideological divide.
Democrats and Republicans who just want to understand
its core. Unidentified aerial phenomena are a potential national security threat, and they need to be treated that way. UAPs are unexplained, it's true, but they are real. They need to be investigated, and many threats they pose need to be mitigated.
There's something there measurable by multiple instruments, and yet it seems to move in directions that are inconsistent with what we know of physics or science more broadly.
There are a number of events in which we do not have an explanation, in which there are flight characteristics or signature management that we can't explain.
We know that our service members have encountered unidentified aerial phenomena. And because UAPs pose potential flight safety and general security risks, we are committed to a focused effort to determine their origins.
The capabilities, systems, processes, and sources we use to observe, record, study, or analyze these phenomena need to be classified at appropriate levels. We do not want potential adversaries to know exactly what we're able to see or understand, or how we come to the conclusions we make. Therefore, public disclosures must be carefully considered on a case-by-case basis.
The hearing was a historic bipartisan effort towards transparency, but it left both the American public and Congress with more questions than answers.
While I was making progress, I learned that the legacy program was quietly behind the scenes pushing back, and they were creating bureaucratic hurdles that were somehow able to block the funding that was approved for the UAP task force. I can't describe it any other way than I was just angry. There's this hidden hand that is blocking all of these actions and things that I'm doing. A subversive government overriding the real government. It's so bad that we really aren't going to make progress until someone shines the light on it.
And then the staff and the members start to dig in more. They begin to understand the landscape. They begin to understand how much secrecy there is, how much resistance there is to coming clean on this.
As Congress began hearing from whistleblowers in classified settings, they came to the realization of the existence of the legacy program. The main players in the legacy program have long been the Central Intelligence Agency, the United States Air Force, the Department of Energy, and major defense contractors. The Central Intelligence Agency is responsible for the oversight of the overall effort. You might think of them as a little bit as a headquarters element.
The Deputy Director of Science and Technology at the CIA controls the UAP crash retrieval portfolio.
The United States Air Force is responsible for field operations. These are the folks that are responsible for deploying within a moment's notice anywhere in the world to go secure and retrieve crashed UAP.
We have intelligence teams quickly notified if there's some UAP event that might involve a crash vehicle or pieces from the crash vehicle.
The United States Air Force uses their own special forces, but they also coordinate with other special forces in the other branches of the U.S. military.
They're so well organized that they basically can get to a site, gather material, whatever it is, and once it's in their possession, they have the authority to classify it and therefore make any information about it unavailable to the public, even admission that it exists unavailable to the public.
The defense contractors, they're responsible for the exploitation and the reverse engineering and analysis of the materials.
They provide technical and advisory services that the government doesn't have.
And last but not least is the Department of Energy. They are the world's experts in anything that is related to either atomic or nuclear technology or anything that gives off radiation. But there's another advantage because the Department of Energy has its own security classification system, well outside the overview and oversight, if you will, of traditional classification systems like the Department of Defense or the intelligence community.
They've used the security and classification language in the Atomic Energy Act to hide the legacy crash retrieval program.
The intelligence officials that have briefed on these crash retrievals have talked about a number of different species having been observed to be associated with the crash. Bodies recovered are not all at the same time.
I'm aware of at least two advanced
advanced non-human species, one of which made contact with the legacy crash retrieval program, the other of which the bodies were recovered by the crash retrieval program in various crashes.
One of the questions is often raised, if they're so advanced, why are there crashes? But of course, I mean, cars are well made and people drive them carefully, but there are crashes. It can happen. Another option that's being considered is that maybe some of these were not, quote, really crashes, but that they were left here for us to examine in order to advance our technology forward at a faster pace. So in that sense, they can be seen as gifts from more intelligent species. One of the questions that would then be raised would be, well, are gifts distributed differently among different nations, or more or less homogeneously, to see who survives and makes progress the fastest? It could be a giant IQ test, you might say.
As we brought whistleblowers to Congress, we learned that the legacy program was involved in a long-running secret war with other nations to collect and reverse engineer vehicles not made by humans. In this secret theater of war, the U.S. has both allies and adversaries in a winner-takes-all scenario. This is a very complicated geopolitical landscape where alliances and allegiances shift like sand in the desert.
We would certainly prefer a situation where the retrieval is either in international waters or some other uncontested location, or maybe in an allied country, but every country in the world would do everything in their power to try to retrieve an exquisite piece of technology.
The first country that cracks the code on this technology will be the leader for years to come. This is similar to the Manhattan Project. We developed the atomic weapon. We won the war, and it made us a superpower for almost a century now. This is the atomic weapon on steroids.
Some of the craft observed could be the result of say, a legacy program, or on the other hand, might be the result of advancements made by potential adversaries.
We have seen highly credible U.S. government intelligence on the Soviet recovery of a crashed UAP in 1989. They recovered a Tic Tac shaped UAP that was twice as big as the Tic Tac that was encountered by the USS Nimitz carrier strike group. And they did recover 4 bodies of humanoid aliens. The Soviet scientists took apart the recovered craft and discovered a very advanced directed energy weapon.
China is at the top of everybody's list of concern right now in the Defense Department.
Some of this UAP activity we are seeing here in the United States may actually be a result of a Chinese UAP reverse engineering program.
If Xi Jinping had access to this, if Putin had access to this, and they thought that we did not have access to similar capabilities in what they did, do you think for a second that they wouldn't consider using it to achieve their ends of domination?
And their approach to it is driven by science and a desire to match what they think is ours. We'll wake up one day and realize, I don't know how they got there, but they got there ahead of us, and now we're screwed.
This technology can absolutely either revolutionize the way we do things or completely destroy everything that we know. It often reminds me of the famous speech by President John F. Kennedy when we were right at the threshold of entering into a new era of discovery in space.
There is new knowledge to be gained and new rights to be won, and they must be won and used for the progress of all people. For space science, like nuclear science and all technology, has no conscience of its own. Whether it will become a force for good or ill depends on man, and only the United States occupies a position of preeminence can we help decide whether this new ocean will be a sea of peace
presidents have been briefed on the basic facts about the situation, but they are not provided with all the details.
I think there's this assumption that presidents can walk in the Oval Office on day one and say, all right, take me to Roswell, show me the alien bodies. I want to see the video of the autopsy. I want to see the whole thing, open it up. I think that really is a naive understanding of how our government works. Even presidents have often been operating on a need-to-know basis. That's certainly true from a historic standpoint. The rationale, the justification was, the president shouldn't know about these things because that way the president always has deniability. All they need is a nod in this direction or in that direction. But that begins to ramp out of control. Frankly, I don't even know the president would know who to ask. You could go to the director of the CIA, nowadays the director of national intelligence, and ask them. And even that person may not know because those people rotate. But the people 3 layers underneath them that are there for 30 years, to them, it's like I've seen these people come and go. I have no obligation to tell them it exists. It just never percolates out.
A lot of people have this assumption that the director of CIA is right onto everything and knows everything. The director of CIA is a political appointee. Quite frankly, they're temporary help. Whereas the director of science and technology at CIA, this is a career intelligence professional. That's where you're going to put the program. I had a few private conversations with former President George Herbert Walker Bush in 2003, in which he told me that when he became the CIA director in the Ford administration, he was not briefed on the legacy UAP crash retrieval program, but he later found out about it, and he informed me that there were a number of crash retrievals that had taken place since the mid-1940s. And he also informed me of a UAP event that took place at Holloman Air Force Base in 1964, where 3 UAPs approached the Air Force Base. One of them landed on the tarmac, and a non-human entity deboarded the craft that landed and interacted with uniformed Air Force and civilian CIA personnel. And when he asked for more details, he was told that he did not have a need to know.
I served over 30 years as an Army Green Beret in the United States Army. I ended my career as Secretary of Defense. Some intelligence official decided I, the acting Secretary of Defense, did not have a need to know about the UAP topic.
Several of my colleagues participated in a panel organized by the George Bush administration when the administration contemplated going public with disclosure.
What it was a group of 10 or 12 people from intelligence agencies, from the military, some business people. And they said, here's what's going on. The Americans, the Russians, and the Chinese all had retrieved craft from some other civilization. And there's some belief at this point that maybe this should be revealed to the public. And we want to know, well, what would the consequences be?
This is a topic that has the potential to create serious ontological shock to society. It's not just national security. It's psychological, it's sociological, it's theological, and it's philosophical.
It's undermining, in many ways, it's troubling to a lot of people to say that there's something else out there, either otherworldly, interdimensional. I think, unfortunately, it goes against our traditions. Our cultural traditions, our religious traditions, and it challenges the beliefs of a lot of people.
The Vatican has irrefutable evidence that non-human intelligence exists. Although publicly they don't want to acknowledge it, privately they are very well aware of this. What happens when society realizes everything it's been taught about the entire history of our species has been wrong, and everybody learns all at once that we're not the top of the food chain. We're not the alpha predators.
It would be a shakeup for institutions. It'd be a shakeup for norms. It'd be a shakeup in society.
One has to be careful, and one has to remember that it's conceivable that there's something that's so disturbing or disruptive or negative that there's a rationale for not immediately disclosing all of that information.
We actually came up with a list of 64 areas that really would be impacted to some significant degree by such a disclosure. And we add up all the numbers. It looks like this would be kind of a bad idea.
Did you go through the secret files, the UFO documents? Now that you're out of office, you can do anything you want, right?
Yeah.
crash retrievals of unknown crashed. This line of strong control started, at least in the Truman administration, with the Roswell crash.
In ATIP, we learned that the UAP event at the U.S. Army Airfield in Roswell in 1947 did actually occur.
It was described to be a boot heel-shaped UAP that broke into two pieces on impact, and observers saw what looked like hieroglyphics or some type of writing on it.
You might describe them as runes or glyphs, hieroglyphs that were actually on the craft itself. And within that crash, non-human bodies were recovered.
4 non-human bodies were recovered from the UAP crash at Roswell.
The recovered material from the crash, including the bodies, were all sent up to Wright Field, which is now called Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. That's where the U.S. had the best reverse engineers.
Context for everything in 1947. The U.S. had just won World War II and was entering into a Cold War with the USSR. These UAP presented a technology of unfathomable power. It was imperative that the U.S. be able to reverse engineer this new technology before anybody else or before anybody else even knew about it.
You can't tell your friends without telling your enemies. That's a key component to every decision as to what we do or do not release.
Back in 1947, when they looked at this and they realized it was real and they realized they had no idea what it was, this was something you couldn't just talk about, because the role of the President of the United States and the role of the military is to defend the United States and to protect its citizens. If this is something that they can protect against, well, they're not going to come out and say it. They're not going to scare anybody.
They don't want to tell the American public about the threat because there's nothing they can do about it.
It was only a couple months after Roswell that President Truman signed the National Security Act of 1947, which established both the Air Force and the Central Intelligence Agency. That was the start point at which both the CIA and the Air Force began to take operational control of the UAP topic. But it wasn't until a couple years later, when Truman signed the Central Intelligence Agency Act, that really endorsed the CIA to be able to run secret intelligence operations outside the normal routine oversight channels. Basically, be able to run operations without anybody knowing. From Roswell on, the strategy for dealing with the public and ensuring U.S. secrecy is maintained was to basically adopt a strategy of deny everything, admit nothing, make counter accusations, put out false narratives, intimidate and discredit witnesses. In essence, deny, establish stigma surrounding this topic in order to prevent any type of disclosure.
Executive Order 12333 bans covert action to influence the public and the media. But the Legacy Crash Retrieval Program has been ignoring that. In fact, they are aggressively influencing public opinion by using an active disinformation campaign.
To create a tradition of disbelief where you basically start very early, everybody who sees UFOs are crackpots. And then that gets built in, to the media enterprise. It gets built into Hollywood. It gets built into the public. CIA funded Hollywood movies in order to create that ridicule factor that they still use to this day.
So do you believe a recent spike in UFO encounters?
I get the UFO question?
I'm not. I'm just, I loved E.T., the movie, but I'm just going to leave it there.
Up until very recently, there was zero incentive for a naval aviator to come forward and say, this is what I saw. And honestly, up until very recently, there was zero incentive for a U.S. senator to talk about it. Because people would think, what's wrong? This guy's a weirdo.
Over the years, military service members, intelligence officials, and even private citizens have been ridiculed and made to look crazy, to the point where people have lost their jobs, they've lost their ability to provide for their families, they've lost their security clearances. These people have their lives ruined simply because they spoke.
All right. Pause it right there, because I got to step away from the house. But there you go, guys. I have my other account, Michelle A. Put the link in the chat of this video. You can probably find it on Prime or Amazon or something like that. It's called The Age of Disclosure. It came out in November. 2025. It's about an hour and 50 minutes long. And yeah, that was Mark Rubio. You just heard talking. So he's actually in this documentary talking about UAPs and UFOs and exposing it to the public. And as y'all can see, they are teetering on that line. It's almost like everything is happening all at once. They don't have a choice. They're gonna have to tell us what the hell is going on down here. But yeah, the link is in the chat if y'all want to finish watching that video. Is anybody up? Do I need to shut this motherfucker down?
I'm up, but I don't know if anybody else is up. Pedro. Yeah.
Yeah. Step out and come back.
Team just came in.
Let me tell you, I don't see the chat. Y'all, I see the chat from yesterday. I don't see nothing new today. Send me to the good. All right. Let me take my other PTR off. She don't need to be up here.
That's all about the war or something else, CIA.
That video was about the government exposing UFOs and UAPs and stuff like that. It came out in November. It's called The Age of Disclosure. And last I checked, it was $14.99 on Prime. But somebody in this room sent it to me. I forgot who the person was, but she sent it to me, and I just held on to it. I watched it once without the room months ago. It's like, okay, well, since y'all sleeping, I'm gonna play it. But yeah, that was Mark Rubio. Like, the entire government is on it. They know that this stuff is real. They know. It's just only a matter of time. And I like the point that the man made. He said that these things have been visited in other countries. And I wonder, are they giving us all the same technology? Or are they giving us all different types of technology? Like, you can get this, and I'm going to give them over here this. Like,
exactly. I thought that was always the reason for the wars, because some of these countries were getting different technology more advanced than the others. They was fighting over, the advanced technology. That's just my theory. I didn't mean to cut you off, Flawless.
you good?
A UFO or UAP also would be a comet too. Like there was comets that they discovered that they didn't know what it was. You know what I mean? That's something that I think it's an unidentified flying object. It also could be a comet.
We had one in flying in South Carolina. They were trying to say it was something from a space station. I don't believe y'all. The way that thing was looking, talking about some rocket. Look, ain't nothing new. This stuff has been around just for a good while now. It's just only a matter of time. But I'm like, damn, Mark Rubio was in this documentary. All y'all gotta do is just come out and be like, take your mask off. Just take your mask off. We'll know that you're real. Just keep it real. But I like how Augustus came in here yesterday, and he very undercover. I think that's a really big deal.
What do you think about the drones?
The drones, the fact that the U.S. didn't know that they had those type of drones.
No, I'm just saying drones in general, like, having a drone flying around. Because humans are doing that now.
Yeah, my sons have drones. They love them. We surveillance the neighborhood. They be flying little drones all over the neighborhood. I think, man, that's a good way to send a message. I don't know, I just thought about that. Like if you don't want to call nobody, you don't want to send it in an email, like you want to hide something. Best way to send it at this point, a drone is like a bird, how they used to send messages to birds back in the day. Exactly what that is. I'm behind a screwdriver. But yeah, I like the drone.
Yeah,
people got weapons on their drones. And they just spent $15 billion on military weaponry, drones, and all of that type of shit recently. So that's something of the future. You will. What you think?
No, I was just saying the drones go fly. You use it to do different things. Pick up things, deliver things. They use it for different reasons.
Yeah, they said Walmart about to have their drone delivery system. I said I'm gonna order 10 cases of water. Yeah, I'm gonna order 10 cases of water on the ass. And look, it's the way of the future. I mean, unfortunately, do we want to go that way? Or we actually probably don't have a choice. I think we do have a choice. You don't have to live in it. It's all about what you want to do. If you really don't want to live in it, I know people that live off grid. They don't live in it. They do have a cell phone, but they don't be on their phone like that. And that's one thing I always hear from these military, because I see a lot of military men and women. They all said, make sure you get you some property at least 20 to 30 miles outside, away from the highway. Yep. Did something happen with ChatGPT? Anybody know anything with ChatGPT?
Like what?
I don't know, there was just in the news something about people canceling their subscriptions. Like something that's going on.
Why do you think they cancel them? Because they don't want people in their business?
But see, the thing is, it's just because we were just watching the video yesterday. I think it was Algeria AI or something. They're stepping away from the government, and it looks like thing was that Gene played a video yesterday about an AI company that government is banning. They're about to shut them down. And now ChatGPT Pentagon deal just changed. They got a Pentagon deal. Yeah, people are mad at OpenAI. OpenAI agreed to let the Pentagon use its tech for any lawful purpose, including killer robots and mass surveillance. Quiet GPT argues that many users wrongly believe ChatGPT is the only viable AI assistant. So people are switching platforms. Well, folks is mad. Over ChatGPT. See, that other company that turned them down, I ain't never heard of that company.
I know USA lost the war in Vietnam, and they lost the war in Afghanistan. But I wonder, like, how was USA affected by losing the war in Afghanistan? That's a good question to ask ChatGPT. How was USA affected by losing the war in Vietnam? How was USA affected by losing the war in Afghanistan? That's two good questions to ask ChatGPT.
Oh, have you asked your ChatGPT?
No, I'm just saying. We talking right now. Huh?
Yeah, well, ask it.
Yeah. I'm just saying that, you know.
Yeah, ask it.
I
Ask if we really lose those wars. Because some people would disagree with you. You know, it's like a debate topic or something.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I would ask it all of those questions and see what it says.
USA, well, from my understanding, is USA didn't really win Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? From my understanding, USA didn't really win Vietnam, and USA didn't really win the war in Afghanistan. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean,
USA definitely won World War II.
Oh, would it? Well, if you're supplying weaponry to both sides, I mean.
USA didn't win Vietnam, and USA didn't win Afghanistan, but they won World War II. But I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up right now and see what they say.
Yeah, look it up real quick. Looks like somebody put a video in the chat. Tara, what that is in the chat? I can't see it. Something about a video. She said she's from Iran. Come up here, Tara. Talk to us. Talk to us, darling. You down there in the group.
Alright, it said USA lost the war in Afghanistan and the Vietnam War. And it said public trust in the government decreased. After both wars, many Americans began to distrust the government decisions about war. During the Vietnam era, events like the Pentagon Papers showed the public that officials had misled people about how the war was going. After Afghanistan, many Americans questioned why the war lasted 20 years and ended with the Taliban returning to power. This created a long-lasting skepticism towards military interventions. Okay.
Can you play a video?
Can I play a video? No.
Yeah, you don't have a thing on your phone? I don't either. Let me see.
What thing you need to play video? What do you need to play video?
Well, I'm not really. Well, everybody say it's something in them three dots on the upper right-hand corner, and it's supposed to be something up there, but I don't know what the heck they be talking about half the time, so. Mine says background music. There's y'all, if you got an iPhone, yours says something different.
Losing these two wars did not eliminate U.S. global power. The United States still has the world's strongest military, the largest economy, and global alliances like NATO. But it was something about guerrilla warfare that was the issue. Guerrilla warfare. Human and financial costs. Both wars were extremely expensive. Vietnam War, about 58,000 American soldiers killed. Afghanistan War, about 2,400 U.S. troops killed. The Afghanistan War also cost the U.S. government $2 trillion. Overall effect, losses did not destroy U.S. power, but they made Americans and leaders much more cautious about entering long wars overseas. Okay, so I see why they're so apprehensive about this Iranian war. You know what I mean? It makes sense.
Good morning, Sean. Rich Rising.
Good morning.
Yeah, I sent you 2 videos. If you're able to play them, can you play them for the room, please? It's a young lady in the chat. In the bottom, her name is Tara. She says she's from Iran. And she just wanted to bring a different perspective. She doesn't have a mic right now, so she can't really talk. I sent you the videos just now. King, that is very, very interesting that you say that. I don't know, look, it's so much alignment going on right now. So much stuff going on right now. So much energy being passed around.
Yeah, it's a lot of Iranians on this app too. On Clubhouse. Definitely.
Like this social experiment of Clubhouse?
Because I remember when before what's his name? Khomeini died. Before Ayatollah Khomeini died. I was in an Iranian room and he was talking about how he was a tyrant, how bad he treated the people and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Seems like that's like all the way around consensus with a lot of people. But then when you look it up online, those people is over there protesting, they mad, and they firing off bombs. So like, who's really mad? I don't think, like, that don't make any sense to me. Who's shooting the missiles if these people were, if they're happy they don't have their tyrant anymore?
Right, that's the whole thing, right? When the U.S. went over there and got rid of Ayatollah Khomeini, it's still Iranians. It's Iranians that are salty about that, and then it's Iranians that was happy that they got rid of Ayatollah Khomeini, but then there's Iranians that are salty about it and they want to attack the U.S. So, I mean, you know, that's the real world, because it's no different than when Maduro was captured. There were Venezuelans that was happy, and then there were Venezuelans that wasn't, you know?
Right, I agree.
Yeah, that's humanity.
Sounds like a bunch of mixed
this video is 45 minutes. Is there a time frame that you want me to catch it at? What? This is 45 minutes. You said you want to wait.
I don't know. Shoot, wait a minute. Tara, is she still in here? Tara, if you, yeah, I see her. She's still at the bottom.
She can come up and
Tara,
on the stage.
but she don't have a mic. Yeah, she don't have a mic though. But I'm just saying, Tara, we ain't got to listen to the. We were very.
It's 45 minutes. I'm not against watching the video, but
wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. She said we were very happy, but it was followed by the bombs. What bombs? Look, how much of that video you want us to watch? Like, is there a timestamp you want us to go to,
This
Tara?
is 45 minutes, and it's very informative. I can tell it's very informative. He has photos, he has graphs, he has numbers, but that's 45 minutes. I thought this was going to be 5 minutes.
Me too. I didn't even look at it. I just.
I'll look at it because it can help our stock portfolio that I'm going to set up for us, Michelle, but, you know, we going to make some money. 45 minutes. Damn, I gotta get pen and paper to watch this video.
Oh, probably. Take notes.
Because it's 45 minutes, and the other one is an hour.
Well, damn.
It's about 2 hours of work.
I just want to know why they're happy that their leader is gone. What happened?
32,000 motherfucking women and children then got slaughtered by this Kamani dude. So when it comes to everything, when it comes to everything, the media withholds a lot of information when it comes to this story, where we're taking the jihadists' route. Because the jihadists, that dude in Senegal, regardless if you think it's MK Ultra or not, that motherfucker got the same views where he would come up on the stage and agree with everybody that's anti-Israel, which I'm not a Zionist, but jihadism is something that the black community should move, steer, and clear away from. I don't see how that would benefit us to essentially get fully inoculated completely.
Yeah, forget about that dude, bro. You went crazy, man.
Well, you really want to put the video? Shit, fuck it, I'll play the video because she got a point. We do be talking about bullshit. Well, the room do be talking about bullshit for 3 hours. All right, game theory.
Have a nice break, and welcome back to the end of the world. So as you know, World War III has started. The United States and Israel have started to attack Iran. And we are now in the 4th day of this war. And we can expect this war to last for many weeks, possibly also for many years. But I promise you that after this war is done, the world will never be the same again. So what we will do these next few weeks is just game theory and understand and analyze the geopolitical situation. And so I'm going to teach you the ideas, the theory, the techniques to understand the world around you and make predictions. And we can know if our analysis is correct because all this is happening in real time, and so we can test it against reality. All right? So let's go over some basic facts about what's happened so far. So in the early morning of Saturday in Tehran, the Israelis and Americans launched a decapitation strike against the Ayatollah Khamenei, who is the supreme leader of Iran. Now, there are arguments and disputes about as to what happened. The Americans and Israelis said that they had real intelligence about where the leader was, and so they sent airplanes to just bomb the crap out of the place. They also had a spy who was able to record the body of the dead Ayatollah. And then this was announced. At first, the Iranians denied this, and the Iranians insisted he was still alive. But eventually, state media admitted that he did die in the airstrike. But then what they also said is that the Ayatollah is 86 years old, and he chose to die. He could have gone to Moscow, but instead he chose to stay in Tehran and die for his people. But not only that, he died along many of his relatives. He died along with his daughter, his son-in-law, his grandchildren. So many of the family died in this assault. implicating the leadership of the Iranians. From the Iranian perspective, this is a martyrdom, okay? And so the religion of the Iranians is called Shia Muslim. And this is different from Sunni Muslim. So Sunnis are the majority, they're about 9% of all Muslims in the world. The Shia have always been the minority. And as such, they've always been persecuted. So in the Shia faith, the core value, the force that binds everyone together and gives them purpose and meaning in life, that galvanizes them into action, is the idea of martyrdom, which forces jihad. You sacrifice yourself for your religion, sacrifice yourself for the common good. So think of the death of Khamenei as a sacrifice, a self-sacrifice, in order to motivate the Iranians in this war, okay? So that's the first thing you need to understand. That for the Iranians, this is not a geopolitical war. This is not an economic war. This is not a war of resistance. This is a jihad, okay? It's a war against the great Satan to avenge their leader. They will fight to the death, all right? That's number one. Number two is this. Also that morning, when the Ayatollah was killed, the Israelis struck a school in the south of Tehran, killing about 150 school children. These are girls in primary school. And again, there's a lot of debate and argument as to what happened. The Israelis said that, first of all, the school was next to a military base. We were targeting a military base. And second of all, it wasn't us which struck the school. It was a air defense missile that went off course. Okay? And the Iranians insisted no. The Israelis purposefully attacked the school to kill the school children. And then you're like, why would the Israelis do that? Within these few years, well, we've seen what they've done in Gaza, in Palestine, to the Palestinians. And it's pretty consistent what the Israelis have been doing. All right? So this action against the Israelis is meant to show to themselves and the world that we are now all in. Okay? We made the sacrifice. We are now committed to this war, to winning this war at all costs. And this action has also provoked the Iranian people to resist with a full might. Okay? So I want you to keep this in mind. And again, we don't have complete evidence that it's the Israelis who did this. But given past actions from the Israelis, this is very consistent with what they've done.
All right, so we're going to pause it a bit.
Yeah, look, I was just in here the other day, and I said, "Are we sure that who actually grew up at school?" You know what I'm saying?
No.
Who did it? Did we do it? Because what did he just say just now?
Missile malfunction. Missile malfunction. And that's why you gotta cross-reference shit before you start getting the emotions all wound up. You get wound up type on something that's not even reality.
Okay, so we can assume that this is something the Israelis did, why they did this, what the purpose is, and something we will discuss as we move on. Okay, it's very complicated. Next, I want to show you this. This is Dubai, and Dubai is considered one of the wealthiest, safest cities in the world. There are thousands, tens of thousands of Westerners who move to Dubai because it's clean, you don't pay taxes, you make a lot of money, and there are great restaurants. And this is really the economic model of Dubai. It's one of the GCC countries, okay, the Gulf coastal countries. And for the longest time, Dubai had a really good deal because they were under the protection of the American military. So they didn't have to pay for defense. And then they were in the Middle East, which is the oil-producing center of the world. And so they focus on aviation, they focus on logistics, they focus on finance, on tourism. They're actually wealthy, right? I'm not sure if you've taken Emirates, one of the best airlines in the world. So their airport, Dubai Airport, is the busiest in the world. And Dubai just to take care of our citizens, to make sure everyone has a good time, to make money. And then when the war started, the Iranians attacked the GCC, okay? Iraq, Iran, Qatar, Kuwait, they attacked these places. And these places were like, what's going on? We're neutral, man. We're not involved in this war. And the airport was shut down in Dubai. At one point, the rich people in Dubai were willing to pay about $26,000 US just to get on a plane and get out of there. Okay? So, the reality is this. For the longest time, Dubai had a reputation for being safe. That's why people moved their money there. Guess what, guys? After the Iranians did, it's dead. Dubai as a city, in the long term, it is dead. Because you're a wealthy Westerner, you're not going to move to a place where it can be attacked anytime by the Iranians. You might move to Singapore, you might move to Hong Kong, Japan, South America, but you're not moving to Dubai, okay? So the big question for us is, why do the Iranians do this? It's really for America to attack you, why go after the GCC? Alright? We're already escalating the attacks against the GCC. So it's something that we will look at closely today. Well, the short answer is because these places, even though they pretend to be neutral, they house the American military. They allow the Israelis and Americans to use their airspace to attack Iran from. All right? So this is Bahrain. Now, Bahrain's interesting, okay? Because I want you guys to remember this. But Bahrain will probably be one of the major centers of this conflict. Because, first of all, this is the American Fifth Fleet. All right? This is their naval base in the Middle East. And as you can see, the Iranians are attacking it with missiles. And it's being blown up. Bahrain is interesting because it has about 50% or even more of it's Shia, which is the religion of the Iranians. But the people in charge are the Sunnis. And so, what makes this strike really important from our perspective is, first of all, not only are the Iranians attacking U.S. military assets, not only are they destroying the economies of the GCC, but they're also trying to ignite a religious war, right? If you're Shia, you are loyal to the Ayatollah. And if he's dead, then you must, as a religious obligation, now commit jihad against your enemies. And it's no different in other religions where, listen, if you want to kill the Pope, the Catholics will be really angry at you and they will want to kill you, right? So now you have the Shia who will probably eventually arise, create a revolution in Iran, okay? So I think Iran will be the first to fall, Dubai will probably go bankrupt, okay? But in the long term, we're going to expect the entire GCC area, including Saudi Arabia, to eventually collapse, okay? And so this is something we'll use game theory to understand. All right, let's continue. So, we will know how this war develops just based on geography, okay? So this is what a map. And this is a map. Even if you don't really know the war, even if you don't know the participants, even if you don't know the weaponry, this map will tell you exactly how this war will progress. All right, so some certain things to keep in mind about this map. This is what we call this area, okay? Very small. It's 33 kilometers wide, okay? You can swim across it. It's really, really narrow, okay? This small area, guys, it's called the Strait of Hormuz. Alright? And it's important because it's really the center of the world. This one area is the nexus, the pivot of the world. Let me explain why. First of all, from the GCC, you have 20% of all the world's oil flowing through this narrow strait. Where does it go, guys? It goes to Asia, India, Pakistan, South Korea, China, Japan. India depends on 60% of its oil from this area. China depends on 40%. Japan, 75%. Finally, Japan has said that, listen,
kept telling y'all about Takaichi buying all those weapons, $250 billion from the United States. When it comes to the oil aspect, they're doing that so they can be able to corner the 500 billion barrels where they have Venezuela and Iran. Then they can be able to sell it to all through Southeast Asia and leverage that as network and leverage over China. Due to the fact that China is the largest manufacturing hub, but they still import around 11 million barrels a day in oil. That oil trade has fragmented repercussions when it comes to China and Japan. And why do you think Donald Trump is also letting Indians buy Russian oil? Russian oil was sanctioned since 2022. So a lot of moving parts and pieces as we see. And thank you, Tara, for providing the video as well. I'll definitely be rewatching this one multiple times.
The Hormuz war to close. And guess what? They ready to close the Hormuz. Okay? So we expect that the entire global economy will suffer greatly over the next few months. Alright, so that's point number one. Point number two is, okay, so the GTA sends oil across the Hormuz, and what do they get back in return? Food, guys. Alright, so people appreciate the GCC, but it is really the linchpin of the American empire. Because what is the American empire? The American empire is the petrodollar. Alright? Now, you know the petrodollar is this. This dollar is worth nothing. It's only valuable when people want it.
And you hear that, the petrodollar? Everybody kept on talking about BRICS. This situation put a monkey wrench on BRICS because Venezuela and Iran was the two key indicators, and Saudi Arabia was the three horsemen when it comes to the oil trade that China needed. That's why China has also recommended the United States to stop the conflict and also recommended Iran stop bombing Saudi Arabia. The petrodollar is definitely something that's needed to be safeguarded, and that's why this oil move essentially was all in the Western nations and Western allies and countries to be able to corner a position. Because when you got Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping said it's a multipolar world, that was their leverage, was that 500 billion barrels of oil. So the petrodollar aspect, let's play it.
But the GCA says that if you want oil from us, you have to pay us in US dollars. Okay? Then that is the basis of the value of the US dollar. So, if the GCA collapses, the American economy and the American empire both collapse at the same time. The problem, though, is the GCC is an artificial construct of an empire. It does not exist naturally. Why? Because there's no food, there's no oil, no water. Okay, guys? No food, no water. So these things are able to grow in the millions because of all these petrodollars flowing in. If you close all the sugar moves, there's no food coming in. Right? They're all going to starve. How much food does the GCD get from overseas? 8%. 80% of all the food it consumes comes from overseas. That is imports. It doesn't grow by itself, it imports. Alright? So the sugar moves is really key. And again, the Iranians will close it in order to strangle the global economy and therefore bankrupt the American empire. Second thing you will notice is these mountains. These mountains is what we call Iran. Alright, this is Iran. This is GCC. Okay, this is not a fair answer. Right? These are mountains. And what can you do with mountains? We can hide rocket bases. You can hide drone bases. You can hide missiles. And that's the entire Iranian offensive strategy. Alright? From here, they can hide missiles and drones from which to attack the GCC. And what are they attacking? They're attacking three things, right? They're attacking American military bases, American military bases. That's number one. Number two is oil and energy. How hard is it to blow an oil field with a drone? Not hard at all. Can you defend this oil field? No, you cannot. All right? Number three, and the most important, is water. Okay? You guys don't know this, but the GCC has little access to fresh water. So the only way that it can produce water is what we call desalination plants, okay? These factories that take salt water and then through an electrochemical process turn it into fresh water for the population to use. 60% of the water supply in GCC comes from desalination plants, okay? 60%. Is it hard to blow these desalination plants using a drone? The answer is, it's very easy. You understand? Okay? So you have this absurd situation where Iran is a mountain fortress where it can hide its offensive capacity, and the GCC is just this desert, this flat desert, and it is exposed to attack, and there's nothing you can do about it. Okay? So at any point in this war, the Iranians can choose to destroy the entire GCC, and there's nothing that anyone can do about it. Okay. But Iran also has a weakness, okay? And this is fundamental. So Iran also has a water problem, okay? So the longest time, it's not a drought issue. Okay? Just climate change. And so what the plan of the Israelis and Americans is destroy the water supply of the Iranians. Because the fortress, it is a mountain fortress, but it can also be a mountain prison as well. Where people are trapped inside, no access to water. Okay, so what we're going to see right now, we're already seeing an attack on civilian infrastructure, hospitals. In the future, you will see attacks on water supply, on dams, on reservoirs, on power plants. The point, the idea is to make Iran so inhabitable that the people will have to rebel against the people, or there'll be a refugee crisis in Iran. Okay? So as you can see from this map, this war, it is the end of the world. Okay? Both sides have the potential to destroy each other. It's really a question of how far do they want to go. Right? We also see this almost a game of chicken. Okay? We can roll each other up. How far do you want to go?
No, I'm gonna pause there. I agree. But Iran can't be able to track the damn satellites. Where the United States and the Western powers is in a different altitude. When you got Starlink and Palantir, like I told y'all yesterday, we was arguing and hustling and fussing about Palantir and Starlink all last year. To now, this shit is actually used to be able to find all their bombs, blow up their underground bases and bunkers, getting all their naval ships from B-2 stealth bombers, and also situational 24/7 air bomb raids from 8 countries into one location in Iran of 120 million people. So it went from 9 versus 3 that I told y'all up to 12 versus 3. Because now Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, they're all getting involved. Oman, all getting involved. Pakistan, they all want to line it up. They all essentially is running up and lining it up. All running up and lining it up.
And the problem is this. The problem is that the Iranians are Shia, which believes in martyrdom. And you kill the religious leader, Khamenei. So they're willing to go very, very far. The GCC countries are Muslim, but they're materialistic. They love money. And also, most of the population are expatriates, foreigners. 90% of Dubai are foreigners. Guess what's going to happen if they suffer? They're going to run away. Okay? morale troops. Because the only way that you can defeat Iran is by using morale troops, okay?
And we already got that answer. The Saudi Arabian IDF troops is coming into the fold. So Saudi Arabia IDF troops and Kuwaiti troops. So since this was 3 days ago, the 36-hour update is the troops coming in from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Jordan, and also IDF. So we can go by this.
Because this situation is dire that Europe, okay, specifically Germany, France, and Britain are talking about entering this war. And guess what? If that happens, it's possible that Russia and China will also enter this war on some of the Iranians. This war with.
Now that has yet to be seen due to the fact that Russia and China has only given out moral gestures of stop the fight or we're standing along with you, we stand with you, but no troops has been deployed at all.
Okay? Because of the importance of the sugar moves, because of the importance of the Middle East, everyone has to get involved at some point. And we're going to use game theory to really try to understand what's happening on the ground and where this could lead us. Okay? Alright. You guys understand? Alright. Let's continue. Okay, so again, there are American bases all over the Middle East. And originally, these bases were established to protect them from basically their own people, okay? These are monarchies that were imposed on these nations by the Anglo-American Empire, the British first, and then Americans came to support these monarchies. And so they provide defense. But then you're like, wait a minute here. I mean, didn't you say that these American bases can actually defend these people, that they're exposed? And the answer is, yes, that's true. Remember that the American military was built during the Cold War. Okay? And the Cold War was a war between the Soviet Union and America. And so the Cold War was defined as something called MAD, mutually assured destruction. These programming rockets, okay? So they really go war against each other. And so in other words, these bases aren't really meant to defend these nations from other enemies. They're really meant to impose American authority in the Middle East. Okay? And it's the idea of this. It's the idea that empire, it is really an image. It is a hallucination. It's an idea. Empire is an aura of invisibility and invisibility, okay? If you fear it, then you obey it. But it's not really designed to fight a war, okay? And so that's why we have this absurd situation. And because there's so many bases in the GCC, that gives the Iranians the perfect pretext to attack them in order to destroy the GCC economy, which will destroy the American empire. Right? Alright, so this is how the war should be out, okay? So the red is the Israelis and the Americans, the yellow are the Iranians. And as you can see, the Iranians are attacking everywhere, primarily Israel, okay? But also, as you can see, a lot of focus on Bahrain and Qatar. And again, the intention is to destabilize the economy and the government. Okay? It's to try to get as much instability as possible. Right? Okay, and as you can see, the Americans and Israelis are focused on Tehran. And so the Americans and the Israelis use something we call shock and awe. And the very idea of shock and awe is you decapitate the enemy. You cut off the head, the body will fall down. Okay?
And that's exactly what Pete Hegseth literally said when it came to the situation of the last 24 hours is to decapitate their naval ability due to the fact that if they don't have a navy, they can't project strength in the waters. If you don't have the ability to project strength in the waters, that means a stronger navy can be able to take you out logistically. So they have lost 40 of their ships that they have of 107. And that's in the past 128 hours. So when he reported this was in the first 100 hours. So from every hour, new updates, situations of that satellite is being used, lasers is being involved. Yeah. So I love this. I think this is the most accurate, non-biased perspective so far when it comes to this situation.
The problem, though, is, again, the Iranians see this as a religious war. And so the Iranians have announced a total war. Okay? And so what this means is that right now, command and control in Iran is decentralized. There's no one person telling them what to do. Every region has its own orders, has its own strategy. And so if you knock out Tehran, everyone else keeps on running. So if you knock off take off the head, it doesn't change anything. Okay? But unfortunately, the Israelis and the Americans use this as a military doctrine. Military doctrine just means how to design your military for what purpose. And so even though the Americans seem like an invincible army, they are not equipped to fight a 21st century war against drones, against decentralization, against religious fanatics. Okay, they're just not. Right? But unfortunately, because of the military doctrine, then they keep on attacking Tehran. Now, the great irony of all this is that the Iranians who are more supportive of regime change, actually in the cities, educated, they're progressive. The people who are most fundamentally against you, will fight you to the death, are religious fanatics, the Shia militants, living in the rural areas. Okay? So this is a really silly thing where you are actually destroying those who will most likely support you, and you're leaving alone those who are most likely to commit jihad against you. Alright? Any questions so far, guys? Very clear? Alright. So another idea that I want you guys to understand is that it's asymmetry. Asymmetry. Alright, so what is asymmetry? Asymmetry means that the two sides are choosing to fight different wars using different techniques because one is much stronger than the other, okay? America is an empire. It has unlimited resources. It has the USD. It controls the world, right? Iran is a country that has been under economic sanctions for the past 45 years. It's poor. Its technology is very limited, okay? But as we learn in this class, actually, those nations that are poor actually have more energy, they're more open, and they're more cohesive. Right? So let me give an example. This is what we call the Shahad drones. Shahad drones. Each of these drones cost $50,000 at most, okay? At most. They can go as cheap as $35,000 US. But one of them is $50,000. As you can see, you can fit a lot of these drones to a truck that can go anywhere in Iraq, and they can hide anywhere, right? So the thing to understand is, first of all, these drones are cheap, they're easy to make. They make about 500 a day. Okay? And as I said, there's 80,000 right now that the Iranians have. So they work for a long time. Okay? And one of these drones, again, can knock out this desalination plant, it can knock out a gold field, it can knock out a hotel, it can do damage. Okay? And it's easily transportable. You can hide it anywhere. You can use it from anywhere, okay? And that's what the Iranians are using as an offensive weapon. And how do Americans defend against this? the system is, it's really expensive. This missile, guys, costs $1 million. $1 million. So there's this $50,000 drone coming your way, you throw a $1 million missile at it, okay? And often these missiles miss, just throw 2 or 3 missiles at it, okay? So you're spending $2 to $3 million on these $50,000 that they're going to spend. That's kind of silly. Second thing you'll notice is that this thing is really big and really slow. And therefore, you can't really move it around. Therefore, it's pretty easy for the Iranians to spot where this is and attack it. And then when these things blow up, that's a lot of money, guys. Okay? Then you're like, what? But this makes no sense. You know the Iranians have drones. They've had drones for like 10 years. You've also seen drones used in the Russia-Ukraine war to devastating effect. Why don't the Americans know this? Why do they prepare? Okay, and again, it has to be military doctrine. Because military doctrine determines how you fight a war, it determines on your bureaucracy, and it determines how you spend your resources, okay? And unfortunately, the Americans are used to fighting something called the Cold War. Right? In the Cold War, you can actually fight the war. You can actually kill each other because then you can use the weapons. The Cold War was about flexing. Flexing. Okay? You see how big and powerful I am? Bang! Okay? That's all it was. These weapon systems are designed to scare the crap out of you. They are designed to impress you. And as a result, they cost a lot of money, and they really don't do anything, all right? So that's the entire American military. It costs a lot, and it doesn't really do anything. And it's not resilient. It's not innovative. It's not open, all right? Also, the other thing I have to say this, okay, is if you look at the military, it's corrupt. So this is really about corruption. So the Americans don't really care about winning a war. What they care about is spending as much money as possible because then they get a cut. It doesn't make sense. Right? And that's why the Americans are in a situation as they are. All right, let's continue. All right. So, something that people don't really talk about, but you need to understand, is the water issue in the GCC, in the Middle East, in Iraq. All right. So, this is a map of the world. And you are light blue, Brazil, Canada. You have nothing to worry about because you have a lot of water, a lot of fresh water, very little population. All right? So, 100% just means 100% water stress just means that you drink as much water as the environment produces. Okay? So you want to be below 100% to be sustainable. Ideally, you want to be at 10%. Okay? If it goes above 100%, it means that you are drinking more water, using more water than the environment actually produces. Okay? So you're putting stress on the environment. So 20% is really bad, right? You're using twice as much water as the environment produces. Guess what, guys? Look at the Middle East. Okay? Egypt. 6,420%. Saudi Arabia, 883%. Alright? Iran, almost 4,000%. Dubai, 17,000%. Alright? So water is a huge issue. Again, it doesn't matter if Iran kills American soldiers, destroys American military. It doesn't have to do that. All it has to do is destroy the desalination plants. And then the GCC is destroyed, okay? But it's also true that Iran have water issues. 72% is pretty bad. Okay? So, even though the Iranians could destroy the GCC much faster than the Iranians could destroy Iran,
Iran's still in trouble, okay? So let me give you an example of this. This is like, so this is another map that shows you the issue of water scarcity. It's the Middle East, okay? The biggest issue in the future is water. Okay? And that's where the geopolitical tension will rise in the future over water. India is also affected as well, okay? All right. So, let's look at that, guys. This is called Lake Urmia in northern Iran. This is the 6th largest saltwater lake in the world, or it used to be. Okay, this is what it was in 1984. This is the shallow, this is the deep, okay? You guys see that? It's really big, right? Players later, guys? This one. There's no water here. You can look from here over to there, okay? There's some water over here, but it's shallow. That's how serious the water issue is in Iran. And that's the weak point that these Israelis want. Alright? They want to make sure Iran has no access to fresh water, which will cause devastation in their nation. Okay, that's strategy number 1. Strategy number 2 is this. This is a map of the different ethnic minorities in Iran. As you can see, it's a very diverse place. In the center are the Persians, but you also have 10 other groups as well. And in the borderlands, it's basically a different country, right? And these are basically different countries. And so these places have more common areas with their neighbors than they do with Iran. Okay, so the second weakness of Iran, the first is water, the second is the ethnic makeup of the country. So the strategy of the Americans and Israelis moving forward is to destroy Iran as a coherent nation state, divided into ethnic enclaves and not in front of water. That is the grand plan of the Israelis and the Americans, okay? All right. This is the vision where Persia is limited, and then all these other places are sponsored by the Americans and the Israelis. They're giving money, they're giving weapons, they're giving political support, and then this war will wage over water forever. Okay? And that's how you destroy Iran and make sure Iran is not a reliable threat to you. That is the plan of the Americans. Okay?
Alright, so let's pause that. So
are they saying that they don't have like already just ready fresh water that like 60% of their water has to be processed?
yes.
Is that what they said?
Yes.
Wow.
And essentially
Okay.
you pack the water so they can be able to starve them out completely. Like he said earlier, the strategy is to decapitate Iran completely off the planet. If you take out the water of 120 million people, you are leading to a situation where the head, whoever that is the head center of command in Iran, he can't be able to govern due to the fact that it's so much internal conflict that people will give him pushback.
Right.
You can't bring us water, what the fuck we got you here for? Then that leads to conflict, then that's why Trump wants to arm Kurds in Iran.
Kurdistan.
Kurds, the Kurdians. So they are the enemy of essentially the Ayatollah and his men. Remember, it's Shia versus Sunni. That's essentially what the main storyline is. The Sunnis versus Shias. So essentially divide and conquer.
Oh, that's an old model right there. Mm-hmm.
Essentially divide and conquer. We'll take out all of your water supply and starve you out.
So the Kurds are Sunni, basically. Kurds are Sunni Muslims. He wants to put them in power.
Give them the weapons, give them all the necessary shit. You work alongside with the Saudi troops and Kuwaiti troops.
And he already took out 30 Iranian ships. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, that's 30.
Really?
Around 30 to 40.
Yeah, that's what he just said.
That's 30 to 40.
She said something about 90 million people. What is she talking about in the chat?
Iran.
Oh, there's 90
that means you got 5 million people that's ready to get locked and loaded.
She said we've always been confident between the Kurds and Iranian government. Are you in Iran right now as we speak, Tim? Are you there now?
I don't think so. Everything's cut.
Okay. Never mind. They don't have no clearance.
Because if the Iranian...
Go ahead.
See, she lives in the U.S.
Oh, okay, good. Okay. She ain't no sleeper cell, is she? Goddamn it. Oh, okay. She got family here. Oh, okay. No, I was just, so all those people over there, how much of a supply of fresh water do they have left? Because they gotta process the shit through a plant. How long does that stuff take to process? Like, how does that happen?
Well, if you blow it up, then they have to find ways to import, or they don't drink.
Did they blow it up yet? Did they blow it up yet?
So that's not been mentioned at all. They're mostly going for logistical standpoints where they can't be able to repair and build more and more drones and ballistics. So essentially you take out the infrastructure first, then you cut off the water supply, then turn off the grid.
Got it.
Essentially turning off the light.
That's sad. Before that even happens, they need to give up because how long can you live without water? How many days?
2 weeks.
2 weeks without fresh water. Okay.
You can last more when you don't have nothing to eat. As long as you have water. If you don't have water, you die off quicker.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She said not yet, and hopefully that never happens, but Israel always go after infrastructure. Yeah, so, okay, thank you, Tim.
Yeah.
Hopefully they just put down their weapons before
they're not going to put down their weapons. It's going to take the Saudis.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah. What was that?
Hey, they said that they did a cyber attack on the Iran's drinking water in the last couple of days, what I just looked up.
So if that's the case, then yeah, so that will lead to a situation where more instability because they're taking out the air and Navy. If they don't have the Navy, they can't project strength and they can't do harassment around the East African bloc and the Indian Ocean. And plus they fund Al-Shabaab too. So that was the situation in Kenya when 2007 when Al-Shabaab did that shooting in Nairobi. So Al-Shabaab attacks the East African bloc from Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia, and also Eritrea.
Well, shit, we spoke too soon, huh? Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Well, that's because new updates happen every hour by the hour. They don't just stop shooting. They just don't do it in spurts where they shoot, stop, no. This is a 24/7 bombing campaign.
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, good morning, 40, everybody.
What's up, Kareem? How you doing? Thanks for asking.
Thank you. I'm all right. Thanks for asking. Peace be unto you as well. I wanted to say something. I actually Googled the question that was originally asked, how many days can you live without water? Because that was something I always wondered to myself as a kid. And I think my man said a couple weeks, or what did he say?
2 weeks.
He said 2.
Well,
10 to 14 days.
Got it. I Googled it, and you know what the answer is? Actually, it's what I thought. It's actually your human body can only live for 3 to 5 days without clean water. That's a fact. Google it, y'all. I'll share the link with you.
So if that's the case, then they crumble quicker than I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
in the room. What y'all even talking about, man? I'm sorry. Like always.
Man, I'm going to bed.
Yeah,
It's not even a plan. That's why I didn't announce it. Right? Because if you announce it, you're like, why are you doing this? What are the persons, what do the aliens ever do to you to warrant you coming and destroying this civilization? The answer is nothing. Right? So Americans and aliens will never admit they're doing this. But if you look at the map of war supply, of ethnic tensions, this is the optimal in-theory strategy for them to use against Iran. It doesn't make sense. This is a long-term plan that they have in place. It's all moving towards this plan. But now the question then is, how can the Iranians respond to this? And the answer is this. This is a map of the Muslim world. Okay? So the light green are the Sunni people, okay? That's 9% of the entire Muslim population, about 2 billion people, okay? Then you have in dark green the Shia. So as you can see, the main place of the Shia is Iran, okay? Iran is one of the few Shia nations in the world. But you can also see from this map, the Shia are spread throughout the world. So the first thing that the Iranians want to do is...
So let me replay that. So the Shia is surrounded. So I'm looking at the map, and it looks like they got the whole northern and West African bloc to the East African bloc that they have to go against. So more people are siding with Saudi Arabia and the Sunni side than they are with the Shia. The Shia, that small fragment of Iran.
How can the Iranians respond to this? And the answer is this. This is a map of the Muslim world. Okay? So the light green are the Sunni people. Okay? That's 9% of the entire Muslim population, about 2 billion people. Okay? Then you have in dark green the Shia. So as you can see, the main place of the Shia is Iran. Okay? Iran is one of the few Shia nations in the world. But you can also see from this map that Shia are spread throughout the world. Okay? And so the first thing that the Iranians want to do is create a jihad to unite all the Shia against the American empire. Right? So what they want to do is create an uprising. And it's already happening, guys. The Shia in Pakistan stormed the American embassy in Pakistan, and the Americans killed a lot of people, okay? The Shia have attacked the American embassy in Iraq. The American embassy are being attacked in a lot of places. Right? So the first strategy is to create an international global jihad of the Shia against the American empire. It's already happening. It will continue for a long time, because the Americans have killed the continent. Okay? And that requires vengeance. The other thing, though, is that it can unify the Muslim world. Okay? If you look at this map, most of the Muslim world is actually run by dictatorships that are not popular at all, okay? And they're allowed to exist because of the American empire, right? You go to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Algeria, these places, they're all run by clients of the American empire, right? So you run the people who hate their governments, and you overthrow them, then that makes Iran the leader of the Islamic world. Not just the Shia world, but the Islamic world. This creates something called Pax Islamica. That is the end goal, guys. Okay? If you do that, then you don't have to worry about the Americans and the Israelis anymore. Right? So the Israeli game plan, the American game plan, is to fracture Iran
opposed the Roman Empire and established something called the Pax Islamica. Right? Alright. So, again, the key is the GCC. Alright? So the game plan is this. You have to destroy the GCC. Why? Because the GCC is the linchpin of the American Empire. So what the GCC does is it sells oil, and then for US dollars. What does it put US dollars? It puts US dollars into the American stock market. Right? So this is investments of the UAE, okay, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait into the US financial markets. As you can see, from 2012 up to today, it's been exploding. Alright? Because the US financial markets is one of the safest places where you can put your money. The intention is this. The intention is, hey, if I come up with oil, and these countries no longer have access to US dollars, they're forced to spend whatever resources they have on protecting themselves, okay? And then that's what happens. The stock market collapses. The stock market collapses. The stock market is the real growth engine of the US economy. The entire US economy collapses with it. Alright? There are about maybe 7 companies in America that accounts for about a quarter of stock market growth. Okay? These 7 companies, of course, are all AI companies. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google, Apple. Okay? These are the companies, but these companies are heavily invested in by the GCC nations. So if these nations are no longer able to invest in the stock market, these companies will collapse in value. And with that would lead to economic depression in America. Okay, does that make sense? Alright, so that is the situation for today. Today, let's just an overview, guys, okay? I know we covered a lot. I know there's a lot to take in, but over the next few weeks, we will explore each issue in depth and really understand what's really going on, okay? Alright, so any questions, guys? Any questions about what we just learned? Okay.
If a country such as Italy, France, China, or Russia, they have also joined this war, like what's the cause of they joined the war because of oil or those resources?
Okay. That's a good question, okay? So I don't spend too much time on this question because we will explore this question as we move along, okay? So the question is, what brings the world into this conflict? And the easy answer is just oil access, energy access, okay? They need to protect their energy supplies. Because remember, it's a very complicated situation because Europe is not fighting Russia. So Europe's not buying any oil resources, energy resources from Russia. Therefore, it depends a lot on the GCC. So the GCC is not providing energy, then Europe will go bankrupt. Okay, so Europe needs to enter this war on behalf of Americans. Okay? And then Russia allow Iran to fall because if Iran falls, then they'll come after Russia next. Right? China is actually neutral. China's okay with either scenario. But that's just the way that the trade system is set up. Okay? So we're going to explore this question as we move along. But it's a very complicated issue. Alright? Okay? And each nation will have its own different strategic interests to consider. Right? And what we need to know, what we need to figure out is that this war in the Middle East is actually connected to the Ukraine war. And as we move along, I'll show you how these two things connect together. Any other questions, guys? Okay, great. So we'll continue this discussion on Thursday.
Alrighty, and today is Friday, so you done uploaded another video. And
Thank you, Sean. She had 3 of them in the chat. I I don't know if she repeated anything or posting them, but you don't have to play them. That's nothing for me. That was well enough.
We didn't got the whole scope now. We don't know who is who and what is what.
Yeah, we watch the
Most
other
people don't
videos
even
later
know what the
on.
hell's going on. That's the funniest thing about this whole shit is people don't even know what the hell's going on.
Man, I'm just still stoked about this whole water supply thing, because if they do that, that's going to affect just the regular people that want the goddamn shit to go down anyway. It's going to affect everybody. How many countries is going to be affected by their infrastructure being taken down? That plan.
Well, essentially, Iran and Iraq. Because the other, like you mentioned, the other Gulf states have U.S. interests, so they have the ability to get resupply and have endless access to resources, even when certain things aren't being attacked. They got the money, and they'll get the money. They'll be the ones to get any humanitarian aid.
I see he mentioned something about our market, our stock market.
Well, he mentioned about Saudi, America, and Israeli stock market. So he was going after, damn, this oil company stock went from $1 a share January 13, 2026 to now it's around $20. At its highest, it was $27. It's called Battle Line Oil Corporation. So oil and gas and defense stocks has been jumping up astronomically. Like it's insane. It's up 500% in the past month, and 1,400% in the past 90 days, and 1,600% in the past 6 months. So oil and gas infrastructure, all this shit is definitely going up. Defense stocks will probably keep on spiraling up because the defense contractors will justify we need more money due to the fact that y'all need more shit. And that's why that smart dust technology also fits into what he was saying too.
It does.
Yep, because that's sensors, that's computer vision, that's the ability to monitor.
They should have used that on the goddamn fake planes these people painted on the damn ground. You dropping bombs on fake planes.
Well, they're bombing multiple regions, so they also have fake planes and also regular shit. So, like I said, when it comes to this shit, Brother KG had mentioned how the water systems are already being attacked. So we shall see in the next 72 hours. Well, not even the next 72 hours, but if he got a hold of it, they already did it. If he knows about it, then they already did it. That means the general public knows about it.
Right. And which one of them videos I see you played? The first one I sent you or the second one?
That was the first. Man, I'm about to take my ass to bed. My foot fucking hurt. Yeah, brother, no dog. That was what the video we was watching was literally talking what you just said, my brother.
What?
What's going on, man?
Which
one? We're going to reshape the economics of the world, correct? Because that means that's 500 billion barrels of oil that China does not have direct access to. Because China has yet to send any troops, has yet to send any kind of deployment. Same thing with Russia.
Well, somebody said they sent the weapons. Well, somebody said they sent the weapons to Iran.
But they bought those weapons before the conflict. They bought it 24 hours before the situation came down, so they got tipped and word that motherfuckers was gonna do their air raid campaign.
So China is not actively engaging then?
No. Only thing they're doing is sending out gestures. Now I'll give you my video that I'm looking at, the sources from the lens I'm looking at. That's not Fox News, this is the China Observer. So it's not a bias. It's not a political wing bias slant. This is from the China Observer. So let me click it on, and this is a lot quicker. Oh, what's going on here? I know that chopped and screwed voice anywhere. What's going on, bro?
Really the last forces took astonishing action, destroying Iran's secret Minjadahe.
Rebound and recover with the Palestinian uniform. Join now and unlock the country.
Israeli Defense Forces took astonishing action, destroying Iran's secret Minjadahe base, an underground stronghold that was once used by top nuclear scientists to develop nuclear weapons. No matter how deep it was buried underground, it was completely destroyed. IDF spokesperson Brigadier General Effie Defrin revealed in a press conference on March 3rd that this operation was a continuation of the Roaring Lion mission, which began on February 28th and has already rendered approximately 300 of Iran's ballistic missile launch systems ineffective. Defrin pointed out that the Israeli military's intelligence tracked nuclear scientists attempting to secretly visit the base. By following these scientists, they pinpointed the location of the site and carried out a precise strike. Israel had been tracking these nuclear scientists for a long time, understanding the dangerous nature of their activities. Their work could help Iran restart key parts of its nuclear weapons development, such as trigger-up devices, warhead designs, and other non-uranium technologies. While uranium enrichment technology is the toughest challenge and takes years to master, the global media's attention has mostly been on uranium enrichment. However, without the development of various weapon components, enriched uranium cannot be used as a weapon. Iran insists its nuclear program is for peaceful purposes, but Iranian officials constantly threaten to develop nuclear weapons. Iran's current uranium enrichment level is close to weapons grade 60%, making it the only country without a nuclear weapons program capable of reaching this level. This Israeli raid not only destroyed the facility itself, but also resulted in the deaths of several Iranian military officials. Israel confirmed the killing of senior Quds Force commander Dawood Alizadeh and commander of the Khordad 15 air defense missile system in Isfahan, Abdul Qahar. Other Revolutionary Guard members were also killed. The IDF stated that Alizadeh had directed Hezbollah to attack Israel, sacrificing the safety of Lebanon and its citizens to protect Iran's terrorist regime. Alizadeh, who was equivalent to a brigadier general, was Iran's highest-ranking officer in charge of Lebanese affairs. The strike also killed Revolutionary Guard Air Defense Commander Rabar and his subordinates, highlighting Israel's deep attack on Iran's domestic air defense systems. These actions weakened Iran's ability to retaliate and pave the way for future airstrikes. In conclusion, Israel's destruction of the Minjadahe base and the killing of key officials was a firm response to Iran's nuclear ambitions and regional expansion. In recent years, Iran's rapid enrichment technology and missiles have marked its leap from a nuclear threshold state to a potential nuclear missile power. On the issue of Iran's nuclear program, President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu have explained why Iran should not be allowed to develop nuclear weapons. On March 2nd, President Trump awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor to 3 soldiers who rescued allies in peril. He also explained to the public that now is the best and last chance to strike Iran's regime, or else American and overseas military bases will be at risk. President Trump remarked that Iran's ballistic missile program has expanded rapidly, posing a significant threat to both the United States and its military forces abroad. He further explained that the rapid development of these missiles is intended to conceal Iran's nuclear weapons ambitions, making it increasingly difficult for anyone to stop their pursuit of these highly restricted nuclear weapons. President Trump referred to the Iranian government as the terrible terrorist regime. He explained that last June, the U.S. military's Midnight Hammer operation destroyed Iran's nuclear facilities, forcing Tehran to sit down for negotiations. However, while pretending to negotiate, Tehran was secretly rebuilding its nuclear facilities. The president stated that now is the best and last time to strike Iran's regime. Trump said,
"An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people."
On March 2nd, Netanyahu stated that Israel is fortunate to have President Trump as a leader of the free world, highlighting that for years, Iran has been the primary source of conflict in the Middle East, responsible for most regional issues. He emphasized that while North Korea has nuclear weapons, it does not openly call for America's destruction like Iran does. Netanyahu further pointed out that Iran poses a greater global threat due to its extremism and the terrorist networks it supports.
This metaphor highlights Netanyahu's strong opposition to the Iranian regime and reflects the strategic consensus between Israel and the United States in the current conflict. On X, many users praised Netanyahu for eliminating threats and hoped he would help eliminate the cancer in the East, the Chinese Communist Party. One user wrote, "Mr. Netanyahu's skill in using Trump's power to eliminate evil is excellent. Don't forget, there is the CCP in the East. As an anti-crime chief, the Prime Minister is responsible and must help the Chinese people overthrow the largest dictatorship, the Chinese Communist Party." Trump and his cabinet have repeatedly emphasized that the primary goal of actions against Iran is still to stop Iran from developing nuclear weapons, not regime change, but the overthrow of the Iranian regime is an inevitable result of this war. In 2002, Iran was discovered to have secret nuclear facilities, raising suspicions about Tehran's intentions. Iran has always claimed that its nuclear program is for peaceful purposes and has never sought to develop nuclear weapons, but many countries do not believe this claim. In 2015, Iran reached an agreement with the permanent members of the UN Security Council, China, Russia, the US, France, and the UK, and Germany to monitor its nuclear program. This agreement provided Iran with sanctions relief in exchange for limiting its nuclear ambitions. In 2018, Trump unilaterally announced that Iran would exit the agreement during his first term, restoring sanctions, and Iran's economy subsequently plummeted. In retaliation for withdrawing from the agreement, Iran violated its commitments and continued to advance its nuclear program. In 2025, after returning to the White House, President Trump reaffirmed his tough stance on Iran. While expressing willingness to resume negotiations, he also issued a clear warning. If Iran rejects talks or continues advancing its nuclear program, the U.S. would not rule out military options. This carrot-and-stick strategy became a reality on June 21, 2025. The U.S. launched the Midnight Hammer strike against Iran, destroying 3 nuclear facilities in Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. The operation delivered a major blow to Iran's nuclear capabilities, potentially causing serious obstacles to its nuclear weapons development plans. On June 23, 2025, former U.S. Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, Marshall Billingsley, wrote on X. He said, "In the coming days, when you see the Chinese lecturing the U.S. on nuclear non-proliferation, remember that it was Communist China that sold Iran everything it needed for the uranium conversion facility, down to blueprints and test isotopes." Billingsley had served as the Assistant Secretary for Terrorist Financing and Financial Crimes at the U.S. Treasury during the Trump administration, responsible for tracking illegal procurement networks and nuclear proliferation activities from countries like Iran and North Korea. He is currently a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute and frequently comments on geopolitics and nuclear issues. His statement was tied to the context of the U.S. and Israel strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. The U.S. has repeatedly sanctioned Chinese entities accused of providing nuclear-related technology to Iran. On June 20, 2025, the U.S. State Department announced sanctions on 8 entities and 1 individual, accusing them of procuring and delivering sensitive machinery to Iran's defense industry, including the sanctioned Rayon Rush Abzar RAA company. These actions are part of Trump's maximum pressure campaign, aiming to cut off Iran's nuclear and missile supply chains. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs has repeatedly denied such accusations, stating that China strictly adheres to international obligations, with all exports to Iran complying with export control mechanisms like the Wassenaar Agreement. It also accuses the U.S. of long-arm jurisdiction and politicizing nuclear issues. After the Midnight Hammer operation, Iran's nuclear program was temporarily stalled. However, shortly afterward, Israeli intelligence showed that Iran had not entirely given up, but had shifted some activities to underground facilities. Israel then continued its decapitation strategy against Iranian nuclear experts. In December 2025, a key nuclear physicist responsible for centrifuge cascade optimization was remotely targeted and killed while under tight scrutiny at Tehran University. In the joint U.S.-Israeli campaign against Iran's nuclear program, they showcased extremely high precision in targeting and intelligence capabilities, which have become one of the most remarkable technological and intelligence features of the current Middle East conflict. By the end of February 2026, with a continuation of Operations Epic Fury and Roaring Lion, the U.S.-Israel alliance continued to emphasize precision surgical strikes, aiming to minimize civilian casualties and radiation leaks while weakening Iran's nuclear and missile infrastructure. This precision was the result of decades of deep infiltration by Israel's Mossad and U.S. intelligence agencies, real-time satellite reconnaissance, AI-assisted target identification, and human intelligence networks. China, as an important trading partner of Iran, is often accused by the West of turning a blind eye to the export of sensitive technologies. On March 2nd, 2026, the International Atomic Energy Agency held a special meeting to discuss the impact of U.S. and Israeli military actions on Iran's nuclear facilities. During the meeting, China's permanent representative to the organization, Ambassador Liu Song, made a statement clearly expressing that China respects Iran's legitimate right to peacefully use nuclear energy and values Iran's repeated assertions of its non-nuclear weapons intentions. In the face of U.S. strength, China dares not confront the U.S. directly, revealing its calculating and two-faced role. Especially in the Iran crisis, China promotes abstract peace and calls for resolving disputes through political means, while behind the scenes, it secretly helps Iran resist U.S. pressure. This support is usually not in the form of openly selling weapons, but rather providing parts and technologies that can be used for Iran's drones, missiles, and uranium enrichment facilities. Why does China support Iran's nuclear rights? On one hand, Iran is an important partner in China's Belt and Road Initiative, maintaining economic interests through oil trade and strategic cooperation. On the other hand, Iran is crucial to China's anti-American strategy in the Middle East, with key trade routes in the Persian Gulf, Red Sea, and Eastern Mediterranean. 20% of the world's energy passes through the Persian Gulf, and Iran controls vital choke points in the region. Additionally, Iran's influence is enhanced by the Houthi rebels' control of the Red Sea and Hezbollah and Hamas's control over the Eastern Mediterranean coastline. This positions China, as Iran's supporter, as a dominant power in the region. Zeynep Ragoa, a researcher at the Hudson Institute's Center for Middle East Peace and Security, stated in a recent article that decades of international sanctions have made Tehran's air force one of the weakest in the region. The development of ballistic missiles has become Iran's only strategic valuable area. Shockingly, China has exploited this opportunity. Over the past 2 years, China has become Iran's primary external supplier for its ballistic missile program, providing everything from solid rocket fuel precursors to satellite guidance via the Beidou-free navigation system. Analysts argue that the true threat to Middle East peace does not come only from Hamas, Hezbollah, or any single terrorist group, but from Iran and China who support them. Dr. Farhad Razeh, director of the Fuels Project, published an article in National Interest that detailed the types of key nuclear technology and equipment China has provided to Iran over the decades. The article reads, the Chinese provided Iran with the know-how of additional enrichment technologies, chemical separation, assistance in processing yellow cake, and the design of facilities to convert uranium to uranium hexafluoride, suitable for making a reactor fuel. Later, China reportedly sold Iran anhydrous hydrogen fluoride, which is used in the production of uranium hexafluoride. There is also substantial evidence that many Iranian nuclear scientists were trained in China in the mid to late 1980s. On February 15, 2026, Israel issued a rare warning to China, stating that if China assists Iran in developing nuclear weapons or missiles, it will face catastrophic consequences. Media reports indicate that Israel has recently issued a warning. Any country that helps Iran develop nuclear weapons or ballistic missile capabilities will bear the consequences. This warning is not vague, but explicitly names 3 countries: Russia, North Korea, and China. This is a rare move in Israel's recent diplomacy. Shenming Shi, a researcher at the Taiwan National Defense and Security Research Institute, said unverbally calls for peace. It secretly supports Iran both economically and diplomatically. For China, maintaining a strong Iran to counterbalance U.S. influence in the Middle East is beneficial. If the Iranian regime collapses or changes, China loses one of its key supporters in the region. He said that China cannot encourage Iran to avoid developing nuclear weapons or transfer its enriched uranium to other neutral countries. China also supports Iran's religious government in suppressing domestic democratic protests and has no position to persuade Iran not to oppress its people. Therefore, China is unlikely to act in such a way. Instead, it wants Iran to continue countering the U.S. and does not want the Iranian regime to collapse. Why does China fear the collapse of Iran's current regime? After the fall of Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, if Iran's regime were to collapse, China's greater concern might be the domino effect of authoritarian regimes falling one after another. On a global strategic level, China would suffer a fatal blow. Zheng Qingmo is director at the Department of Diplomacy and International Relations at Hong Kong University. Zhang said that if Iran's regime collapses or shifts to a pro-U.S. government, it would be a significant blow to China's global ambitions. He analyzed that first, China would lose its geopolitical foothold in the Middle East. A Middle East gradually moving towards freedom, prosperity, and openness completely contradicts China's interests, dealing a major blow to its ambition for global dominance. Second, after the U.S. captured Maduro and took control of Venezuela's oil exports, if Iran's regime collapses and the U.S. can take over Iran's oil exports, America's influence over energy politics would increase to over 80%. This would greatly weaken China's ability to wage wars globally. Zhang Qinhuo further analyzed that the U.S. and Europe have been coordinating economic corridors in India, the Middle East, and Europe to counter China's aggressive Belt and Road Initiative. If Iran's regime collapses, the possibility of a new economic corridor in the Middle East would significantly increase, posing a serious challenge to China's Belt and Road.
Alrighty, y'all. So, like I kept on saying, if Iran falls, that means China's shit then faltered within 90 days. They was literally talking all that shit about BRICS 3 years ago. To now the situation that became, damn, nigga, we done lost 500 billion barrels in 90 days. What in the entire fuck? Nigga, they already got to sell this cheap ass Timu shit, $500 billion in items that wasn't shipped to the United States because of 80% tariffs on China. Then you have this situation where Venezuela got snatched up. Then you have Iran getting snatched up. That means they lose the uranium enrichment. They lose the oil supply. And motherfucking lost geographic positioning altogether. And that means they won't have enough fuel to be able to fight, to get to Taiwan as well. So now you have a situation where China has been sawed off on both legs. Then you have Russia and Ukraine scenarios. Russia got to make sure that their oil is ready for their scenarios of keep fighting this Ukrainian shit, so they're preoccupied. Then you have China then lost their 2 oil daddies. I don't know what the fuck they really gonna do. But the video is pretty much just confirming that China is not happy.
I was gonna say it's either coal or they're gonna start using solar power. Because
solar power is not. So solar power is not a good intermediary. If you don't have oil and gas to power up fuel of your jets, of your ships, that's why Trump is sending goons to be able to open up the Hamas Strait. If they decapitate a third of their navy and leverage both India's navy, because mind you, India is also involved because they also have a situation, an issue with Pakistan. And Pakistan, Afghanistan, that situation is going on at the same time. This framework of the Middle East theater is going on. So, yeah, a lot of strife and conflict. And when it comes to that aspect of oil trade and imports, $120 billion in payload is stuck. So yes, motherfucker will send U.S. Naval to at least to be the escort to get them out that damn Hamas Strait and get them to the Indian Ocean, so they can be able to make sure that Indian imports gets through, make sure oil imports get through throughout that whole Southeast Asia territory. But when it comes to that was the video. That was the video, and that is funny. People are saying the video was too long-winded. Petro, Jerry, do you rather have a video give you all of the necessary details, or you just get small tidbits and don't know the full scope? Because it seemed like our news cycle give us small tidbits of what's going on, where we see something for maybe a segment for 3 minutes. And you don't know what
the video, the one that you just played.
It's from the China Observer. I'll put the link in the chat, and that's a day ago. So they report everything about China. I was watching, showing you all this shit when they was showing how all the Chinese suppliers last year was hit with tariffs, and they was crying and literally agonizing due to the fact that solar panels was hit 3,000% tariff. They couldn't move that shit worth a damn. They've been embargoed. So that video, I'll put the link in the chat. China Observer. From the China Observer. So they expose all the situations that China's going through that they're hiding in the media.
Well, since you asked me, I think increments would have been more. I mean, you do what you want to. It's your video, but I think increments for me would have been
maybe an hour and a half ago, is a young lady named Tara, T-A-R-A. She posted 3 videos. Two of them were back to back, and then you will probably see, how about this? I'll just post it down there.
Oh, fuck my foot.
I think he was saying that, excuse me, I think he's saying that for discussion purposes, instead of just letting it run like that, let it run, discuss, let it run, discuss.
Right, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Whoa. Right, people started coming in the room while he was playing and stuff. I think he kind of built it up from there, but I'll put it down there.
Well, I didn't want to break up the continuity of what she's saying, because she's saying four aspects of what's going on. We're talking about energy security, regional security, and also leverage and trade that China has been stymied with Venezuela and Iran coming to a stop like this. That's 500 billion barrels. That's yellow cake enrichment. That's the refineries to be able to have nuclear energy. And all this shit is literally all about rare earth minerals and energy security. In order to get to the AI race, to win the AI race, to win the quantum race, you need to have endless amounts of energy. All this energy shortage and constraints and all this trying to find solar panels, that's an intermediary. You need a 24/7 base load to run concurrently nonstop. It has to have redundancy. You can't have it like how South Africa has it, where you have rolling blackouts, or how in the Bay Area here in California, you have rolling blackouts because they are doing load shedding. That is the worst type of shit to go through. When it's hot as hell, 100 fucking degree weather in the damn desert, and your shit went through some load shedding, where they're gonna stop the shit for 5 hours, give one section of energy, while the other section doesn't have the energy. But when it comes to that component, that's why I keep telling y'all about uranium stocks. I told y'all about DNA 90 days ago. It's up 62%, and it's still under $5 fucking. Like I said, man, I keep telling y'all, everybody want to get their shit from MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, go to legacy media that are figuring out what the hell is actually going on from the vantage point of the CCP. The people at the Chinese Observer has a lot of spies, and they have a lot of agents that's around where they can be able to gather information that don't have a political bias. Hell, these people are in Hong Kong.
China ain't got a political bias.
Well, of course, they want to show themselves as strong, fast, and on it, just like every other top 10 country. Huh?
And they're gonna be like, fuck America.
Well, I'm not siding with the CCP. I like the Chinese Observer because it gives enough information to show that China's weak. The main point is China needs to have that 150 billion barrels per oil, because they're already been fucked when it comes to Venezuela. The Venezuela shit, it fucked them up in January. Now this shit in March, going to April, yeah, this whole meeting when Trump meets up with Xi Jinping is going to be very interesting one. Because now China doesn't have 500 billion barrels of access. Now they got to rely on Russia to do and carry it out. In Russia, they have a situation where they, they're trying to keep the oil going for themselves, and also the situation in Ukraine that they're dealing with themselves. So,
And now China won't be able to take Taiwan anymore like they wanted to.
Well, they won't have the financial resources to do it. They won't have the financial or the damn, because mind you, the Taiwan situation would be very expensive, because now you're dealing with a top 10 country, top 5 global economy in Japan that's leading off the charge. And that's why I showed y'all Takaichi spent $250 billion in weapons. Why do you think I kept on saying that over and over and over and over? Because she's gearing up for the situation when that day does happen, if it does happen. But, she feels that, let me get ready so I don't have to get ready. Erica, what is your take on what I said so far? What's your take? What you, from what you heard and what you've gathered?
I apologize. I walked away. I'm trying to get dressed. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Like I said, it's to cripple China's leverage when it comes to energy security. Because now we see that if you don't have energy security, now you have all these bottlenecks that's literally stops the progress of carrying out the agendas. When it comes to the South China Sea, Taiwan, them taking Taiwan, and now they made it to a point where they don't have the oil access or the geograph to be able to do the Belt and Road Initiative that they wanted to do. The big multi-trillion-dollar clusterfuck that got all over, scattered all over the world. $500 billion in goods that hasn't been sold since 2025, and also 500 billion barrels, 350 billion from Venezuela, 150 billion, and also the iron ore that's in Iran with nuclear enrichment that they also is doing back and forth trade has been, so I was just saying, Erica, the leverage is gone for China. Because they have yet to send me troops, they have yet to send anything but a letter of, we support you, we're here with you. Even though you're being bombed and obliterated by 12 other groups that's gang jumping you, gang tackling you, gang banging on you. Now, what else? What else could they possibly do? I know Russia and China is probably looking at it as, nigga, what the fuck are we gonna do now? Because they, mind you, China and Russia has gave them all the technology that they had. And their satellite ain't fucking with Palantir or Starlink. That's only how they can find the underground bunker and bases through those mountains and blowing up the mountains completely off the mountain with B-2 stealth bombers. So, like I said, we shall see. We shall definitely motherfucking see. I don't think China and Russia wants to get involved on the scenario. I think they're looking at their situation where Russia say, man, let me do what I need to do when it comes to Ukraine and Poland, because I think Poland will be next. I don't think it's going to be in this time frame, but I think Russia will definitely try to pull some big nigga shit and take Poland. If that's the case, then that means whoever the troops that's in Poland, y'all got to hold the line. If that's the case, then you have China that trying to figure out how much will be the cost to go to war for Taiwan. Because Taiwan got $1 trillion in semiconductors.
Well, funding so you get all the rules, somebody's background. The Greenland shit before this, the Venezuela shit before this, it's almost like they playing a chess game. Now, if he managed to stop BRICS, and yeah, we're gonna talk about this for a long time. I don't know, but I can see the goal is to disable China or to weaken.
Well, especially when it comes to the BRICS scenario, because the BRICS scenario was based off of them being an oil source, Venezuela, Iran, them being the money, China, Russia being the military of the Navy aspect, then everybody else comes to the fold when it comes to rare earth minerals. But yeah, it's definitely
oh man, these things they saying USA is trying to destroy BRICS. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Wait a minute. Well, they have the capacity to do it, but they fuck with it if they get tired.
They trying to.
What?
This nigga broke up BRICS. What is these niggas gonna do now? They was banking on BRICS.
They weakening BRICS right now with the war.
Oh, that's not fair, bro. Because black people were banking on that shit. Fuck.
Black people act like they was happy with BRICS. That is the funniest shit about that. Niggas was. In 2022, when niggas found out that a BRICS existed in 2022, we got shit.
That's not how revisionist history.
That's crazy.
I remember that was Clubhouse talk. That was gonna be the new thing.
Iran started stockpiling uranium. They fucked it up for BRICS.
Well, the fucked up shit that they did was they hit Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. But you did that led to a situation where you done fucked up the regional aspect where Kuwait had your back and Saudi Arabia wasn't going to get involved. Now you're bombing Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain. They did what niggas would have did. If niggas would have had access to their own country, niggas would have hit regional friends over some stupid nigga shit and have no cohesiveness and fucked up the main goal. Now they can divide and conquer shit with the Shias and the Sunnis.
Are we saying that they destroyed BRICS because that's what we're thinking, or are we looking at the projects that were coming down the line and those projects are no more? Are we saying that they're saying that international? Are we saying that
projects?
we went? Okay, I'll wait until y'all finish talking again.
Projects is no more. I'm answering your question. Projects is no more. The projects is no more, brother. I am. Because if you don't have 500 billion in barrels,
so if I'm looking at the Bank of International Settlements right now, you telling me they have no projects up there with the BRICS nations?
Big dog, you gotta understand, if you take that situation, the BIS has relationships with all 195 countries. So yes, you can have that overlap. But it don't have to.
They're the head central bank for all the other central banks, right?
Correct. Now to the main point is this is the tokenization. I'm trying to answer your shit, nigga, because it's literally crumpling the situation of tokenization.
I've been trying to talk since 8:30, dog.
I'm answering the damn question.
Can you wait till I finish to answer the question, brother? Is that possible? So when I'm looking at the BIS, and I'm looking at all these projects, I see none of these projects with the BRICS nations going down. I see none of them faltering, and I see the United States and the BRICS nations still working together. So what Milton was saying, what I was trying to address when he said this war is going to change the economics of the global economy, I disagree. I believe that the global economics changing is the reason for the war, because they can't change the global economy if everything is at peace. Nobody's going to take their shit. We have to have the chaos in order to initiate this shit. Because then when you have chaos, people will accept things that they normally wouldn't accept. So I don't think BRICS is going anywhere. I don't think the United States, the digital shit is going anywhere. I think that, again, we're just seeing them. There has to be chaos. The same way when we went through the Bretton Woods the first time. That was after coming out the war and all that shit, right? That's the only way we can do this shit is by having chaos. So I don't think these motherfuckers are going anywhere.
Man, when you have 500 billion barrels of oil that's not in your custody no more, and motherfuckers selling this shit, you can't get no access to it. That's like me taking your shit, and now I'm selling your shit.
It's safe to say that they probably won't go anywhere. They just won't be big as they thought they would be.
Exactly.
I mean, a lot of companies that still exist. I mean, they're very small compared to where they thought they were going. Again, it just looks like they're playing a chess game. And he might have just outmaneuvered them on this now, and we'll see. But I do think it's about the money. As soon as I thought about that earlier, I started saying, T.I. started playing in my head. If it ain't about the money, why would you be doing it? That's how they run.
And they can tokenize the assets. We've been talking about tokenization, but not realizing that Venezuelan was the least when it comes to that situation. Why is that? Because if you would have took the situation without taking care of that scenario, now they done got trillions of dollars because they can tokenize their assets and sell digital oil all over the planet.
Hey, Sean, why is tech up today? The rest of the market down. Do you know? Why is tech up today and rest of the market down?
Well, maybe it's because they got updates when it comes to what is going on.
Yeah, my Broadcom is literally, I mean, it's not, come on now, but 5% a day is pretty crazy.
The market.
It's 9 o'clock. Where are you? I'm in the East Coast, my guy. Market been open since 6 a.m. I mean, but it don't really move till 9. Are we in different time zones? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we're in different time zones. You're in Arizona. That's right. He said yes. Damn angry and shit. I thought he said he's in Arizona.
That bricks
Girl, he everywhere.
You niggas gonna invest y'all money.
Make sure y'all diversify y'all portfolios and don't put everything into one sector like a dumbass.
Y'all already took the bricks. It's okay.
Man, I'm laughing at these pro-bricks niggas, man. Can we get like the violin?
Bricks let me ask Sean something. So bricks, like I'm not gonna say that that BRICS is solely dependent on smaller countries, but one of the main is Africa, right? And when I look at the state of Africa, like, don't get me wrong, Africa modernized, but they're about 20 years away from supplying China with the level of commerce, right, that they really need for it to be able to get rid of Americans.
They supply both ends.
They supply both ends, but Africa is not interconnected. The mail system is trash. It's not safe to ship shit back and forth. There's no highways that interconnect most of the countries, or even with intercontinentally, there's no highway, right?
Go back to the first statement you said.
The mail system is trash.
No, you said Africa is
20 years away from. That's a lot of things.
It was built up. It was like the infrastructure or some shit.
The infrastructure, listen, individual cities in Africa are modernized. Yeah, but all of Africa is not intercontinental like Europe. Like Europe, you can drive from one place, borders, checkpoints, all of that stuff. Africa's a long motherfucking way from being intercontinental.
Still makes them a third world place.
Exactly, and it's the mail system is not adequate for consumerism at all. Like Amazon, all of these countries, they have Jumia, which I'm invested in, which is concentrated in the countries that have the larger GDPs, like Nigeria, South Africa. But in between that, there's a lot of technological advancement that really has to happen. Now, I'm not saying that BRICS is not going to come about, but without Africa, and Africa being 20 to 50 years away from competition to America, it's going to be, I just don't, like this idea that this is Armageddon, I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. But at the same time, nobody knows the fucking future. We don't know if China and Russia and all of these countries are going to get involved or what the future holds. But I just feel from an economic standpoint, neither country, China nor Russia, nor China's having aging issues. Damn near 50% of their population is about to age out of the workforce. Like without Africa, they don't have a workforce. So, I just think that we're years away from the time that we think we are. Economically, blowing up the country now is not going to make anybody the next world leader. It's just going to fuck everything up. I just see this as a threat, but I don't know if these people are stupid enough. They might be to take this into World War III. Economically, it's not making sense, to be honest with you.
Well, people that hate their country are going to tell you that it does make sense, and BRICS is going to be a thing. BRICS is going to be huge. BRICS.
Yeah, low-key, some of y'all don't like America. But I do ask myself, if you don't like America that bad, and you're so concerned about the government, why the fuck are you still here?
I got a long-standing bet with not even a bet, just like an offer. I will pay for a one-way ticket.
Well, I'm just going to say this. When it comes to this situation, getting rid of, not even really getting rid of, but just starting to put in the tracks makes the East African bloc a lot safer. Because mind you, Al-Shabaab raised hell in Kenya in 2007, like I mentioned earlier before he came into Rome, where when that situation happened, Al-Shabaab was funded by Iran. And you also have the West African bloc. You have people that's in the U.S. government that's compromised from China. Then China funds Iran. That was funding Boko Haram in the West African bloc. So if you take out those segments, now the oil trade and security in Nigeria and banditry that's happening in the East African bloc can be able to move without all this harassment. Because the only thing that they're doing is harassment. Because like everybody said, and everybody say this when it comes to the United States and domestic situations, if America really wanted to, they could stop crime. That's something that I always heard everybody I know from the neighborhood always told me. If America want to stop crime, know how to stop the crime. If America profits off the crime, then hell, you can even get into your plug is CIA. Your plug is motherfucking CIA. Like how Freeway Ricky, Bland Dump. He had $1 billion in cocaine.
That's crazy. They profit both externally and internally.
Externally and internally, and when it comes to this situation, the 500 billion barrels, I'm gonna let Brother Milton get involved in it, because I know he has something profound and astute and smart to say, and I say astute. But the main thing is, is 500 billion barrels of excess of oil. That is literally $80. Even though if we can't get 500 billion, if we're gonna tokenize all the assets, 500, so $80 times 500 billion. Let's type that in. Like Erica said, if it ain't about the money.
That's 80.
Let's see how much
calculator can't even do that.
That is $40 trillion of tokenized assets.
Wait.
They can tokenize that shit, and I literally said it. 40 trillion. That means the whole U.S. debt can be wiped off with one oil trade.
Wait, you talking about from Iran? From fucking
Venezuela and Iran, that combined, mind you, that was the
But America's not the only. No, that's the Strait of Hormuz is 20% of the world's oil supply. We don't not. That shit don't belong only to us.
Well, it'll be under U.S. custody. The Saudis is still under U.S. custody.
Bro, what are we doing this, bro? See, this is the type of shit that's gonna lead to more bullshit. Clear up the Strait of Hormuz, decentralize these governments, and get the fuck out the Middle East, bro.
No,
like, that oil supply does not belong to the U.S.
It's token, man. It's whoever that can defend it. That's like somebody coming to my house, and if I can't defend my damn house, that's on me. That is just simple as that. If somebody come and ransack my damn house, that's on me. That's my bitch ass.
We benefit from it too. I'm not complaining at this point. I don't care. Like, as long as you live in America, you benefit from it. So I mean,
all right.
Is Milton?
Milton, please go ahead, sir.
So, look, check this out. BRICS is not new. BRICS has been around since 2006, right? And they still haven't gained much traction. However, their purpose was de-dollarization. They wanted to reduce dependency on the United States of America. They wanted to reduce everybody else in the world depends on America, believe it or not. And BRICS' purpose was to change that. Trump sees that shit. This is what I mean when I say it's gonna change the economics of the world, what Trump is doing right now. I don't even really like Trump, but that Make America Great Again shit, in this instance, hits like a motherfucker. Because what Trump is doing, he's gonna stabilize the American dollar again by doing this and making all the rest of the countries dependent on the United States, damn near 100%.
For about 50 years.
That's what he's doing right now. 500 billion barrels? You can last more than 50 years. With we got 1.2 billion barrels in Texas. So you just add another 8 billion.
Again, the Strait of Hormuz is 20% of the world's oil supply. Originally, America didn't even get 10% of their oil from the Strait of Hormuz, not even 5%. So I understand what's happening, but also there will be repercussions. So, I mean, we can't just take over 20% of the world's global oil supply and just be like, it's okay.
Do you know how many
we already did that when we took over Venezuela?
Yeah, we did.
We just gangbanged that shit. That's 350
We didn't take over Venezuela. We realigned ourselves with Venezuela. Venezuela is still a sovereign country. It's not a common law.
Let's show the videos.
Yeah, what you talking about? We didn't take over as in we don't have a president, but we're putting a proxy in there. The person that's going to be the leader of Venezuela is.
We're not in a proxy war with Venezuela.
That's not what I said.
This is not Israel.
We're going to put somebody in there. The next person that is the leader of Venezuela is going to be from us or controlled by us.
Okay, yeah, they did it in Haiti many times, but it doesn't necessarily mean the country is not sovereign. It could go two ways. Venezuela could be built up and they benefit from their relationship with us, or they take the oil and they continue to destabilize the country and it stays like the rest of the people in that fucking area.
I don't think he means they're not going to be sovereign. He means that they're in our pocket. Like, we're going to be controlling it. We're not their sovereignty in their government.
So I got a video for you.
They're not cool enough for us to make them like how we trying to make Canada the next state. They're not cool enough for that.
The world is something on crazy.
So I got a video for y'all when y'all done.
I wanted to bring in this whole thing. I wanted to bring it back, Sean, to that water supply situation. Because I did look into that, because remember we was talking about that earlier, the infrastructure, you know what I'm talking about, that water. So I looked it up, and Iran does have a water crisis, like even before any and all of this. So it's saying that it's an unprecedented structural water crisis driven by over 6 years of severe drought, rapid groundwater depletion, and systemic mismanagement. Over 70% of major aquifers are overdrawn, leading to land subsidence, while reservoirs feeding Tehran are at critical low levels, risking water rationing and potential population relocation. So that, and then it goes into the crisis of 2026. So right now in Tehran, it's about 15 million people. They are experiencing one of the driest periods in decades, with reservoirs at a roughly 12% capacity. Water pressure drops are common, and some supply cuts. Aquifer depletion, groundwater levels are by up to 1 meter annually, with significant land, 36 meters a year. Agriculture strain. They said that their agriculture accounts for 90% of water use. Mismanagement, including excessive dam construction and inefficient traditional irrigation, has worsened the crisis. The major lakes, such as the lake, Urma, has lost over 90% of their surface area. So what that got brought out in the video earlier, they calling it it's a water bankruptcy. So if they get rid of that, what was that thing that he mentioned in that video?
So that is to water installation system, water refinement, water purification. If they get rid of that, dude, that's gonna be the final death now, because that means that they are literally bottlenecked, because when they hit Saudi Arabia and Kuwait was like, nigga, we helped you out in the 2000s, remember? The fuck you hitting us for? See, that's what I'm saying, man. They did some nigga shit, bro. They literally, one nigga punched the other nigga, and the other nigga said, nah, nigga, I ain't siding with you and shit, nigga. We Sunni, nigga, you Shia, bitch. You know?
So, this is what Petroleos de Venezuela is Venezuela's state-owned oil company and controls most of the oil production and exports. China has historically been one of the largest buyers of Venezuelan oil. A large portion of exports have gone to Chinese refiners, sometimes to repay blah, 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 right? So China not only sources from the Middle East, they produce majority of their own oil. They don't tap their own oil. Like, they have a very small amount of oil that they more so produce other things like critical minerals and stuff like that. But most of their oil is in Iran. Some of their oil is in Venezuela. We're like literally cutting oil supply. All based strategic. But consumers also rely on China for production of certain goods that we're not producing here. We're not gonna just.
Well, that was the way how to get back to that. Like I said, that was a way how to strike back with the terror situation. That was a way how to strike back, where you done put a blockade of $500 million in goods while siphoning 500 billion barrels of oil. That was the key. Where China said, well, we're gonna restrict all the rare earth minerals. Well, the United States said, well, shit, nigga, we got all the oil in the world. And that's what you gonna do. And that's what you gonna do. Essentially, Trump pretty much said, nigga, you done cut off with the rare earth minerals. Well, shit, nigga, we'll just cut all the oil off. 500 billion barrels. China needs 11 million per day. They import 11 million per day. So that means a third of the damn oil shit has been cut off. Because 500 billion that's accessed has now been cut.
And I don't know if people have been listening, right? That's Trump's whole plan, Melissa. We're not really trying to be that dependent on China. That's why Trump is trying to get the fucking companies back to America. Like, this is a brilliant plan. Like, a lot of people.
I get the plan, but it just isn't like I get it. But I'll come back later with my
So in Venezuela is now going to be are fucking. We're gonna fuck. Venezuela is fucking with America now, for the lack of better words. I don't care if they're sovereign. We can let them keep their sovereignty. From here on out, Venezuela, nigga, they in our pecking order. So now, with that being said, if he can button down on these industries that go out and outsource to China and make their products, get their products made in China, fucking checkmate. He's done it with the economy, and he's done it with the world order. Like, check fucking mate, bro. Like, hand clap. What do they do in the fucking poetry classes, the poetry jam? Like, they tap like the bottom of their fucking wrist, nigga. Yo, checkmate. Bravo. Standing ovation, nigga. And nobody wants to say it because y'all hate Trump, but fucking standing ovation, bro. Round of applause.
I mean, it also, like, yeah, I mean, a round of applause. Clap.
So, Venezuela's oil in January, I know that.
Yeah, but also, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, right? Like, okay, so right now, we've done the dirty work. We've done the military work. That's fine. But also, like, long-term, structurally, America doesn't, these are sovereign countries. We don't own the oil. We have to make sure that the political structure, the government, which owns the oil in these countries, and the companies that are operating with them are with us as well. So I think Trump is already doing that with Chevron and Venezuela. Well, we have a bunch of fucking American countries and companies in Venezuela who by law can only give oil to America. So, but the political structure, because early in Venezuela's not infancy, already a fucking country, but prior to communism, we had relationships with Venezuela. They were one of our biggest oil suppliers. Then communism came in, Hugo Chavez and people like that came in, and that's where things started to change. They realigned themselves with countries like Russia and China. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, we've been down this thing before. I'm just saying that long term, long term, there still has to be a political alignment with America, not just us going in and bombing shit, right? We also need to make sure the new government of Iran, which is probably why they keep killing niggas, is also militarily aligned with us, politically aligned with us, so we can bring in new capitalists to build more oil companies, more contractors and things in that area. So, I mean, I'm just saying that I don't know if China and Russia will lay down forever. For the time being, sure. But, for how long? That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying that this isn't working. I'm not saying that this wasn't great strategically. It was genius. I mean, they put it all together. Goddamn, good for you, Trump. I'm just curious as to once you... Wait, let me just finish my last line. Once you have the Iranian, if you have Middle East control of oil, you have that part of the world, right? And then Venezuela, you're controlling the Western Hemisphere. And so I just want to know what will happen after the fact. I don't know if two large countries like Russia and China will simply let that just fly. Like, I mean...
If Putin signs that peace deal with Trump, boy.
Well, essentially, that's why they letting motherfucker to sell the oil to get the oil from Russia to be able to have the lever to say, hey, man, let's get closer to resolve the situation in Ukraine. We remove certain sanctions, and it's limited. They can only sell that in a situation of this time in that time period of within 90 days. So that's not even permanent. Like I said, when it comes to this situation, man, Chris, you would have been terrible for geopolitics. You would have just allowed China to just keep on eating up the Western Hemisphere until it got too damn late. Now you want to all of a sudden you want to do something. And see, motherfuckers would allow the problem just ferment until they are in our Western Hemisphere. We have no damn leverage. Like, respectfully, Chris, you are a slow country nigga, boy. They would have played you out of your family's house too. See, the Chinese, they buying all this goddamn land. That's why you have Texas and Florida that's also banning sales of Chinese to buy land just willy-nilly. Respectfully, Iran Iran did some nigga shit. They done hit everybody and they done broke reliance and relationships that they had for 50, 60 years. Kuwait, that was stupid. Saudi Arabia, that was stupid. Hitting the Dubai airport, that was morbidly stupid. Hitting 8 countries at the same goddamn time. And when it comes to the situation of gas, that's why they have Navy shipmen with guns doing military escorts to get the imports of 120 billion of oil out to the Indian Ocean. So you guys need to update your information, man. We are in the 24/7 news cycle. Information that we heard 36 hours ago has now been updated, where we see more and more and more updates that's coming into the fold. Like I said, when it comes to this situation here, I'm more or less to the proponent of take out Iran completely, destroy their navy completely, destroy all 107 ships, and we'll see how well they can project strength in the Indian Ocean and anywhere in that whole little Gulf, that Persian Gulf area. And we'll see. We'll see. Because if you can't project navy, you can't project strength.
Russia and China were part of BRICS. Their intention was to do the same thing to the world that Trump is doing right now. Trump just beat their ass at their own game.
Hey man, like I said, when it comes to that situation, big dog, the oil trade is going to help everybody that's in Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. Anybody that's doing oil, that oil is going to go straight to them states, where it's going to be mined, processed, packaged up, and resold in foreign trade zones, free trades, and U.S. bonded warehouses. So when it comes to this situation, wartime means more production, hence the trucking boom will accelerate, the freight broker boom will accelerate. So, and plus you also have all these damn manufacturers and warehousing, and essentially they're gearing up for war. When it comes to most of the investments that I see, they'll be complete and finished by November, December of this year. Construction permits that they literally started from January of last year to now, 18 to 24 months coming in, more production. A lot of you southern country niggas gonna get more jobs. Right now, interest rates. So if you have unemployment that's up and ticking, that just leads the case of we need to cut interest rates and cut it deep. So once they can be able to get access to Iran's oil, they can tokenize it, and they can be able to use the tokenization to clear off the debt. That's why you think when Russia said, Vladimir Putin said this nigga, why do you think that this nigga Putin said this nigga Trump is literally trying to tokenize the assets completely? He's trying to literally use crypto to wipe out the debt. He's literally trying to use crypto to wipe out the debt. How you wipe out the debt? When you got $20 trillion in oil and gas that's at your disposal, 500 billion barrels. You done swap one credit card swoop, you done clear off the debt. And that's just one aspect of the resource. Go ahead, kid.
So Iran's plan is to use the Shiite Muslims against America, but in different countries, like different Muslim countries join Iran and go against all American bases, right?
Yes,
but the problem is the Shias is mainly in Iran, where the Sunnis is all over the damn block. So they all over when it comes to the situation of the Shias is literally in the integration of Iran. Turkey, those are not Shias, those are Sunnis. Sudan, Sunnis. Ethiopia, Sunnis. Kenya, Sunnis. West African bloc, Sunnis. Libya, Sunnis. Why do you think Ibrahim Traore was willing to cut a deal with Trump when it came to the medical facilities? Where is Ambassador? He be talking about that motherfucker 24/7.
Yeah, he not fucking with, it look like he's not fucking with Putin no more, now he's fucking with Trump. I saw that.
That's why I'm saying, man, all this shit is chess plays to be able to corner that market, baby. Like I said, Milton, that's why I said, man, I'm telling you, being built in politics, nigga, we gonna clean all this shit up, nigga. Y'all niggas is done. You gonna have to pay the tab, baby. I'm telling you, this nigga Milton, man, this nigga is the most strategic ball head nigga I know.
Look, you're saying they took out 30 Iranian ships and seized already of the bomb ships. So they trying to take out all 77. And you said they trying to
Take out the Navy. Take out the Navy, cut water supply. If you got the whole maritime trade open up, you take out their water supply, you take out the Navy, they can't project strength. And that's where the Air Force come in and wipe out anything that's on the ground. Then the Saudi troops will come in. Bahrain troops come in. Like I said, when it comes to this shit, man, and this right now that we see when it comes to a short increase of gas prices, that'll be alleviated once they have Navy SEALs to be able to make sure that the payload of $120 billion of oil imports get through that bitch.
Trump is not working by himself though. We got advisors, Peter Navarro.
It's 12 versus 3. You got advisors, Peter Navarro, Jack King.
You don't have advisors.
Everybody got advisors. If you don't got advisors, who the fuck is advising you? Nigga, you can't be your own consultant when it comes to shit like this, man.
Trump not working by himself. Of course not. He's the president.
But when it comes to this shit, man, that's why I tell y'all about these stock plays all the time, bro. That's why I said, if you position yourself in between, you can make a couple of shekels, take them shekels, and finally do what you need to do when it comes to your business, when it comes to whatever establishment that you're trying to do. That's all. That's the only thing I'm saying, man. The freight broker brother and the trucking brother that's in oil infrastructure, in salt water, is going to make even more money off this shit. That's the only thing I'm saying. Just make money off the event. Stop being an NPC.
What's up?
Do you think that when they figure this out, they'll stop building them small ass houses? They're building
What small ass houses, Erica?
I'm selling them for $500,000. The motherfucking
townhouses?
Square feet. No, just houses, period. Homes.
Like Atlanta, they building townhouses fucking everywhere. They're not for buy, they're for release, bro. They want people renting, not owning shit.
I tell y'all black ass to get that land.
I got land, just not in this cut. Well, I do have land. My parents left me a house here. I got land paid. I got an inheritance. I got an apartment in Africa that I own. I'm doing all right, man. You gotta diversify your shit. Y'all come to Africa where it's cheap.
Well, these niggas not fucking. Anyway, these niggas don't want to do business with racist people. They don't want to talk to racist people because racist, you're a coon if you listen to a racist person. There's nothing you can do with a racist person or somebody you presume to be racist.
Everybody racist. Who gives a fuck? Black people racist too.
That's not what they told me.
Prejudice. No, black people can be prejudiced. But as far as racism is socioeconomic,
they could be racist too if they're in control.
We're not in control yet, but we can be.
Yeah,
that's part of the conversation because while they over there doing the war, and if they do win, that means the economy or the financial situation is going to change even more in this country because of the stuff that they're doing to support the classes. So there's the next focus. What's going to happen within the country with your federal and local government? I mean, they got to focus on international shit, or they still doing shit here.
Historically, black people have the advantage because if you look statistically through most of the world's crises, the American crises, I'm not saying that black people don't be affected, but the rebuilding aspect since Reconstruction is immaculate. Right? And I think that this is an opportunity to just reposition yourselves. I do think that most of the world and America is benefiting off of black dollars. And I'm not saying that there are people who are not struggling. I think everybody has, is seeing an increase due to inflation and all this shit. But economically, why not band together and really start building that infrastructure while everybody else is weak, while everybody's fighting? You know what I mean? That putting that black dollar really where your mouth is and focusing on building black infrastructure. This is a perfect time to do it. And to be honest with you, from a spiritual aspect, this is exactly what's happening. The cause, all this shit that's happening, don't get me wrong, but for the first time in my life since COVID, I've seen black people collectively agree on things like from a consciousness level, and it's beautiful. So I just think that this is like a wake up call for Black people in America, the Caribbean, and Africa. Like, get your shit together while these white people are still motherfucking fighting themselves after 6,000 years, and form some sort of unity community to kind of like slip out from underneath them. Like I really just think that while they're blowing themselves up, we simply can mind our business and focus on economics.
But at the same time, they gotta understand how to do business. These niggas said I was stupid for talking, listening to white people that are racist.
Wait, what? What did you say specifically? Not about the racist white people. What advice did you give?
Listen. So you can listen.
So dancing for it.
No, this.
Yeah, you position yourself so bad, bro.
Hold on, it does not matter. That still shows your incompetence. Does not matter. All I said was you can listen to a white person. You can listen to a racist person and take what you need from it. Oh, why the fuck would I be listening to a racist person? Doesn't matter, nigga. I'm going to listen to everybody and take what I need to the bones. Like,
but you're out of the hyper fixation on the fact that they're racist.
No, I'm not.
Past it. That's the psychological part. You don't have to tell people that you listen to a racist. You can just give us the advice that you got.
Listen. They don't listen to a racist person. So I double down and say, okay, if I am listening to a listen. It's not about, we can move the fuck on, but this is another reason why these people will not undergird their poverty. They're worried about the way that they're depicted.
About them people. Can we please have a progressive conversation for once?
Just give us the advice you got. Stop with the other rhetoric. That's all I'm trying to say. You do not have to announce to people that you got your advice from a racist. If it is good advice, give us the fucking advice. What did you learn?
Melissa, you're missing the whole point.
No, we don't need the rest of the point. We get that point. What's the advice? No, the point is the advice, not where you got it from. Just give us the advice, bro. You want to hyperfixate on the racism part.
Listen, Melissa, they said I was listening to people.
Who gives a fuck about they? Why do y'all wake up and give a fuck about what people think about you? It's like y'all harness this shit from last night. Wake up, get on this stage, and like, yeah, I'm gonna get them back. Why?
Goddamn Scorpio.
Listen,
But how you was cool all morning. Now you don't went back to this shit. What's wrong with you? You talk to your nigga, man.
Y'all see how y'all professionalize everything? Listen. Scorpio fashion? Yeah, listen. Anybody see how we sensationalize this? What the conversation that was, Black people need to get ahead and stay out of this business. And circle back and said, these people do not understand how to do business. We were having a conversation yesterday. I was saying, hey man, I listen to all the sources. And they were saying, Melissa, that, oh, you listen to her. I would never listen to her.
I know. We don't gotta keep going through the story. It already happened.
Slow, bro.
Tell us what you learned.
I told y'all this nigga is an attention whore.
The IQ is crazy. How am I an attention whore? We're talking about
And then you insulted niggas on top of that. That's crazy.
Give you an honest assessment of yourself.
Bro, don't give me. I'm talking about the I was giving a section about what we.
Eric, you saying he's a Scorpio? Okay.
You have to come into the room and center yourself and go on that.
They're doing it again.
Why they give you pushback?
No, because you could have gave us the solution and we could have piggybacked off of that.
Yo, son, what were you just
We can't piggyback off your personal lived experience.
This is crazy. Yo, son, what were you just talking about? Wait, why am I being told to be quiet, Erica?
Because you started stuff.
I'm not starting shit.
You want to derail the whole country.
Calm down. You be trying to hijack the conversation.
I'm not talking about anything personal.
Pedro, you didn't get beat as a child, did you? They never told you stay out of grown folks' business. Never.
This is embarrassing, bro.
Nah, you didn't get told. Your parents let you do whatever the fuck you wanted to do.
Nigga, start your own room if you want to sell yourself.
I'm not. Yo, bro, this shit get gay as fuck.
I
feedback is forget what I was saying.
Yeah, what happened was, I'm telling you to reiterate it, so
Nobody wants to know what happened.
So what happened was, we were talking about how black people have business. Let's talk about black people need to stay out of their home. We're going to keep talking the first time since COVID.
Oh, I just seen that with them.
Just let him, just give him the, oh, okay.
No, don't. We just let him get
It's not, no, we can't. That's what I keep trying to tell him.
Was I cutting somebody off?
That nigga crazy. though. I'm telling you something.
Was I cutting somebody off?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I was just saying, when it comes to this situation with leverage and geopolitics and all this scenario, it will provide an opportunity for anybody that's in oil infrastructure, oil trucking, water, salt water, and the West Texas brothers is going to keep on eating, where this shit's going to keep on running. But mind you, the other side, even though we could say both sides, same bird, same wing, but you have a situation where the other side wanted to get rid of gas vehicles by 2030. Seem like with this situation around, nah, nigga, we going to keep on this bitch running, because if you don't have access to no oil, you don't have no energy security, meaning that you don't have the ability to actually sustain some form of a graphical power. Two, you have no export. If we got 500 billion, minority billion, we got 50 billion, and you got the Department of Energy and the Department Secretary of Interior yesterday, meaning of yesterday, and actually negotiating when it comes to the oil trade right there. They already sold 500 billion the first day. Right now, they sold about $3 billion worth of oil goods. So, like I said, another 150 billion, that's 500 billion barrels. If you got $40 trillion of access of oil, and you can tokenize the assets, you done clear up the U.S. debt. That's why I'm telling you, Putin said this nigga trying to use crypto to clear up the debt.
Wait, hold on now, Sean. But this is the thing, right? You have the political point of view, and you have the actual, like, I don't want to say biological, they're not dealing with human biology, but actual geography. Like, if you go in and look statistics dealing with how long we actually have fossil fuels for the rest of the world, because fossil fuels are limited, right? But that's where and I know that number was spiritual. I should have said it, but hold on. We have 50 years of oil left. I knew there was a number why it was 50. We're 50 years at the current rates that we're at. We have about 50 years. Yeah, and with natural gas, we have about 60. Coal, we have about 140 years. And I mean, we may be positioned.
I just said it.
I hear what you're saying, but I hear what you're saying. Mm-hmm. But as far as how much we utilize in the world, I'm not talking about America. I'm talking about the world's utilization and how much fossil fuels that we have. We are on a limited time supply. So I can understand why Trump is doing what he's doing. No, this is a fact. Like, well, you go research and see if we continue at the rate that we are, approximately how much time do scientists say we can use each fossil fuel for? Like, you do the research, right?
Even if that's the case, if that's the case,
given we add natural gas and other forms of energy,
a short intermediary where we'll go uranium. By that time, 2050, we'll be already at uranium capacity. And that's why the fuck I keep telling y'all niggas to buy DNN stock, to buy UUU, to buy all the uranium miners, enrichment. I'm telling y'all, nigga, I'm already up 62%, nigga. That's because it took 15 years to be able to finally get the damn ball rolling again. We got 15 years of shortages, where you got fucking AI doubling compute every 3 to 7 months.
Yeah, that's where this is leading to.
That's the crap data.
We're going to a more. They're going to that.
I respect it.
I've been listening to it. I told
you. How you just gonna come in and start talking? No, it was put down last time. You jumped back on stage on the same shit.
I'm not to say anything.
Wait, can I say what I was going to say before you talk?
While someone else is talking. Like, and that goes for everybody. If you talking, be quiet.
Yeah, so when it comes to everything, Melissa, I
hear you. I know this is going on.
No, well, he was talking. Who's talking?
I thought he finished, but okay.
Oh,
he cut me off. for the next 2026 all the way to 2040. While through 2026 to 2050, that's why they're trying to get all the conversations and cutting permitting, streamlining this, where I need some, give me this, give me that, I'm gonna need some, so give me this, I'm gonna need Greenland, give me that, I need clean water, I need rid of that, give me this. When it comes to Alberta, Canada, we need all the enrichment, we need all the situation of oil. Alberta will be voting to leave Canada, and that means that they have an opportunity to negotiate their trade deal with the United States, or possibly become the next, the 51st state. And that's, mind you, Alberta has billions of barrels on deck. Canada is literally uninhabitable in northern parts of it, where you go to the Arctic Circle and the polar ice, all that situation. So, like I said, a lot of moving pieces that's being moved, where in order to combat China with 90% of the rare earth minerals, you got to get access to that 500 billion barrel surplus to probably have your trump card, your leverage card, and say, hey, nigga, you was about to lock up all the rare earths? Well, nigga, we got all the oil. You need 11 million barrels imported every single day. That means, nigga, we gonna sell you this shit, and you gonna learn to love it. We're gonna sell it all over the world. If anybody dare to do something, nigga, well, test our gangster. Essentially, this is the test our gangster campaign, nigga. Where motherfuckers say, all right, pull up. All right, nigga, we hit you with a satellite, nigga. We done turned the poach light on. Nigga, the satellite like the global poach light. Where motherfucker turn that poach light, you can see that motherfucker, but he can't see you through that door. Blow that nigga in the motherfucker's middle wing, boy, what? Nigga, what? This is essentially strong arming, using the U.S. military and strong arming, using the connections when it comes to UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, that also is investing $3.4 trillion of investments. That's being secured and lined up. So when it comes to that formality, man, I just want brothers and sisters to be ready and prepared. We got a lot of niggas that's angry and frustrated, but it's like, damn, is we established? We ain't got no money in stocks. Okay, cool. You got a business. Okay, brother, start aligning and start organizing some shit. That's what I'm saying. Because the Sunnis and the Shias, they're gonna keep on clashing, but they fucked up and they hit Kuwait and they hit Saudi Arabia. I'm telling you, that was a fatal flaw. Them niggas wasn't even gonna get involved. They say, nigga, you gonna have to line up with them. Now motherfuckers say, well, shit, you hit me, but we gonna have to line it up with you. We gonna have to line it up with you. Like, nigga, what happened? We had Joe back in 03. When 50 Cent was on top of the music world and everybody was just pretty much just doing their soul. Nigga, we had Joe back. We was hiding the guns, the drugs, we was helping you in 03. Now you done stroke back at us. Nigga, they done just helped the United States, boy. And like I said, they did some nigga shit. I'm sorry, they did like the LA Bloods and Crips. LA Bloods and Crips supposed to be fighting Mexicans and anti-black Hispanics. While we fight, say, hey, cuz, Shank, hey, cuz. Nigga, that's your brother. That is a brother. That is a black man. That is a motherfucking civilian. God damn it, that is a civilian. You gonna bang on him, but you won't bang on the cartel? You ain't banging on the cartel? That's what I'm saying. They did some nigga shit where they were supposed to click up and form Muslim Voltron, but motherfuckers did the internal clashes. Motherfuckers felt, well, nigga, you got a U.S. Navy, you got a Navy base in your motherfucking shit in Qatar, nigga. The fuck you doing with them? And started bombing.
Muslim Voltron is crazy, brother Sean.
Muslim Super Voltron. Like, nigga, they was about to be like a whole gang. They was about to be a whole pack. We about to ride on these niggas. We about to run down on these niggas. We about to get a walk. Boy, nigga, hell, 24 hours, nigga done blew up the damn Dubai airport. But like I said,
the name of the stock that you, Sean, is a universal safety product.
Wait, can we get in there? Listen.
No, that's quite true. That's for you. So that stock ticker is UUUU. So that's uranium mining.
Y'all be doing this weird shit.
Yeah.
And I basically told you in 50, I hate that shit, bro. I basically said in 50 years, we will be running out of certain fossil fuels. Y'all give me pushback and then basically give a new strategy on how you agree with what the fuck I'm saying while giving me pushback. Like, I feel like 9 times out of 10, you guys, yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, I said that, right? And then it's, no, I don't want to fucking hug. I want y'all to be stop doing this weird misogynistic shit sometimes. I don't know, goddamn hug. I'm right. Y'all niggas be taking my shit, goddamn.
So, hey, Sean, back to the business you were talking about, right?
Yeah.
But niggas supposed to be investing in certain things. And niggas supposed to be, you know, just following what's going on and learning how to just, get something to tell out of it, right? Everybody should be invested in something. I think this something, which is the awards that you scream about every day, the stocks that you can give these niggas for free, other people will make them pay a consultant fee. I think it would be kind of smart to say that if you don't listen to some of this bullshit that Trump says or some of the rhetoric that comes from whichever side that you don't like and try to fucking make a coin off of it, I think you're dumb, right? I think sometimes we're too emotional to look past, our differences and earn money. I think that's what's wrong with our people.
The thing is, just put yourself in position, man, because you don't even need to be rich to do this shit. You just need to be in the right sector. Anything that's in oil, anything that's in foreign trade zones, bonded warehouses, that's really the key. And that's why I keep telling y'all about Memphis, nigga. That's why Memphis is so important, because one, that's the largest logistical hub and warehousing state in the country. So that means if you pull up and you have some oil trade that's coming in where you're getting the shit from Houston, they moving it up to the Memphis. Memphis goes to the largest, now they're gonna have a new shipyard expansion of $20 billion. That'll be complete in 2028. That is CMA-CMG Group, a $20 billion investment. They need that situation to expand where they can be able to sell trade back and forth from Illinois all the way to Canada and make more money cross-border. Cross-border trade expands when it comes to the situation. Memphis is needed where you can go from Memphis to St. Louis and you hitch out to LA, or Memphis to maybe Iowa and you can hitch out to Atlanta, Georgia. So,
would it matter?
Atlanta, Georgia, New York City.
So should it matter what these people's biases or prejudices are, or should you just get the business done?
Well, you can do several ways. Either you can team up, and you can save money with your team, and buy a business that's actively got the contract secured. You ain't got to start from scratch. It depends on what you're trying to do. A lot of people don't want to take business credit or use credit or debt, no problem. But you got to acquire something. Either you got to go to truck stops and have your shit, say, hey man, I can get you oil loads in here and you collect 20, 30 numbers. Then you form Nigga Voltron. Nigga Voltron, where you got a whole bunch of brothers. You got that fat nigga, 350 pounds, and he walk east and west like he got Kenko sores, and and you got a couple other more brothers, bald head brother, tall bald head brother, fat bald head brother. You got a whole bunch of bald heads. Y'all like a quartet. Y'all can move all.
My brother Sean be winning. How you doing, my brother?
What's going on, Serge?
Yeah, shout out to you, my brother. I wanted to provide some context for the audience on the debt issue within the United States. How you've touched on with stable coins. So, Circle, a lot of these organizations you can actually invest in, companies. Circle is a publicly listed company that is purchasing bonds, which is backing the stable coin, which is called USDC. USDC is traded on the major exchanges. And if you notice, Sean could give testimony to this, if you're holding USDC, you're going to get a higher yield than your savings account. So they'll give you fractional amounts of, returns for you putting your money in your savings account, or you can get up to 4 or 5% on certain publicly listed exchanges, like Coinbase, etc., just by holding your digital USD and USDC. So some of these companies are just purchasing billions upon billions of these bonds that are providing them with a coupon, and they're giving that coupon back to the digital dollar holders. And then that reduces the United States' dependency on foreign investment. So as they continue to purchase these bonds, as China sells they'll continue to buy them. And then what they're doing is rehypothecating the dollar, meaning essentially making more without the Federal Reserve printing. And I land on that point. Thank you for bringing it up, Sean.
So Umar, with those businesses, those companies are trying to. I'm asking a question.
Ask the question when he's done.
He did. Wait, hold on, dude. Don't do that to me. He just said he's weird. Yo, go ahead, Umar. Oh, no, Mr. Umar, didn't you just say you landed?
Yeah, go ahead to you, sir.
Okay, no, I just.
My apologies, everyone in our
Yeah, some people, they get triggered when I even speak. The man literally said he was done. So now, Brother Umar, would you care, would it bother you if you found out some of those people you were investing in had different views or probably didn't like you?
Man, we not going back to that shit, bro.
Yeah. Hold up. Yo, wait a minute. Pedro. Yo, wait a minute. Pedro, you do that dumb shit one more time because you have common sense to understand that you don't have to align yourself with racists to make money in this country. I don't align myself with racists and I make money in this country. So you need to drop that fucking coon ass fucking narrative. Don't bring that dumb ass shit back up because that shit is dumb. You act like you can't make money without aligning yourself with motherfucking white people. The whole point of black people building themselves up, I'm not saying not deal with white people, but the whole point is to gather each other up and invest in each other.
Exactly.
Invest in each other. Invest in your people.
Gotcha.
That's the whole point. No, sir, I don't need your fucking ad-lib. Mute yourself up. Because I'm tired of you, every time somebody says something, you asking them about, whether or not it's okay to align yourself with racists so you can gather people for your goddamn team. Man, shut that ass shit up. You do not have to align with racists to get your point across and be out here to make money, y'all.
Thank you.
You don't have to do that.
Thank you.
All you gotta do is have the intelligence enough to know who you fucking dealing with. That's it. And if you want to only deal with black people, I'm sure it's a lot of like-minded individuals out here that you can work with. Get that shit done. Ain't nobody fucking triggered, nigga. You're the one that's triggered because you're trying to get people to motherfucking think how you think. You keep bringing the damn shit up and everybody don't want to fucking hear that shit. That shit is dumb. Yeah. I'm gonna land right there, man. Keep that shit on some building shit. Build within your fucking community.
And that's why when it comes to brothers, that's why I said West Texas brothers, that's why I said Louisiana niggas, you know, the Georgia niggas, we got red up in this bitch, Georgia niggas. Now that's what I'm saying, man. Like,
we all rock with these racist ass motherfuckers, bro. We never align ourselves with them.
We got the ability to actually capture transactions and actually leverage something good. When it comes to everything, I don't have that aspect where you just confine yourself. No. You have to be able to expand and leverage your connections. Where when it comes to security, I know that I could go to Brother Wilson. He can give me some goons that got gun training.
Sean, it's a great time. It's right now. I put it in the chat, and I didn't mean to even cut your build off, but
yeah.
The threat assessment just went up again. If you have a license to carry a CCW, get you an LLC, these contracts are every and anywhere. This is a great time where there's blood in the street. Best time to invest, start a business, get to it. It is prime time, folks. You got a couple big people, you got a couple illegal firearms, and you can be somewhere on time, and you can go and get you a little Tahoe, you can make thousands of dollars off. This is the time, folks. I'm telling you, threat assessment is going through the roof. Threat assessment goes up, everybody for security. But
and when it comes to that situation right there, like I said, I got a network of brothers and sisters that do very good work where we're like-minded. We don't have conflict. We don't have strife. I ain't trying to nickel and dime Brother Milton. Brother Milton have a service. You're supposed to pay that tag. When it comes to red, when it comes to anything, I'm trying to get information and investing in Georgia. I don't shortchange that man. Respect that man's business. God damn it, he wouldn't do it to nobody else. Try to nickel and dime motherfucker to death, you know damn well that you better not try to help. But it seems like motherfuckers want to have all this strife internally. No. That's why I gave out the solutions of freight brokering. And freight brokering when it comes to oil freight and taking your goddamn ass to these truck stops and just put your poster up, put your flyer up, let people know that you actually exist. And the beautiful part about freight brokering is it's an inside sales call job where you could be at the crib, you could be at the house, make 10, 20 calls, you gather the leads of truck drivers or maybe 10 truck stops, you can get about 100 damn leads of truckers that are looking for that money. They got hazmat, the Twix card, got insurance, E&O, bonding insurance, plus a lot of them probably got two trucks also on the roster as well. So 15 can be at least 60 trucks. You never know. But that's what I'm saying. When it comes to this oil trade, 500 billion barrels. Plus you have expanded warehouse that's in Tennessee, more warehouse that's in the southeast corridor. This will be the Southern Dominion, where the South and the Southeast, a lot of black men and women is going to be very prosperous if they hold on to their properties, don't sell. Make sure that you have your estate planning. Don't trust no crickety cracker that say, I got $1 million for you. Because if you got $1 million, then what the hell that mean? You probably got $20 million right up under you. You didn't even know it. You didn't even know. And look at your mineral rights too. Because you got if anything you notice, they're streamlining the policies and procedures when it comes to rare earth minerals. Because they're trying to do uranium enrichment that's also in Mississippi, all the way coming out to northern Arkansas. A lot of people see that, damn, in Nevada, they're doing gold mining in Nevada, gold mining and silver in Sparks, Nevada, Henderson area. That's where you guys need to start getting on your corporate game. That's why I have faith in y'all. Look at your contracts, understand what clauses, contingencies that you need to do, and also audit your attorney, audit your accountant, and make sure that everything that you have is really ducks in a row. And I have faith. Really, the only thing you need to do is just make sure that you stay planning your land. So, like I said, when it comes to this situation, it's an opportunity. I've gotten nothing but great opportunities and information from y'all in the room. So, like I said, it's doable. It's doable. What's going on, Miss Cherry? What's going on, Miss Cherry? What's going on?
Yeah, baby, y'all.
Y'all are good. Yeah, good grace, Eugene. If you can hear me, I hope y'all doing fine.
This is a great time to invest. Get your Eugene in order. Go ahead. Hey, what up? Hey, yo, brother Eugene, I got a question right quick. What's good? I think I heard Sherry call my name. Yes, he did. She was saying, well, hello. What up, Sherry? Hey, if I have a difference of opinion, but I'm not interrupting nobody, I'm not cussing at nobody, should I be silent just because they don't like what I'm saying?
That's not what it is. You just kind of you're just throwing it off a little bit.
But I haven't interrupted anybody, I didn't talk over anybody, and I didn't curse anybody out. I think I should be.
Yeah, but when you keep taking it back to conversations you had with other people from yesterday, when we're in the middle of a conversation, you're not helping to move it along.
Okay, so Eugene, I was talking to you, so I was saying that what we were talking about, it directly hit a point that I made yesterday. So I just circled back and said, I think black people, we should stop having emotions when it comes to business and look at business and do business. All I'm saying is if I don't interrupt, I don't cuss nobody out, I should be able to say what I want to say.
No, Eugene, Erica told him, Mr. told him, we all asked him numerous times to move on to the actual point.
And y'all moved on. Y'all got to move on.
What happened?
I just want to speak to Eugene. I didn't care. That's why I let it go when they were talking. I seen Eugene in the room. I just wanted to confirm with the commander-in-chief of this room. I don't cuss nobody out. If I don't cut nobody out, I still should be able to, save my submission.
I ain't told them
objective. What are you really trying to accomplish for, really? State my people like everybody else.
That's all it is. He just go through the phases. He's trying to prove.
Yeah, he's trying to prove a point. He's trying to prove a point, and that's all. And every time you ask that question and we move on from that, you divert back to the fucking stance. And nobody, everybody looking at you. But it is disrespectful to the ears.
Okay, hold on. I had my mom just then. Pedro, I missed a lot of whatever you're saying, but whatever you said, let me say this. Yes, sir. If Bess, Erica, Michelle, or Little Bella in here, they're gonna make a decision. Whatever their decision they make, how you feel about it, you got to pull up your bootstrap, pull up your pampers, whatever you got going on, and deal with whatever they say go. They got whatever if they're in this room, whatever they do, I'm backing. I'm just, you my homeboy, I know you tough. That go with everybody else in this room, Melissa, Sherry, Sweets, and everybody else. Whatever decision these girls make in this room, y'all heard me say that, I'm gonna stand by that. So you're just gonna have to pull up your pamper and scrap your bootstraps up and deal with it. So if Erica made a decision, I'm standing by Erica. Michelle, I'm gonna stand by him. If one, I'm gonna stand by. Little brother made one, I'm gonna stand by it. I'm not staying outside of nothing that they do. They can't do no wrong in my eyesight. Does that make sense? Just now, I will say this. Are they gonna make mistakes? Yeah. Am I gonna make a mistake? Yeah. Are you gonna make a mistake in life? Yeah. We're gonna just keep it pushing. So whatever they decided to do, I'm with them. Right? I'll be back in a little bit. Let me take care of my mom right quick.
All right, so Michelle, I apologize for bringing up my riddle.
Pedro, you're so petty. Oh my God. Scorpios, y'all fucking nuts.
See how I'm trying to keep it positive and say, I hope y'all reach your mission. Y'all very smart. Y'all get y'all money. Look, we done.
There will be no Scorpio bash, you understand?
You know why?
It's so manipulative.
Yeah. I'm trying to give prosperity.
Thank you, Sister Africa.
We trying to give this prosperity and shit, and we just going back to the negative shit yesterday. I wasn't even here yesterday, so I don't even know what the fuck going on.
Well, we can't talk about it, but it wasn't negative. But yo, what's up with the next move? Where we going next?
Yo, what's up with black people? What's black people's next move?
I can't talk about that. That's the important.
What is black people's next move?
We can't talk about it.
What is black people's next move?
They got a dinosaur in my little.
Part of my business is staying black. Trying to die. So fuck, I gotta do it. Y'all niggas just get that shit there. Y'all supposed to be the leaders in the community. Y'all leading us.
I'm a black community. What a racket. Go ahead. That's what the Asians say.
They bracket. Hey, they got a dinosaur at my local museum that's only 1% dinosaur. Well, 1%.
Man, what the fuck does that got to do with anything, man?
Let you guys know.
Man, what the fuck does that?
Talking about dinosaur? Yeah. I found that cool. I went to the museum just also. I ain't got time shit. Well, I had a lot of time shit.
Pedro, you know who you look like? You look like Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Oh shit. Okay. Shout out.
Fucking Theo.
Wait. He's a straight one. The other guy is the gay one from Living. What's the other show?
Looking like Jamal Malcolm Warner, man.
Okay, yeah, he was on the Congressman. I thought you was talking about that nigga off the Family Matters or whatever the shit was.
This nigga talking about Family Matters. What the fuck you talking about?
The dude who like Chinese who came out.
Eddie Winslow.
I was getting to
Eddie Winslow.
Look, I get the niggas mixed up all the time. They look similar.
When did you find out about the dinosaur again?
Dog. Alright, so I'm in there. You know me, I'm annoying as fuck, right? So I went in there and I'm just looking around and shit, looking at all this bullshit. And I actually dude, I seen him. He had a little sticker on too. He was an anthropologist too. I was like, okay, look at me. Petty Pedro with free time. I said, hey man, how much of that dinosaur is actually real?
Man, this nigga never stopped.
He don't want to answer at first. So then I kept going around. We went to a little slacker. And it was like 1% or like a percent, it was a part of a percent that it was like a fossil they found, and then it was a tooth. So the fossil was one of the little rocks that was around the dinosaur by his foot, and then the tooth is what they found, and then they just made the composite of the rest of the dinosaur.
Bro, we ain't trying to hear no goddamn dinosaurs, nigga. Is we like 5?
I used to like dinosaurs.
Fucking dinosaurs.
So what's the next topic?
Yo, Pedro, what's the update on the war report? Man, we ain't trying to talk about that shit right now. We already got done talking about that shit.
No.
Me and Michelle went over a whole 2 hours of this damn shit.
Yeah. No, we definitely did. I was working out, so I was playing like, we listened to that shit for like an hour and a half. That shit was informing.
I'm about to go to bed.
Yeah, man, we on the East Coast though.
Y'all need to get a fucking headache, man.
We on the East Coast though, man. They trying to they're about to subpoena Jay-Z to do the same thing that Hillary Clinton did, and they actually released Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton's whole deposition. That shit is interesting. Hillary Clinton is a writer. That's what I will say for Hillary. She is G when it comes to answering questions about her husband. Like they were trying to like provoke the woman, like saying like you did know we have pictures of bills and hot tubs with younger women. Like they were throwing him under the bus in front of her. She stood tall. She didn't like I know she probably cussed that motherfucker out when she got back home. Cause the deposition had nothing to do with her.
She don't care.
No, this is how player it was though. Hillary is literally not in the files the way Bill is, right? So it's basically like Hillary looking like, motherfucker, I chose you, stupid motherfucker. Hillary turned down advances from Epstein. Like he was trying to fuck her campaign, and she does have one weird ass friend that was friends with Epstein, but it's really not implementing her. All the rest of this shit is on Bill. Like he had egg on his face. Like, and it's crazy. Like she stood up, she stood in the paint, she didn't tell us. She didn't tell her nigga out. That was interesting. You gotta watch Hillary. She was about to walk out. They were about to hold her in contempt.
She can't sell him out. She's just as dirty as he is, if not more so.
Nah, she could have thrown him under the bus.
No, she quite literally cannot without throwing herself underneath the bus. She didn't even know if Bill was actually president. It might have been Hillary the whole time.
Definitely was Hillary the whole time. When you see both of them speak, it definitely was Hillary. I give you that. Bill is a horrible. He's actually unintelligent. I thought Junior was stupid. Bill is retarded. Bill is like fucking Alabama retarded. Y'all should watch this entertainment.
Yeah, motherfucker ain't got no time to get that damn shit.
So has anyone actually invested in XRP?
Yes, ma'am.
Keep on couples. Hope you never had $3.
I bought XRP my second year in Clubhouse. One of my homeboys kept telling me he was a truck driver. He kept saying, buy, bro, you need to buy it. You go to the club, you spend money. Y'all buy Don Julio. Y'all finna make Don Julio rich. Look. And he was right, we did. We made Don Julio rich overnight. He said, you niggas is cash cows. Costing me, this Don Julio. Y'all gonna give everybody money. Just invest some of it.
Y'all country niggas is funny.
How about Don Julio?
Dante got me to invest in some shit too. Dante Brooks. I fuck with Dante.
Yeah, this year is about diversifying your portfolio. I mean, yes, go with those tech high volatility picks, of course, Syrian, but at the same time, y'all, if you're a long-term holder, don't forget to invest in the shit that Trump tell you to invest in. Make sure you have some shit to keep your portfolio stable as well. And learn how to read a motherfucking chart. Cause who bought Bitcoin? Who don't even bought that shit? Who bought that shit? When that girl told you, she was like, yeah, don't put your money in some Bitcoin. And I let y'all fucking went and did that shit, and now you down. The niggas don't know how to read a chart. And I told you that shit is not at the 60 might be the bottom though. 60K.
Man, I fucked up my foot, man. My foot is fucked up, boy. I've been limping all damn day, man.
What'd you do?
when I was trying to get my DoorDash and shit.
No, man.
Somebody had a big ass rock on my damn door.
What?
And I done tripped and fell over that bitch.
DoorDash?
I done tripped and fell over that bitch. So I had to not look stupid while not feel, I guess, the damn sudden urge on my damn foot, like in between like the big toe and the middle toe. My shit fucked up where I'm gimping and limping around in the damn house.
Sean, go get salt and has water that's as hot as you can take it. Put as much salt in that bitch as you got, and stick your foot in it. It'll draw the inflammation out. You'll feel better in a little while.
So is that hot water?
No, not hot. Not hot. Don't, because you won't be able to leave your foot in it. You want it like as hot as your skin can take, but not boiling. Nowhere near like super hot. So I would do like hot water from the tap. That doesn't get boiling, but just touch it to make sure it's not too hot, but it does need to be very, very warm, but not boiling. And then you pour a bunch of salt, and somebody said Epsom salt. That'll help too, but regular salt as well. And stick your foot in there.
Oh, nurse.
Okay.
Nurse.
Yeah, I'm the queen of hitting my foot.
This shit better work.
It will.
That shit better work, nigga.
Yeah, not too hot. Not too hot. It's gonna sting because it's salt, and he probably has inflammation, and he probably hit his foot.
What's the other option, nigga?
I mean, just let that shit swell. That's the other option. Do nothing. Or go to the hospital and send $1,000 on that emergency room bill.
Like you got another option, nigga. You already in pain.
I've been in pain for 10 hours straight.
Nah, salt that motherfucker. Warm water, salt. Sit in there for as long as you can. Try to do it again. Don't use up all your salt because you want to do it multiple times. But it will definitely help.
Goddamn, bro, I can't salt up no chicken and no fries because I use this shit on the foot.
No, DoorDash the salt. You'll be alright.
No, don't DoorDash again. That nigga gotta heal up when you DoorDash. That's how he in this
You don't have to DoorDash. He can't walk nowhere.
You somebody else. DoorDash put him in this position, nigga.
Oh, God. Fuck all that shit. I don't even.
Damn rock, man.
Now you blaming DoorDash for your mistake. Fuck that. Now what? Shouldn't you be concerned that one of your neighbors put a rock in your doorway? That's crazy. I'm more concerned about that. Like, why the fuck is there a rock sitting in your doorway?
Bando did it, nigga. That's all that talking to Bando. That shit talking to Bando did it, nigga.
Bando's somewhere in the wood with his fucking cult. I'm screaming. Bando, oh God, how? Bando is a proof that the world is going to shit. How he's amassed actual followers. It's so easy. Like, if I wanted to be a cult leader, I know I could do that shit. I have the conscience. I'm not trying to deceive people. Huh? Pedro, you get cult leader. You got that type of energy.
That's because he's funny. You gotta be funny. He's very funny and very charismatic.
I'm not charismatic at all. I don't give a fuck about people's feelings. I just say what I really want.
Alright, I'm back. Y'all ready to start a new algorithm, a new room, or?
Yeah, let's start a new room. Yes, sir, let's start a new room.
Okay, anybody got any suggestions? I'm gonna let y'all pick a title, what y'all want to talk about, and I'm gonna craft a title around your conversation. Who wants to be the one that make a title? I craft something around that. Y'all rely on my prowess.
Who's responsible for the downfall of the black community?
Who's responsible for the downfall of the black community? That's what y'all want to go with?
I don't know, I just said something off the top of my head. He said I just said something. Wow. What?
Is it Tellers, or is it the white man, or is it the black man?
It's the black man. It's y'all. Phallus holding leaders.
Yeah, I gotta agree with it.
For the downfall of the black community, that's the title. All right, let's see how well you do, Melissa. Let's see how well you do.
No.
Hey, we gotta pull off the long now.
Oh God.
This is good.
So this is the first time I ever asked for the audience to make a title. So yeah, we're gonna see how well you do, Melissa. See how well you got. See if you got the problems. See if you got the problems. All right, intellectual problems. All right. With that being said, we're gonna talk. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
With Congressman Kushner and
build an arch here and build an arch there. Like, this is a mess. And what's crazy about it, it's actually gone worse quicker than I thought it would. I didn't think it would be this bad this quickly. This is pretty bad. Hey, 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Did you guys think Ukraine is cooked out for this? It's over with Ukraine. How are they going to get munitions or any support?
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do. This shit is going to be multiple fronts. And fuck around, there's going to be, fighting all between the countries in between, too. That's the crazy part.
Oh, Dan, one of the things I wanted to add about the Hezbollah part that you were talking about. So, around early morning hours here, the Israeli soldiers started ground troop entrance into those sections of North Lebanon, southern Lebanon. And in fact, people were being taken away from that region, but they have just been bombarding Lebanon, and now they're even bombarding Beirut. If anyone has been to Beirut, when you go to Beirut, there is a section of Beirut that's considered Christian Beirut and a section that is Muslim Beirut. And it looks as though they're bombing that. I also heard they bombed a church, or they bombed close to a church.
Oh, yeah.
In Beirut. So, and then the French are also sending military vehicles, are sending supplies to Beirut to quash Hezbollah. And the problem here is the French have a very mixed population. They have an Arab population, they have an Islamic population as well. So I am concerned that there's going to be some other attacks going on in France with the way this is going.
One of the things that really surprises me is how CNN is acting shocked that Iran would strike the Gulf states, as if, why wouldn't Iran do that? I mean, that's the easiest target to go after.
Yeah, this is why we're at a real disservice. And, our media is so uninformed. I don't know if you guys heard when we listened to the video that Patty was playing. You could tell that the guy doing the interview couldn't point around on that. They just don't know anything. They don't know the basics of the situation. And it becomes a point where, I almost wish we could have specialized anchors for stuff like this, specialized interviewers who know something about it, as opposed to just the guy, it's his show, so now he has to talk about the economy, now he has to talk about this, and like he's some sort of special gem. He didn't know what he was talking about.
I don't think there's no way to do that, unfortunately.
Neil LeBroy, you there? Have you got a chance to dig into it? I'm not looking at my phone.
Into what?
Have you dug into the jobs report yet? It's insane.
Yes. I mean, what is there to say? It's losses everywhere except in, what was it, hospitality?
Yeah, in hospitality. And all the downward revisions. So I think was it negative 60-some thousand jobs over the last couple of months? It's just horrible. But the tariffs are working, and he knows how to handle the economy better than Biden and Harris did. You didn't see anything like this during their time. It's just insane. Whatever. I don't want to get political. That's fine.
Because he's a great businessman, remember? Didn't Ferry say that? Did they didn't say that? Yeah. Yeah, he's a great businessman. His followers have said it. They said he's a great businessman. He's good for the country.
I'm really interested if the whole Gulf states pulling out their money is going to tank the Paramount Skydance bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. 24 billion in that 110 billion it is from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi.
Oh, I forgot they were involved. They've got their hands in everything.
I mean, probably half of the venture capital in the United States is Gulf money.
My network is text me. I never said it on politically correct, but that this was just Trump's way of dodging the bullet at the Epstein files. I never correlated the two until they texted to me. I don't know what you all think of that, but that has been texted to me. That means at least a group of people that are associated with my staff have held this discussion on and offline. And that's what they say. And they put a picture out of, this is a war 3, America versus Iran, Iran versus America. And it has a picture of Epstein in the middle of the war zone. It's a lot to ponder over. I never really thought about it. But nevertheless, that's what they are saying at this hour. My public perception 3.
When neoliberal, you were talking about the investments. Now, I guess the strategy for those countries in the Gulf was that if they invested in the U.S., they will get the U.S. protection. And now they are sitting and complaining that the U.S. is not offering them the type of defense they expected.
Also a form of deception.
I mean, there's some weird stuff going on with just the numbers of who's getting most of the attacks from Iran, which is UAE, and Saudi just got a symbolic 1 or 2 attacks Iran. So thank Saudi for not allowing U.S. forces who use Saudi Arabia to attack Iran or something of the sort. And given the Saudi UAE basically escalating Cold War into regional proxy war in Sudan, Yemen, etc., all over Africa to be fair, right? Saudi must be sitting happy seeing what is happening to UAE.
Neoliberal just, I don't know if you saw, just digging in here. Labor force participation rate fell to 62%.
Yeah, 0.5%.
Yes, it's the lowest since November 21. That's not good when the labor position rate goes down that much and unemployment goes up. even 0.1, that's not good.
I thought oil was good for the economy, though.
You know what?
I thought oil was good for the economy.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, 1944.
Remember, these are numbers from February, before the war. We haven't even gotten to the war numbers yet. But yeah, labor force participation rate plunged.
You know, it's all self-inflicted. This shit is crazy. That jobs number is terrible. You said it's 12,000 manufacturing lost? What's going on?
You know, I really want to hear from anybody that's in the chat that participated. They thought this was a great idea. I don't know where Trump failed. Can you explain that to us? Because it's crazy that they said we were exaggerating projects.
One is on stage, Patty. Patty, one is on stage.
Oh, explain it, bro.
Yeah, Mr. Triple H, you're a Trump supporter, a conservative. Break down how you see this playing out and why this is good. Mr. Triple H.
I don't think this is going to benefit, or I wouldn't say benefit. I would say there is a potential benefit if this continues longer, is all I'm saying. I mean, if we have to tap into oil, or if they have to tap into uranium of what they have, and helping during the transition would probably be the route Mr. Trump would take. That's one thing that I can think off the bat. And IRGC is, they listen to their leaders, and they probably do what they're told to do. I was answering Strong a few questions about how Iran military would not participate at a scale where the rest of their Iran, IRGC, and their proxies would do, simply because a lot of people are forced into serving into Iran military, just like CCP China have a lot of their men in the military by force, right? And a lot of people in the military, Iran military, are not willing to fight because they are against the current regime. So counting on those numbers as resistance is not going to fly. So based on that alone, I think this should not last more than 6 weeks. But that's my prediction, but I probably could be wrong, but that's what I'm hoping for.
What's the benefit that would come? You said there could be benefit. What would the benefit be?
I mean, historically, like, from all the stuff that we've done, I think if they have to turn this around into, okay, we've spent X amount of dollars and all this, I mean, if they have to involve in how we tell Iran to do the trade, oil and stuff, and natural resources, like uranium deposit, after Uzbekistan, I think Iran is the second or the third largest country that has uranium deposits. So that's very vital for nuclear, whatever, weapons or clean energy, right? And with AI uprising and plenty of people losing jobs for AI, with AI, I think clean energy resources would be very vital to support all the data centers and think that most of the companies are investing into AI, right? So I see that if I were to map those potential opportunities in 10 years, I think that's probably what the move would be for America to do, is to figure out how we can get unlimited amount of supply of energy or any minerals that could help them accelerate AI efforts.
All right, so I looked it up while you were speaking. Iran doesn't have a significant amount of uranium reserves.
I mean, at one point they did. I don't know how much of it is mined or where their stash is. I mean, when Obama made the deal, I think that's one of the reasons where he had the ship moved to Russia for the sanction to be lifted off, right?
Wait, when you say uranium reserves, are you talking about like uranium that can be recovered, or are you talking about their enriched? What are you talking about?
I mean, both. I don't know how much of that is available yet to be mined and how much of the reserve is already there. But I knew at one point they were a critical source of uranium, because that's another reason why they want to pursue nuclear efforts, because they do have a good amount of resources to mine uranium, and their land is vast in uranium deposits.
Neil, are you there?
Yep.
Could you help me out here? I don't.
I'm so confused.
I mean, I thought Iran had to get uranium from elsewhere. They don't have uranium. They don't have a significant amount that they can mine. Can you help me? What was he saying? I could be wrong. I don't.
They have mines, right? But that's not necessarily like domestic uranium resources are like very high quality. So they use imported uranium for both reactors and weapons. They do have mines though, it's just bad quality.
Right, so I thought they imported it.
Yeah, they do, for both nuclear energy and for weapons, whatever enrichment. They import it.
So Mr. Claim was they have the third most, and this would be the benefit. I think the United States has more than Iran, and higher quality, I think.
So, back under Obama's administration, what was I can't remember on top of my head. There was this specific sanctioned nuclear deal that was made where they had to move 2/3 of their reserves out of the country for them to have the sanctions lifted, right? Something like that. Do you remember that?
Are you talking about enriched uranium?
Yeah. Enriched uranium, that they had to move it out of the country. And I mean, I'm talking about that specific deal.
What does that have to do with mineable, recoverable uranium? You said it would be a benefit to the right? Anyway, let's leave that one aside. So you said that they only have the IRGC. What about the Basij? That's the paramilitary, volunteer paramilitary force.
That's not a large number. I mean, these two are probably...
What do you mean it's several hundred thousand? What do you mean it's not a large number? It's probably 500,000. What do you mean it's not a large number? Do you know how big... Wait, let me back up. Do you know how many people live in Iran? Let me see.
Yeah, it's few hundred. I want to say close to 200 million, maybe. I don't know. Somewhere close to that, yeah.
200 million? All right, Patty, you can go back to the clips.
No.
Let's just move on, bro. You don't know anything.
You really need to remember that you're get those comparisons right.
You don't know anything.
No. Okay, just go ahead. Tell me what's your point, though. I mean, obviously,
my point is you're saying it's only the IRCG, which is wrong. Everybody knows that. And you stay in the chat telling people why they're wrong. You don't know the basics of what you're talking about.
Yeah, your higher qualities of your uranium is usually, you talk Tanzania, Namibia, Nigeria. Africa, they have some deposits. And the thing they stretch it with, the Chinese, you say enrich. They use an isotope to stretch uranium, cocaine, and heroin. Believe it or not, anything white from sugar to flour. This enriched products, when they stretch it, they sell you on low quality and they stretch it with an isotope. So it's somebody's thing. I used to make weapons by way of Newport News, Virginia, and all those places. And naval weapons station, Cheatham, Annex, and no amount of countries want to store any of these weapons. And then you have to look at Raytheon, look at Northrop Grumman, look at various companies that connect to Kellogg Brown Root, that network. And what about the weapons that are unexploded and weapons that are outdated? Some of these things we should think over. You're just going to use your weapons just to say you can pop off a few. That's like children in a candy store. They got nuclear weapons and playing around with people and the lives of people, threatening the world over some Epstein files. And what your vision of Iran may not be the people's vision of Iran, but you don't have the luxury of leaving body bags scattered all over the country and exploding bombs. I mean, they hit a school with 160 some odd body bags. There should be some idealism. Are we going to bomb somewhere? Is there protection on the schools, hospitals, nursing homes, archives, etc.? They did the wholesale bombing in Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, and now they're back to Iran again. It's bombing it. They have also divine intervention. Never underestimate the power that's in the divine intervention. I'll land my plane on the uranium, and you got to see it. I mean, they're going to run up on you. I mean with that. But the modern leadership, they're trying to undermine our natural and mineral resources in Africa, or Alkebulan, if you will, African, if you must say it. And that's still our resources. We just have to adapt the behavior pattern of $1 trillion people, and I think we'll get a lot more accomplished in the world of socialism, politics, and military. And oh my.
Okay, so in the 13 months since Trump took office, the economy has created a net total of, rounding up, 200,000 jobs, compared to 1.4 million created in the last 13 months of Biden administration. Given how it's going, this 198,000 remaining in this 13th month is going to be revised down probably.
Top question, or anybody maybe you can answer. This is part of the history and theory I don't know well. So, is there any writing or scholarship or anything that you've read that you could maybe break down for me, maybe others are interested, in the idea that you liberated people, they take over, let's say everything goes exactly the way the administration wants, but you've blown the country to smithereens. Is there anything on like stepping into that vacuum, stepping into that ruin, that wreckage, feel like if it just, like, apparently they're just, bombing, and hitting Tehran like crazy. Like, what does that do to the morale of the people who you want to rise up? If you blow everything to smithereens, it's buildings, it's infrastructure, it's sewage systems, it's desalination systems, it's on and on and on and on. What does that leave for people to want to build? And I don't know. It strikes me as they're not thinking about that either. I don't know. So that's just something that has been on my mind the last couple of days, because every time that Hegseth or the administration comes out, anybody in the administration, we just put the bombs, we're blowing up this building, blowing up that building, blowing up this building. Where are the people going? Oh, you're now the new leader, you're going to meet in the tent over here in 2026? I don't know. It seems to, at a certain point, it seems very delicate, to be fair and to be sure, it seems to create a tipping point where you move people who might have been on your side to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, obviously bombing to win from aid that we listened to his clip is to work on it, right? I personally, it's a little bit too dry for me. I like the evolution of nuclear strategy, that book where at least few chapters are dedicated to the history before getting to the atomic bomb. Kind of the history of the ideas of strategic bombing that was employed during World War II in the aerial campaigns, right? And everywhere around the world, not only in the United States, but Germany thought the same, Japan to a lesser extent, UK. Everybody thought that by doing strategic bombing, right, you will break the will to engage in war of the population, right? And the population will petition their government to sue for peace, right? This was a very persistent idea that created strategies of both bombing Germany, but also Germany bombing Britain, right? Like remember all of those posters, stay calm, like the British posters on the bombing campaigns. And what everybody has learned is that it does exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
Right? People coalesce against the enemy and support their government rather than the opposite. It persisted, and that idea didn't die for solely one reason. Because of strategic bombing was kind of saved out of, as an idea in history, because of arrival of the nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb, and Hiroshima. Basically, Hiroshima saved the doctrine of strategic bombing, right? And it persists to this day. You can see it in what Russia is doing against Ukraine. Same idea when you turn on Russian TV and listen to what they're saying. It is one-on-one strategic bombing, break their spirit so that they elect another government or they agree to our appeals, etc., right? And it is on and on and on, the same thing. But yeah, if you want to book The Evolution of Nuclear Strategy, Lawrence Friedman.
Hovering over this particular bombing campaign, the spirit of Selak, it's like a Black Hawk helicopter hovering over this in the spirit of a Selak that would just do literally anything. The whole self-obviously, the recklessness of it, not only dumb as this, yet very dumb the way this is being carried out. So you can put your critique in, but my critique stands on 4 and I'm 10 toes down on the ground, examining from my own independent perspective. The dumb, very dumb, in the eyes of many in the world, very dumb. Zeller.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, there's me, I don't know if that's just to me or a different MRI, but you know, I'm looking at these images. I just turned on CNN as I was eating my beans, and I see this room. I just looking at Beirut. Who wants to come and fill that vacuum? Colonizers they don't want to colonize Lebanon. The United States can't colonize Iran. It's 90 million people. They're not going to take over their oil resources. Like the model, it's not a 1920 model. It's a whole different. Like a lot of stuff around colonization was not just force. It's also hegemony. It was cultural. It was all kinds of things. It was this. This is not an effort for the U.S. to colonize. They can't even control the states. Like in America, the federal government cannot control Iran. Iran is huge. So. I'll get the book out. I'll go break it down.
Yeah, that's the weakness of what strategic bombing. It shifts the politics, right? It creates this dynamic where the primary vector of political competition becomes nationalism, right? So the only opposition that can be viable in these conditions is one that is more nationalistic, right? So like ground for that has to be prepared, right? That doesn't necessarily mean they are going to be to the right or more extreme than the government, although oftentimes that's exactly what happens, right? Because that's an easier narrative and an easier script. But the opposition can say that the Iranian regime is actually not for the people of Iran, are not truly Iranian, right? Like they are not, they're not caring for the whole of Iran, right? Like some of it exists in how like Pahlavi monarchists are talking about it, right? But they also go to the other extreme where Iran it's not Iran, it's Persia, right? It is like Muslim colonizers conquered Iran, right? They erased a lot of history. So they weakened their own nationalist credentials, and that's why they are not really a contender to replace the regime.
That's a great point, neoliberal. I was even going to bring that. And coupled with that, when the bombings on the school happened, the Pahlavi supporters went and said these were Iranian missiles, that Iran did it purposely, or that it's Iranian missiles. And so essentially, they supported the bombing and killing of a school full of girls. Now, those within Iran who perhaps were lenient to their cause see them as an enemy and see them as supporters of the enemy, not as people who want a free Iran where everyone exists in it and where there is democracy. So they don't have a base. Their base of really leading to a shift in Iran is limited. They don't have any. And then when they keep pushing that we are Persia and how the Muslims don't belong there, yet they're the large part of the population. They're part of the population of Iran. It ends up leading to a process of fragmentation. The same thing that you saw happen in Somalia, the bombings of Somalia. And the tribes started fighting within each other. And certain tribes that were not Muslims were somehow favored, or that were more African looking were given more support than the Muslim ones, and those ones then rise against them. And it ends up in skirmishes and civil war within that is difficult to curtail.
Yeah, in this case, I don't think they're even organized for a possible civil war. Right? Like they're just not. Like the Balochi Kurdish minorities and that are, and again, this is not all Kurds. Right? Like it's very fragmented. There is sectarian tensions even within kind of Kurdish groups. Some of them are pro-regime, some of them are not. But that's the only kind of groups that have access to weapons. That is why there is this kind of wish casting. I don't think it's a plan
I'm Vishal, and I hope people are from different part of this planet. And why you always think like things according to current affairs? You know, if I, being Indian, and think about this particular issue, I feel every issue, not this issue, it is all economic. This is economics, simple basic economics. Life is dependent on two things, existence and economics. And this Iran conflict is a new one. We talk about the other conflicts. Iraq conflict. It's not at all about what, from my perspective, and we can disagree with it. From my perspective, it's all about economics. It's not about the nuclear weapon. See, today, or after 100 years, there will be only two types of countries. One nuclear weapon, a group of countries who are nuclearly armed, and the others not armed. Right? This is not going to change. And nuclear armed won't like his neighbor to be armed. This is our point. But apart from that, it's not very easy to go against the world and create a nuclear weapon. If I wish to go to market and buy something, my intent will always be to buy it cheap, right? But also, I'll try to buy in some different manner. I'll put a simple different narrative there. See, intent and narrative are two different things. And narrative being set here in this case is like Iran is trying to. Iran is trying now. It's not a very wrong thing. But intent actually is not right. I feel like. And right from Venezuela to every time any country tries to deterrorize anything, America has some guns pushed into his back. They're about to charge on those people, and they have charged. If you go to Iranian history, Iranian people threw them out of their country in digging oil thing. What I have studied, and if president like this, Donald Trump, was more into drilling with a country like Iran, to talk about if a captured territory of economics is lost, and if with your perspective and your kind of strategy, if you bring back that, is not wrong in his context. Though, how many people today remember Britain? They used to colonize, right? Now somebody called, used this word colonization here. I would say that in modern world, 1920s formula won't work, but in a different manner it would work. Economically colonized. China does that, right? So I think America is doing the same. And earlier also in the past, after World War II, US had done this with Iran, though with the regime of the person who died, the leader, I'll take his name though, was the person who reformed something for those people. So they are not, the orientation is not the point, it's about the people who live there. It's their choice what kind of religion they follow. If you're Persian, now chose to be Muslim, tomorrow they can be Christian, why not Hindu? What's going on? Good. I'm talking about the same Iran, man.
Bishop, do you have a concise point that can you land somewhere? Because you're all over the place.
I put my all points.
Thank you.
I'm new to this particular place. Thank you to let me speak. And this was my point. Speaking, like now you were talking about some bombing over some school, the girls. That is wrong. Speaking from your perspective, being a girl.
The girl is wrong.
Let's put a different narrative.
Okay, the crickets are killing me right now.
That is wrong. Taking name of any innocent can be innocent. Why girls?
Bishop,
Very wrong.
Yeah, I need bug spray at this point. Well, markets are only down just under 500 right now, so.
Yeah, they
Happen.
pared it back. I mean, it pared back, which is good. It was it's about 450, 500. So that's good.
I'm gonna remove myself from the grid and just go back to solo.
Yeah. But the Brent price is it's firmly over 90. WTI approaching 90. So we'll see.
Wasn't oil just under 60 like not too long ago? Like
I think it was.
crude?
Yeah, I think it was in the 60s. It was relatively recent. Yeah.
Yeah, it started climbing up once Trump started building up the bomb in Iran.
Yeah. Yeah, gas prices are up 11% right now. AAA. Oh yeah, I was right. Yeah, it went up 7 cents last night. It's now $3.32 a gallon on average, and like yesterday at this time it was $3.25.
I'll try to support my point again with this oil thing. And it's like if I have abundance and prices are high, I will sell the reserve at a very cheaper price, like Russia did, right? It's legal, it's not illegal. You create the conflict in Middle East. You know what percentage of oil is being supplied from that place to all the globe. And I know what kind of people you are, how much intelligence you have. Intelligence in concept of what I can say is that what kind of internal information you have. Nobody knows what talk was between Trump and Putin in Alaska. Right, so
All right, stage up. Anybody can speak if they want. Roman Aioli. Anybody?
They've now confirmed this report earlier of the multiple commanders have been killed and it's also confirmed that well, it's not confirmed. The strikes, the numbers for the strikes from yesterday are out. 15 ballistic missiles and 16 drones for them. So it's down 94% from day one.
So, just because the number, that doesn't tell me anything.
The number of launches doesn't tell you anything?
No, because depending on what their strategy is, they could be launching fewer intentionally. It doesn't mean they're down 90%. It doesn't mean they're just going to keep going. People that are doing this are not unintelligent. They know that they're, okay, so what? I mean, man, the oil's over $90. People are looking at, what was it, neoliberal, $110, $120 a barrel?
That one's going to be high.
I mean, you're sitting here talking about the number of missiles, so he needs a lucky few. Like, come on, man.
I mean, it's not the number of, this is the number of launches. And, you know, when you got your leaders cross-dressing in the streets, I don't know how much longer. I would say Sunday. By Sunday, they'd be.
Why do you keep doing that?
How do you do that?
No, listen. What I'm talking about, I think the protest, as the reports have been, the protest will begin on Sunday.
You said it will begin last Sunday.
No, I didn't say it. What day was started last Sunday? No, I said it would start on Wednesday, is what I said.
No, you said Mossad was arming them, and by this time tomorrow, we're talking on Sunday, they would be in the streets. That's what you said.
Correct. And General Kane said it is not safe to go out into the streets yet.
So they're really General Kane. You're right. Do they have a direct feed to the Pentagon? Like, where are they getting their information? Explain. So, Trent, why don't you, now that everybody's here, why don't you explain how it's gonna look?
This is my best guesstimate. I believe that you'll have the Kurds try to take over the northwestern cities.
Out there, the Kurds will take over the northwestern cities. How many Kurd forces were there?
The estimate came out from Kirkwood yesterday that it's in the tens of thousands.
No,
so,
who told you that?
That's what John Kirkwood said yesterday.
There's tens of thousands of Kurds.
So, yeah, that's what Ben Case said yesterday on CNN.
That there's tens of thousands of Kurds.
Yes, that's what Ben Case said yesterday on CNN. Okay. As a former CIA analyst who had worked with the Kurds, that when Anderson Cooper asked him, "What is your estimate on the force?" He said it's going to be in the tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands.
The fellow's name.
Ben Case, I don't know, CASE.
Okay. CIA, so I'll just play it. He was on CNN.
He was on CNN last night. That's his assessment.
Let's read it. He was on Anderson Cooper last night.
Yeah, was it Cooper? Yeah, it's Cooper. It was Cooper.
Yeah, okay, we'll play it one second. Anderson Cooper 360 last night. Kurds. Just play it. Let's see what he says. Just spoke with a car dealer here who said an Iranian Kurdish militia bought, what the fuck is this? 50 Land Cruisers in her bill. Well, that's fascinating. I'm not going to be able to find it. Okay. So tens of thousands are going to take the cities and then what?
That's his assessment. They'll likely try.
Okay, so Trent, what is the likelihood of any of those Kurds reaching Tehran?
He got thrown out. Yeah, he fell out of the room. I was just about to ask him. Iran knows they cannot beat America face to face.
Wait, what happened to Trent? Wait, what happened?
He got bounced out.
He's in the chat. Oh, yeah, he was down.
Yeah, he was talking and he just kind of slid to the side. Yeah, I was just going to ask him, like, Iran's whole thing is not to They don't care about if they're going to lose a physical war with America and Israel. The whole thing is to knock everything out, economically. That's their whole part. That's their whole point. That's why they're attacking the neighbors and shit. They bombing their facilities and all that. I think what Qatar just stopped some water supply situation going on over there. They just kind of shut it down because they don't get fresh water. So, and Israel's still getting hit. I want to know why Pakistan and Afghanistan fighting. What's the issue?
Border disputes.
Border dispute. Oh, so it's the same thing like Cambodia and Thailand that was fighting early on. Energy mode for 1 second. That shit is crazy.
So Ghana.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna try to get this.
Okay. Do you recall in the beginning, in the morning, you said you are sure some of the missiles did hit the oil fields? Well, UAE said from drone debris did hit the raw oil fields, oil production, but they're not saying it's an actual drone. They're talking about it as the debris, and it was the fire.
Of course, and they said it was contained. Which they are. I mean, again, this is why people should read novels. Because when you read novels and you read fiction, you learn how to read. And you learn how people use language. Every side is lying. The United States is lying, Iran is obviously lying, the Kuwaitis are lying, the Bahrainis, they're all lying. If you learn how to read, you know that they're lying. It's a lot worse than people think it is. I'm just reading, I can just tell. Because I read novels. I know how language works. It's really that simple. Oh, they're almost done. It'll be done. Trump's not the only one that they're running out of missiles. And yet the oil continues up. Gotta shut down production. Oh, we contain the fire, focus on production. Boop. Report, well, we're only going to do enough for domestic use. Huh? The straight from news, the U.S. is compiling plans to get it. So we'll see how that goes, too. You just got to learn how to read. Everybody just reads what's there. I see what's there. That must be what's happening. Learn how to be learn how to read with skepticism. And then learn how language works. People should start reading novels again. That's why this is why people like Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth are effective for people. Pete Hegseth has no idea what he's saying. He's saying what they tell him to say, and then he puts his Fox News bluster on it. You can tell he's not involved intimately in the planning at all. Completely sidelined. It's very good.
I think all three of them don't know what's going on because when they get up there on a press conference, all three of them saying something totally different from what each other is saying. Instead of calling each other on the phone or something and briefing each other, look, this is what you're going to say, and we're going to stick to that. But it just looks like a mess. Like nobody knows what's going on. It seems like the only people that know what's going on is Israel.
Wait a second, Trump here, like a breaking news. He's saying that the Kurds cross-dressing like a woman.
Yes.
To the border. Can you explain, Trump, please?
No, he was saying the commanders are cross-dressing.
If you've not seen it too, there's pictures that care like Mossad or whoever is it. I would assume it's Mossad or something, but there are pictures of leaders that are in burns. Now, again, this could be AI, but
so what? Okay. But even if it's true, so that makes total sense. Like, that makes sense to me. That doesn't tell me anything. People did that during World War II. War works. Have you read a book on war before?
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I mean, I'm talking about Ari in the chat. Like, I'm not saying it's happened before. Yes, people get into disguise. And when you have reapers above you that are bombing your position, they're trying to disguise themselves as they go back
Trent, you said that you saw on Anderson Cooper 360 their discussion of the Kurds. That's where you got that 10,000 number from?
It was Ben Case also.
Okay. Nobody named Ben appeared on last night's broadcast of Anderson Cooper 360. Are you sure that you got that name correct?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I don't see it either.
How common are burqas in Iran, in your opinion?
Extremely.
Extremely common.
Burqas. I'm sorry, I use masks, but it's the women. I thought about burqa. It's the women with the total head covering and.
Yeah, how common is it in Iran?
I assume that it was common, but you can read.
No, it's not common. It's not common. It's not common.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's not common. There's a lot of women that's walking around with their heads not covered.
Yeah, that's because they're showing resistance. It is a law. You need to cover the fucking head.
You can have your head covered and not be in a burqa. What is wrong with y'all? Y'all just go open your own dodo room. Damn, y'all don't know the basics of the world.
Have you even watched Homeland?
I mean, I'm trying to get Gallup.
I don't think they know what a burqa and hijab
They don't know anything.
looks like.
They don't know anything.
That's crazy.
So I'm looking at Anderson Cooper from last night. I have no idea what Trent is talking about.
I just have to respond to these. So to these, you watch Homeland?
Yeah.
You remember that guy on there, Mahdi Javadi?
Oh, I'm bad with names.
Okay, so he was like the Iranian general on there. You remember that guy?
Oh, yeah.
So people like on X are so stupid that like someone decided to say that he was in charge of the Iranian army right now, and it got tweeted 700 times, and people thought he was a real person.
Oh my gosh.
So I went even and looked at the transcript from March 4th, just in case you just happened to catch a rerun. Nobody named Ben is on there either. There's also no discussion of 10,000 Kurds. I'm just curious. I'm just trying to follow up because I'm interested in the news. Where did you see that?
He's not on stage no more. He's done.
Oh, well, if you could just, just jot it down in the chat real quick. I would just like to see the segment.
I actually think I know what could have happened, Kimberly. Unfortunately, when you drink a lot of alcohol, you have delusions. You begin seeing things, hallucinations. I think that this is a hallucination. So I think we should, give him grace. He is an alcoholic. And we all raise money to send him to AA and rehab. But anyway, Anderson Cooper didn't talk about that last night because I watched Anderson Cooper last night.
Let me get it straight. The trans imagination of Iran is Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. Is that it? Where everybody is walking around with burqas.
This is crazy.
Big sister, why you mad at me? What I do?
But that neoliberal, the other thing too is he doesn't even know anything to do with the Kurds and Kurdistan and what conflict the Kurds have been fighting and how they're trying to save themselves and how they've been let down a lot of times and what the Kurds in Afghanistan, absolutely zero. The Americans supported the Kurds in Afghanistan and then dropped and gave everything back to the
I found it. Is someone speaking?
You can go ahead.
Is someone speaking?
No,
I found it on Anderson Cooper last night. I found it.
I didn't hear that on Anderson Cooper.
No, I found it. I know exactly. I got it exactly? I found it. This is the kind of liar he is. One second. I found it.
Of Iran's ballistic missile launchers inside Iranian territory. Clarissa, in terms of any kind of...
Clarissa. He's talking to a woman named Clarissa, who's a correspondent. Clarissa. Not a CIA agent named Ben, but Clarissa. You want me? Hold on, right? Let me keep going.
Cross-border operation, any kind of offensive missile launchers inside Iranian territory. Clarissa, in terms of any kind of cross-border operation, any kind of offensive by a Kurdish force, what are the capabilities of whatever group might be involved with this, if any is being funded to do this? How many personnel do they have? What sort of weaponry do they have?
Well, I think you've hit on a really key question here, Anderson, which is perhaps why so many people feel anxious about the possibility that this could actually take effect. You have many different Iranian Kurdish groups here, 6 of them who are part of this coalition. They have potentially thousands of fighters, but most of them are carrying light arms. We don't know of them having any heavy weaponry. One of the
He's done for today, if I'm in here. Potentially thousands carrying light arms. Not tens of thousands that are going to take over northwestern cities. Potentially thousands. They don't even know if it's thousands. Best estimates are between 5. The highest I've seen is 7. I've seen as low as 2,500 with light arms.
Yeah, I thought it was 4,500.
Yeah, he's done. He's a liar. He's just a liar. This lady's name is not Ben, and she's not in the CIA. And it's really strange. What's the point of like having a chill room? It's a war going on, we're keeping up the bar, we're at work, you know what I'm saying? What's the point of coming up lying?
I remember when she came on last night too.
Well, I just want to fix it. Clarissa's middle name is Ben, and she is an agent undercover as a reporter.
That's a reporter. Yeah, that. On CNN last night. Matt has really important breaking news in the chat. This is fantastic. Prince Reza Pahlavi accepts a transition position. Wow! Oh, this will be over soon. I'm sure he'll be celebrating in Calabasas with a green juice.
You talking about the son, right? You talking about the son of the Razor Shah? He's a
Yeah. I mean, it must be over. He accepts the position. Wow!
Yo, can you believe this whole situation is because of 1953? This is crazy, bro.
Well,
An overthrow of a democratic leader, Mussolini. This is crazy.
I actually want to argue that it might actually be Reza's daddy's fault when he decided to align with the Germans and the Nazis in World War II, and they had to abdicate the throne in 1944? Not long after the British Soviet invasion.
I mean,
I might go back to that, but
I mean, I won't say him because he had no choice. It's either you go to deal with the British or you deal with the Russians. Oh,
there you go.
I might as well just deal with the Germans. They probably offering more money.
That's an insane.
You know what I'm saying?
What?
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, he had no choice. It's either you're going to be overran by British forces, or Russian forces.
Wait, no.
You talking about the father, right? Who had the...
You think the reason why he sided with the Germans is because the Germans offered?
No. It's just an opinion. I know it's probably not the facts, you know what I'm saying, if I don't read up about it even more. But I'm just saying, from that time during World War II, is you either deal with the Germans. If you say no to them, you're going to have an issue. If you say no to the Brits, you still had an issue. If you say no to the Russians, you still had issues. So he had issues 3 ways. He probably wanted the best option he could go with.
Why do you think the Germans were the best option?
I mean, I don't know. I know the British at that time, they were trying to get that oil from them too, because I know they had the Anglo Iranian oil.
Jews! It's about Jews! Come on, bro!
Oh my God.
Come on, man! Come on, what is going on with our brains?
Yo, I mean, you don't gotta scream. I'm just saying, I don't know too much about that part, right? All I'm
You don't
saying
know about the Jewish part of World War II?
I know about the Jewish part of World War II.
Oh my God!
What I'm saying is, right, it's just that you don't got too many options. You have too many empires trying to control you. That's all I'm saying.
Which empires?
Russian Empire and the British Empire. He had his choices. And then if you don't deal with Germans, you got a problem with them too. They was a force to be reckoned with at that time. So, you know.
So work with the Nazis, right?
I mean, there's a lot of people that work as American businesses was working with the Nazis. And nobody had a problem with them.
What does that have to do with Iran?
No, bro, I mean, come on. All I'm saying is, from what I read before, right, during that World War II situation, right, the father, the Razor Shah, right, the first one, it's either you have to deal with the Brits or you deal with the Russian Empire.
No, you said that 8 times.
Right. So I said that 3 times. But all I'm saying is, and then you got the Germans right there. So there's a war going on. Who's the better? Who you want to deal with? You don't deal with none, you're gonna have issues anyway. They're gonna overrun your country. You don't have too many options. It's not like he just tell them no.
You had 2 options. You could have chose the other one.
Okay, so then what's the reason? Okay, he didn't choose the other ones.
And why do you think he didn't choose the other one?
I don't know. I'm not in the man's brain. I don't know what's his reasoning. I mean, that's your opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all, I'm done.
Yeah, you can say you're done. I'm just saying it's your opinion. That's your opinion. You don't know what his reasoning for. Yo, you can read about it all the time. And just like you just said earlier, right?
Why?
Yo, bro, just like you read about it earlier, right?
Read about it.
It's always...
Yo, that's the grace for pie. Get a hot dog.
Oh, come on, he was fine.
For the next 30 minutes.
Okay, no, yeah, it's fine.
Thank you. We gotta filter those people out for real.
Brother Binion. Previously, Brother Goat. You said that you feel like both sides are lying.
All sides.
All sides are lying. What do you feel like they're lying about?
The damage, the things that are happening, the things that are happening on the ground. Everything. What's hit, what's not hit. Everything.
But I don't even think he heard you saying Jews. I think he must have heard different words. I don't think his ears are working.
Does the man not know about the Aryanism? Are people unfamiliar with Aryanism? Does he know what Aryanism is?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I mean, World War II is just so much further away from Gen Z than it is for Gen X that it shows up in their lack of studying it, caring about it, thinking everything is worse today.
I mean, did you have to pass world history in high school?
Clearly, a few people were left behind.
Shout out to George W. Bush. Some shit they don't teach you.
Hey, I have a little piece of small breaking news if you haven't seen it.
What is it?
Did you know that Mark Wayne Mullen in invested in military contract for the Iran news, and now he's up 15%. He invested in military contractor, so CRS, that makes specialty alloys, used in defense contractors like Raytheon and Lockheed Martin. So he invested in that before the Iran news. This is the Mark Wayne Mullen, who's a senator on the Armed Services Committee, invested on February 4th. He purchased shares. Stock is up 22%. Right?
I mean, they get briefings. I don't really care. I'm not a huge people in Congress should be able to invest in stocks person. It doesn't.
That's why I said like small piece of breaking news. Like it's not surprising. Just pointing out.
In my mind, I just assume that people who talk about the 1930s and 40s and Persia and Germany and the Soviets that know about Aryanism and the ties between Pahlavi and the Nazis. I take these things for granted. I have a problem, y'all. I have a real problem. My problem is I assume people remember. I apologize, y'all. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I thought it was all. Thanks, Tia. Yeah, I made a mistake. If the gentleman was not been case, the gentleman's name is Bob Bear, Robert Bear, former CIA analyst. I'll send it to Tia since she's on stage.
That is a lie.
Can you go back down?
What's a lie?
Jews only.
So answering people last night, the gentleman's name is Bob Bear.
Bob Ballard, former White House counsel under Obama, I believe.
No, I don't think we're talking about the same person. But I'll send it to Tia if you guys would like to play it. Just FYI, it comes in about the 2-minute 23 mark when he says the tens of thousands. He doesn't advocate. He doesn't say that this overthrow solely with the Kurdish would work. So you actually might want to listen to it.
to interrogate this issue. But then there is what Western media are saying, and there is what the Middle East Gulf state media are talking about. And when it comes to the Kurds, you have to know the history of the Kurds and how many times they've been let down by Western nations. And the losses they've incurred before relying on throwing a bone at them and thinking they will just come and bite and be ready to fight for the cause, for this American cause. The people in Iran who are supposed to be the 80% are not even rising up to be in front of this conflict and face its consequence. They demonstrated and then they retreated. And now another group that wasn't part and parcel of it is being called to come from different parts of the region to supposedly do this fighting.
So, Mary, I looked it up last night, and I don't know if it's actual facts, but what I found was of the Iranian Kurds, how many fighters? It said 1,200. And of the Iranian army, when you put together like totally soldiers and everyone involved in the Iranian military, it's close to 1 million. Correct. And Divine, that's why I said Bob Baer doesn't say, one, he says tens of thousands. And he's trained these groups before. He does say that if they tried to face the IRGC, that they would get chewed up. That there's no way that you're going to have the Kurds march on Tehran. He said that's not going to happen. It's a very interesting clip. I recommend that you look at it. It's not like a pro. It's CNN. It's not like pro. This is all going to go great. This is he is a former CIA analyst. And he's giving a assessment. And then I listened to it last night, and I agree with a lot what he says. He's talking about them drawing the Iranian forces out and taking the northwest of the province, not taking over the entire country.
Okay.
I mean,
That's fair.
I have the transcript pulled up.
I just listened to it. I'm gonna play it. And as you'll hear, I'm just gonna play it. But before, I want everybody to remember what Trent said. Trent said that these Kurdish forces were gonna take cities in the northwest, and they were trained forces that could do so. And we said, how many of them are there? And he said there were tens of thousands. And I want you to hear how this man puts not only the tens of thousands in context, but also, which is fascinating, whether he says it would work or not. I'm gonna play it. And by the way, this clip where I found it is on Facebook. Trent is just watching Facebook videos.
I'm not. The only place I could find it was Facebook.
I'm playing it off of Facebook, where you live.
Salvo in Iran's airstrikes on Kurdish opposition group in Iraq. This action is working to arm Kurdish fighters to enlist them to try to stir up an anti-regime uprising in Iran. President Trump said today that he is, quote, all for, end quote, Kurdish forces inciting a rebellion. I'm talking about Bob Baer, former CIA officer who worked with Kurds in Iraq in the mid 90s. So Bob, you spent a lot of time working with the Kurds, I understand, on the ground in Iraq when you were a CIA officer. What is your view on the idea of the U.S. arming the Kurds or encouraging them to somehow foment or attempt to foment some sort of an uprising?
Well, with the Kurds, they're not entirely reliable. At one point when
Now remember, this is the vanguard force.
Trent says is going to topple northwestern cities and be the vanguard for the others to come in, I guess, and take Tehran. Right? And this was the expert who he's citing. I'm going to play it again.
Days. So, Bob, you spent a lot of time working with the Kurds, I understand, on the ground in Iraq when you were a CIA officer. What is your view on the idea of the U.S. arming the Kurds or encouraging them to somehow foment or attempt to foment some sort of an uprising?
Well, with the Kurds, they're not entirely reliable.
This is Trent's witness, his expert. I'll continue.
In Iraq, there was a Kurdish group that moved into Iran and started shelling our positions. They knew they were aiming at ours.
On the idea of the U.S. arming the Kurds or encouraging them to somehow foment or attempt to foment some sort of an uprising?
Well, with the Kurds, they're not entirely reliable. At one point when I was in northern Iraq, there was a Kurdish group that moved into Iran and started shelling our positions.
I want to stop right there. This was Trent's guy from the CIA in an interview began by saying they're not reliable. And when we did rely on them, they moved into Iran and fired on the U.S. and its assets. I hope y'all get they fired on America.
They were aiming at our side of the CIA at the time, so their relations with the Iranians, it differs a lot. On the other hand, one group under me overran 3 divisions, Iraqi divisions at the time. So if you can get the Kurds truly on board and starting a guerrilla warfare against Iran, it could work. But you also want to really bring the regime down or weaken it. You'd want the Azeris, you'd want the Baluch, you want the Arabs, the Iranian Arabs to all be part of this, because something like 45 to 50% of Iran are ethnic minorities. But in order, the Kurds are not going to march on Tehran. They'll weaken it, but they're not going to march on Tehran.
I mean, just realistically, if you have...
You want to break that down? I'll play the whole thing, you're right.
Corps members who are well armed and trained, and you have militia members inside Iran as well supporting the government who have arms. What impact can, I don't know, 1,000 or I'm not even sure what the numbers of these, alleged fighters would be, what kind of an impact can they actually have? I mean, like in the whole history of CIA operations, even going back to the Vietnam War, when has this really worked? Like getting a small band of armed people to cross into a border, cross into another country and try to overthrow the government?
It's never worked.
Can I, while we're still there?
I got to play the whole video. I just wanted that to read it. Yeah. Did you hear what he said in the other one? He asked how. Let me, I'll rewind it. I'll just do it again.
Cross into another country and try to overthrow the government. When has this really worked? Like getting a small band of armed people to cross into a border, cross into another country and try to overthrow the government?
It's never worked. Having been on the front lines and tried it myself, every time I was involved, I failed to get these groups to bring down a central government. And the Kurds alone, the Iranian Kurds, if they take on that IRGC, they're going to get chewed up.
So, what if, do you have any sense of even the size of these groups at this point?
We're talking tens of thousands at most. But remember, Anderson, they're not combat trained. They're not like the Kurds that were fighting in Syria, or even the Kurds that fought against Saddam Hussein. And even then they failed. And after the war was over, they
Kurds. They're just not trained. He said that it's never worked, it would fail, and they don't trust the United States. But this is your big plan. This is the vanguard. Go ahead, neoliberal.
Yeah, for some unknown reason, the guy mentioned Azeris in the list of minorities that should take up arms against the Islamic regime. I'm just gonna mention a few notable Iranian Azerbaijanis. Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, President Masoud Pezeshkian, former Prime Minister Mousavi, and Reza Pahlavi.
It's so funny because the other day people were talking about how so many of the people in charge are not Persians but are Azeris. And then this guy thinks they're I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. Go ahead, Trent. Explain how this is the beginning of it all being over by Sunday.
So, I didn't say it would all be over by Sunday, but
You did.
okay. So let me just.
You said the regime would fall by Sunday.
No, I didn't say the regime would fall by Sunday.
That's what you did.
I said the protests would begin on Sunday. That is
Okay, all right.
The protest will begin on a Sunday.
All right, go ahead.
On a Sunday.
Go ahead.
I think the protest. I think what these people are saying is correct. That the protest will begin this coming Sunday. What you asked me, you said how large is the forces, and I said I got the name wrong. I thought it was Ben Case. It turns out it's Robert Baer. I mean, I've been looking to a lot of these guys. Said that was the only time I've heard what the force could be, and he said tens of thousands.
He said tens of thousands at most, and they're not trained for what it is you said they were trained for.
That's what he said. On the other side, we have other reporting. I don't know if it was Kirkaloo or who gave this report that the CIA has actually been training these forces for months, and that I think
For months. So they've been trained for months to go against a force that's been training for 40 years.
And so what others' assessments, I don't just take one analyst's assessment, I mean, that's a pretty short clip, but what others' assessments are is that the Kurdish forces have the power to take the northwest, and I love Neoliberal's opinion there because he knows them.
What cities are in the northwest? Let's see, I don't know it well enough. What is the northwest?
I don't know the names of the cities.
But what is the major area? I mean, you mean with the Azerbaijan? I don't know what you're Azerbaijanis. What are you talking about?
I don't know the name. I don't know the names of the cities again. Like this would be better for
on the border with Turkey. Like I'm looking at the map. The Azerbaijan region.
Yeah, the northwest. Yeah, well, I'm trying to tell you, two cities that I've seen mentioned are Mahabad and Bani. It's Baneh. I don't know how it's spelled. Those are the two cities that they've mentioned as possible. And so what the thought is that they could take these cities and will draw up
in Azerbaijan province.
What am
I doing, bro?
Okay, well, Ben, let me just finish.
Yeah, you got it.
And so what the thought is that they would take these cities, and then of course you would have an uprising like you've had before inside Tehran, and that is what will cause this government to fall.
Inside Tehran?
Yes.
Tehran.
Not that the Kurdish forces will be there, but the people inside Tehran who have uprisen before would also rise up at the same time, and that's
what weapons?
What people have said is that Mossad has been arming those protesters.
Have they also shipped them somewhere to train and planted them back in Tehran?
Probably not. But when you don't have air supremacy, which would be why these guys are hiding underground, and you've got Reaper drones above you, it makes it a little bit easier.
Friend, your best case scenario is to argue that some of the Kurdish groups, right, because not all of, there are Kurds that are pro-regime, there are Kurds that are neutral, that don't want to do anything with this. Some Kurdish groups, maybe some other groups, take a small town and keep control of it. That's the best case scenario.
I think, like Hawk said yesterday, and I noticed, when she came on and spoke, wouldn't let me speak. But when she said that 70% of her countrymen were with that, and she was willing to fly to Iran to protest with them, this is what other Iranians I know have said as well. Like I said, between 50%, 60%, 70%, whatever it is. The regime is extremely unpopular. There's no way that it's going to be just Kurdish forces that overthrow this, but if there is a popular uprising right now, I don't think that I don't know, and the RGC is not reporting to some of their positions. I don't know that they can hold a popular uprising.
Trent, it's okay to...
Miriam, just let it die.
Okay, we'll see soon enough. Maybe these people who died before are not committed, but
maybe the people who have died before are not committed. Correct, they're dead.
Yeah, maybe the the killing of the 20,000 people. There are not people who are going to avenge those deaths. Maybe the populace now is okay, even though that they see mass destruction of the forces around them. Maybe they'll be too scared to commit. I don't think that will happen. I think these people on the streets.
Okay, 20,000 people out of 90 million. Maybe they're not trained and they don't want to be slaughtered. Maybe that's the case. Maybe they see that there's bombing. They don't trust the United States and they trust Israel even less. I know you trust Israel and the United States, but these people, I don't know why it's difficult for people to imagine that there's a world in which, called the real world, where you don't like your regime, but you also don't like the United States and Israel. Maybe they don't trust them either.
I don't think the Kurds want to get another Feltsport award.
There is actually a response that was written by some Kurds who say the leadership is thinking, the different leaderships of different Kurds groups are thinking about it because their fear is they are going to be used as ground troops for the American, and then the Iranians are going to turn on them and they will be obliterated into pieces. And at the end, it doesn't help with their survival.
Yeah, a lot of this is also because CIA is so publicly talking about this. A lot of this is also trying to psych the Iranian regime into attacking the Kurds first, so that the Kurds tries to organize and oppose the regime.
But then it's already putting the Kurds in danger because the Kurds are getting attacked. And then even the Kurds...
Well, who cares? It's America.
Yeah, that's true. Even the Kurds in Iraq, the Iraq Islamic group that's also rising up there is now going to attack them. And it's just going to lead to another civil war within Iraq.
Y'all not watching the funeral? I have it on in the background.
I have it on.
On other news, Iran hit Kuwait, an air base in Kuwait and in Iraq.
Who's the source? The Iraqis and the Kuwaitis or the Iranians?
That was 24 hours ago. It did happen 24 hours ago.
It wasn't 24 hours ago. This is the Iraqi Revolutionary Guard that's reporting. It's Al Dhafra Air Base and Al Salam.
When was it? This morning? Our time?
A few hours ago. No, just a few hours ago. Maybe 2 hours, 3 hours ago.
Good morning, beautiful people.
Wait a minute. You doubt it, but it's being reported by the Iraqis? You think they're lying about it?
Oh, the Iraqis reporting it. I don't doubt. But I don't.
No. In Iraq, it's an oil field. In UAE and Kuwait Air Base.
Right, and who reported that? The UAE did?
Iran reported it, and then Al Jazeera reported it.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I'd have to see other reporting then. I can't take their word for it.
It did hit the UAE yesterday. There was a landing in our Kuwait base yesterday.
How do you know, Trent? Where do you get your confirmation from sources? We'd like to get them too. How do you know that?
There was video of it, just like she said.
So since there's video of it, you know what? So you see a video, and the video, you know what the bases look like in the UAE, that you can identify that it's actually hitting the places that it's hitting.
There's multiple. I'm confirming what she's saying. I'm just saying it didn't just happen. That happened yesterday. And sometimes, the mainstream media, it takes it a while for it to get into the mainstream media. But what she's saying is accurate. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying it didn't just happen 2 hours ago.
They are reporting things by the hour, Trent.
Yes, ma'am. But
I'm crying.
When these social media and these sources where these people are sharing these videos, it takes some time. There's a lot of information. Mary, no one think I'm not trying to say that what you're saying is completely inaccurate. I'm just saying
Random, unconfirmed social media posts are more reliable than mainstream media that is reporting from the region constantly.
Mainstream media is often taking these reports and compiling them.
Again, random, unconfirmed, unvetted, unverified posts that are being translated to us from somebody who is not of the region, not an expert of the region, has not studied the region, that is more reliable than mainstream media that has a responsibility to vet and confirm and source. That's what you're saying?
There are at times, yes, there are at times, and very often now, that the information that is shared through.
You can't even pronounce the names of the cities correctly, Trent.
No, you're correct, ma'am. I cannot. But yes, it is. We live in a different age now, and so very often these videos that are shared that you end up seeing a couple hours later on CNN and Fox News have often happened, 12 to 24 hours before.
Your president just walked into the funeral. Governor Newsom. Is Jesse Jackson Jr. running for Congress again? Did I see that?
I thought he was.
Yeah, I thought I saw that the other day. Boy, he was a superstar. If he hadn't broke the law and gone to prison, he'd be a senator of Illinois by now, and running for president and probably a very viable presidential candidate. He was very talented.
I mean, to be fair, if he switched parties to Republican, that stint in crime would be a resume builder.
That's a good point.
My girl Stratton for him to switch.
Sorry, my girl Stratton is closing in on Krishnamurti, so yeah.
You should be there today. I hope she's in there. She needs to get the feel of what it's like to be a dignitary, a senator, a national feel like you're, so I'm not even joking either. You have to feel like it, but you have to build it. Build it up.
She's just so talented. It honestly is gonna piss me the fuck off if she moves into primary. I'm not even kidding.
Well, I find Krishnamurti to be wildly uninspiring, and I think she is going to win simply because he's not really doing anything. Because I think he thought he was going to coast.
He did.
Yeah.
Didn't he spend $40 million or $30 million? Was it 20 or 30?
He spent a lot of money. He has spent a lot of money.
Yeah. I know it's over $20 million for sure. I have to go back and look.
He doesn't have the Illinois fight though. Illinois, at least the last two, Durbin for sure, or for a while, Mosey Braun, Durbin, Obama maybe is the outlier here. Worth, who was the other Democrat? They're like kind of fiery, the Illinois senators. We are a blue state, we fight it. She's got that. Krishnamurti doesn't have that. He doesn't have the juice. He's not the juice. Things gonna hurt him in the end.
He just gives I'm a corporate shell. He just doesn't come across as someone you would want to really represent you. I mean, I'm just being honest. Like, I would not feel he has the best, would have the best interest of Illinois. I watch all of their debates, and and then all Robin Kelly gives me is I'm from New York. I should be running in New York. I'm from Queens.
Yeah, what is she doing?
Like, what the fuck? A bunch of people I know, black people I know in Illinois, have said, yeah, I don't know why she's even here, but the work she's done is just they don't feel like someone said she needs to get rid of her accent if she wants to run state. Yeah, everybody is batting for Stratton, so. Did y'all expose Trump's live? I'm sorry, Trent and Trump. I always mix you both up. Did y'all expose because I missed the clip. I hadn't got a phone call.
Yeah, we played it.
Yeah, I meant to ask yesterday, could someone explain to me why Tallarico said God is non-binary?
Because God is not the penis.
Because God doesn't have gender.
Yeah, so then why use a gender category? Non-binary is still a gender category. Why?
It means he's non-neutral. See,
you're trying to assign yourself to what you would think of gender. I mean, literally, it went over people's heads because people are really dumb. But yeah, it's just basically saying God is not, this quote unquote.
It's saying God transcends created categories, right? That's kind of the point, correct? God transcends categories.
That's outside of the binary, yeah.
Okay, so then why else? Why include this new term? Non-binary.
Would it be better if you say God is not male or female? It's the same thing.
It's pretty much, like it was used in that way.
He's in Texas. He is in Texas. You don't think this is going to be a main campaign?
Give me a second. Before he was running for Senate, this is when he was 2018? This was like 6 years ago. He was not running for Senate in Texas.
Got it. Okay.
This is not something he ran off and said on TV.
Oh, okay.
To fish you, Trent. Trent's mad about it.
No, that's fair. All right.
Y'all gotta get off that social media. It's friendly.
Yeah, they're trying to dig up shit from his past to run on and say, and all of y'all are falling for the okie doke. As always, Kamala, I thought after her, y'all would stop falling for me.
No, I just didn't know. I didn't know it was older. Okay, so thank you for clearing it up.
They're intentionally circulating decontextualized clips so that y'all will come on here and say, non-binary. It's literally working.
Well, I asked. Y'all cleared it up for me.
But anyway, back to this real quick. They're also trying CEO to circulate his debate clip where he said our country should have a welcome mat on the floor, and they cut it off there without letting us hear the rest, where he says with a giant padlock on the door. And they're like, you want to open borders? Oh my God, the border. They want to blanket Riley Part 5. Oh my God, no. beginning of the clip. And yeah, it's just bullshit. They're trying to get something to stick. They have had this culture war, gender, fucking trans issue bullshit for the last 5-6 years. And I mean, we saw Winston Sears die using it. We saw all these other people die trying to use it. Let them do this. Let them have it. Let them try. No one fucking cares about trans people when your son's about to get shipped off the fucking war, when you can't pay your mortgage, when unemployment is going up, when we're losing jobs. People are not going to be focusing on less than 2% of the population when the rest of us, the rest of the 90% of the population are fucking struggling. No one fucking cares.
Yeah, so the CEO, they've actually been running that for a couple of months. It's not the first time it's been said down here. He said it at his church is where he said it, the non-binary, but they've taken something else out too. I can't remember. That's right. There was something else they took out of context that we said. But all in all, when I talk to my friends who are pretty much moderate to right-leaning, they actually really like him. They like him a lot more than Cornyn, who kind of Cornyn's a country club Republican, who doesn't speak to him, and they really don't like Paxton. So the educated, talking about my educated Republicans, I don't want to say Republicans, right-leaning friends, in Sugar Land, and Katy, and the Woodlands, and Grapevine, and Highland Park in Dallas, those types of people is what he's got to win, and they really, really like it.
No, that's cool. Once y'all explained it as an older clip, that was good.
What's interesting though, too, CEO, I don't know if you saw the T. These motherfuckers are still supporting Paxton. I have a list actually of all the social media dudes. Some in Texas, some just MAGAs that are 1,000,000%.
Don Jr.
Don Jr. is one of them. Isn't that crazy?
Well, it's over. They got Cornyn at 85% now on the markets, winning the runoff. So, predicted and
who's winning in there unpredictable?
Cornyn. They got Cornyn.
Oh yeah, that's not happening. Laura Loomer.
No, it is because Trump is going to endorse him. Trump's going to.
Yeah, Polly Market has him in the 80s too.
Laura Loomer, Kyle Rittenhouse, Glenn Beck, Scott Preston, Gunther Eagleman, Jack Passabian, I don't know who that is, Matt Gaetz, Hodge Twins, Ben Ferguson, Isabella Maria De Luca, Raheem Kassam, Andrew Colbert, Tony Busby, Benny Johnson, Nick Sorter, Mila Joy, Brianna Morello, and George Beheisey, I don't know who that is. All of these motherfuckers are just very, very prominent MAGAs, but all over socials, they're all still backing Paxton. We all know Paxton said he's not dropping out of the race unless they pass the SAVE Act and get rid of the filibuster. And so, yeah, Trump is going to obviously endorse Cornyn. Here's the fun thing, though. Trump's endorsements have not meant shit recently. I've mentioned this multiple times. Julia Letla, the woman who asked her seat because her husband died in Louisiana, she's not ahead in polling in Louisiana Senate race. Guess who is? State Treasurer, Mr. Clement. He is. And they're trying to get him out of the race. Now they offered him a job with the CDC. LOL. He posted about it online. He's like, I'm not taking a job with the CDC. I'm not taking any of these little random ass cabinet positions. I'm going to stay in the race. They want him to bow out so Letla can win. Trump's people are not just going to automatically win. We know that out of all the fuckers in, all the idiots even in Georgia, Trump likes Mike Collins the most. I guess Buddy is ahead in polling. So yeah, Trump's endorsement doesn't just mean, oh my God, we're going to all just run these personnel vote. Not all these MAGAs or Trumpers are just going to do that, especially because they view Cornyn as a rhino who betrayed Trump and who hates and betrays MAGA. I'm going to be honest, I do not see them all just falling in line magically and supporting Cornyn. Paxton's going to get a lot of support. So I actually think it's a coin flip. But I'm going to shut up. I don't live in Texas. So Trent, go ahead and do your border.
Yeah, the other, you're spot on that. I told you know. The one part, I think if Trump endorses Cornyn, it's over. The other person though, who got a little bit of a magic key would be Leslie Hunt. Because that 13% that he pulled, that's the 13% I'm talking about that could go for Tallarico. And so if Hunt were to endorse or get behind Cornyn, which I kind of think he will, you know, that should invariably put Cornyn over the top and give him everything he needs. I think they'll try to force Paxton out of the race, actually. I don't know if they'll bow out, but I think they'll tell him, look, we don't want to embarrass you, buddy. It's going to be ugly when your wife gets up there, ex-wife gets up there, starts talking about you, who is a very powerful state senator. It would be an ugly thing if Paxton if it continues on.
The 13% that was coalescing behind Hunt, actually, that would go to Paxton. More than likely, if that's how we go. In the general, even people who supported Cornyn actually probably support Tallarico over Magnus, over the people who support Hunt. That's just my assessment of the race and of their coalitions that they've been building up. The best case scenario is for Paxton to be the nominee, so people who would have just voted for Cornyn will go to Tallarico. You know, not all, but many. Yeah, so, I don't know. They're already trying to force Paxton out of the race. Trump just basically told them, like, it will not be good for him, and that he's now leaning towards endorsing Cornyn as if he already wasn't. Because of the fact that Paxton said he will not get out of the race, even if they endorse Cornyn. I don't know if you guys looked at his war. He actually has won a lot of runoffs. He's won 2 prior runoffs, Texas, Paxton. So he's not someone that's afraid to go on a runoff and fight for his life and still win.
Look, I'll give you 2-to-1 odds if you want to take Paxton.
I'm not that dumb. Hello. However, but I think that it's still a coin toss. Even if he endorses Cornyn, he meaning the devil, Trump, I just don't see Paxton losing that easily. I mean, it might be a nail biter. It might be a little eke. You know, he might eke out a little small victory, you know? But I don't know. I think it's 50-50. I really do, even with that endorsement. Sorry, I'll be the lone dumbass on stage that says and believes that, but that's where I'm at. As I see the reaction to him saying all of this on social media. The MAGAs are, and even normie Republicans, they're all talking shit about Trump doing this.
Hey, I got a question for you, Matt. Is there, in the way that some people calibrated voting for Tallarico because he's better in the general, are there going to be some Paxton voters or Wesley Young voters who are going to say, you know what, I don't like Cornyn, but he's going to be better in the general?
I'm sure some, but the majority of Hunt's support is MAGA. He is not, he's MAGA with less corruption allegations. That's literally it.
Scotty, I'll just tell you, I've already had these discussions. Yes, the answer is 100%. It's the same shit. They don't, no, a lot of us who know don't think that Paxton can win. He's definitely in the general. He is a huge fucking gamble. Huge gamble. And yeah, so they stick with the tried and true. That's why Cruz keeps winning. Nothing can stand Cruz, but he keeps winning. I think if Trump comes down here and not only endorses Cornyn, but they start doing the circuit and going around Texas, going to Corpus Christi.
He doesn't have time to go down there.
Yeah, we're going into West Houston, the energy corridor.
You think Trump cares about prioritizing?
No, he doesn't.
That matter the most.
I don't know what Trump's talking about. He is not going to get into the route. He's not. He'll endorse him on Truth Social, and he's going to go back blowing to blow up Iran.
Yeah, so if you get a Trump going into like the West Corridor, which is where all the oil companies are, of Houston, or going into Midtown Dallas and Great Run in Dallas, these are the suburbs. Those are the voters that are on the fringe. And if you get a Trump in those places...
Wait, West Coast. Are you talking about I-30?
I-30?
I-30, I-35, isn't that what you're talking about? Or isn't it like the project that's in like Tarrant County? Was that what are you talking about?
I mean, Midtown Dallas, what are you talking?
I'm really confused.
I'm talking about Grapevine. I said Midtown. I'm talking about Grapevine. Grapevine, Dallas is where those swing voters are.
Those swing voters who hate the Republicans and Trump so much that they voted in the Democratic Party primary? The right-leaning independents who voted in the Democratic primary?
Yes, ma'am. This is so again. That's what I'm saying. These are the people that Tallarico needs to convert. That Cornyn needs to convert. And if you get a first of all, first talking about the Republican primary, I think if Trump gets anything that comes down to Texas with a Cornyn does a little campaign, it's a 15-point loss for Paxton. I don't think it's
based on what? Why?
Hey Trent, good seeing you, brother. Thank you for coming here and tolerating these niggas.
Concrete, go back to the cement block that you came from.
So remember 6 weeks ago when the Trump-endorsed candidate in Texas SD9 lost by 14 points?
Yeah, it's different here, Kimberly, as you all know.
Wait, you were literally just talking about Tarrant County. Grapevine is in Tarrant County. SD9 is in what county, Trent?
Yeah, that's why I'm confused. But what's he talking about?
These insufferable Negroes, sorry.
We don't have to insult them. It's all good.
I'm characterization.
Kimberly,
I'm just talking about the types of voters here in Texas.
So I'm giving you, I'm literally repeating back to you the area that you said was going to be swayed by Trump appearing there. That same area swung 31 points 6 weeks ago in the election that Taylor Remick won.
Correct.
Why do you today believe that Trump appearing there will swing things in Trump's direction?
What I'm saying is those are the swing voters that both Tallarico and Cornyn would need in order to hold to win the Senate seat. That's where the swing voters are in the suburbs.
And you want those people who rejected Trump to go toward Trump because he's going to appear with Cornyn.
Concrete. They've been having a back and forth. You're not
It's getting a little aggressive unnecessarily.
Yeah, thank God.
It's not aggressive. It's all good. I understand. We're saying the same thing.
We're actually not saying the same thing. You're saying that Trump appearing with Cornyn is going to help Cornyn when those people have repeatedly rejected Trump in these elections. So why would that help Cornyn?
So in the Republican primary, Trump's endorsement of Cornyn would absolutely help Cornyn. Now, once you get to the general, I get you. I agree with you. It's more nuanced, but I still think Trump appearing with you anywhere in Texas lifts you up here.
So the MAGA hardliners who are Paxton's base are going to magically go toward Cornyn simply because Trump decides that he's pro-Cornyn.
Even though they tweeted today and yesterday and the day before yesterday, they will not, and that they hate him, they refuse to support him.
We see them right now all over social media falling out with each other. They are saying that just because Trump appears with Cornyn does not mean that they are going to abandon Paxton. We see it.
I grant you it won't be all of them. I grant you it won't be all of them once you get to the general. But that's why I was saying I think Wesley Hunt's voters are so important. Those
are MAGAs.
Yeah, again, I'm not talking about the general. I'm literally talking about the same runoff that you're discussing.
Yeah, I know a lot of Wesley Hunt voters, and they're not hardcore. They're not as hardcore MAGA as like you would believe. They don't like Democrats. They don't like taxes. They don't like certain things, but they're not hardcore MAGA people. A lot.
You know that there's already been polling done that showed that Wesley Hunt's base went more towards Paxton than for Cornyn if they didn't choose Hunt. Like they've already done, like this has been done already. I mean, this has already been, like you can Google this stuff, Trent. Like this is not even me just saying, oh my God, go go off numbers that we see. Like people who have voted who said like who they prefer in polling. It showed if you were a Hunt voter, who you preferred second to him. They preferred Paxton to Cornyn.
I agree with you on that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying they're not hardcore MAGA people. The people voting for Paxton are the hardcore MAGA people. Not all of Wesley Hunt's support is hardcore MAGA. And Wesley Hunt's support, I know the state really, really well, especially Houston, especially Northwest Houston. There is a possibility. They called me. People, when I put the picture with Tellerico on my Facebook, I got a call for somebody that voted for Trump and said, "Hey, what do you think of that guy?" And there are people who really like Tellerico and what he stands for and how he talks because he appeals to them.
Now, I don't understand how you can cite Trump's influence. He's got about a 50-50 approval, but he endorsed a woman who was running for SD9. I don't know how you got through that so fast. And it was a 30-something point swing. 31 point swing in the most populous Republican county
In the country.
in the country.
It is in the country, yeah. It's a big
It's in the country. So why would he be the magic touch in a Senate race when he couldn't even get someone in a state Senate race? I don't even understand that.
He just doesn't want to believe it. He keeps thinking that.
I'm just confused. I don't even understand it.
Trump is still popular in Texas. There's just.
I didn't say it wasn't popular. I'm talking about is he popular enough to get people to vote for Cornyn over Pat? That's what I'm asking. How can you make that claim after SD9? He wasn't popular enough to get people to vote for a Republican over a Democrat.
But I think if Trump comes out, like I said, his appearances that he just had in Corpus Christi. If Trump comes out and says, vote for this guy, vote for Cornyn, not Paxton, it shaves enough points off of Paxton that Paxton's a loss in my mind.
That makes no sense.
What are head-to-head without, head-to-head, what are they without Trump's endorsement? 60-40?
It's Paxton who wins.
He's
What I'm saying, Trent, you're saying it shaves enough off. What is the gap without Trump's endorsement? 20 points? Points?
I think it's a toss-up without Trump's endorsement.
That's not true.
It's a toss-up.
Yeah, I think it's a point without Trump's endorsement.
You don't understand.
Cool.
It's not true at all. There has been so much polling on how unpopular Cornyn is amongst Republicans in the state of Texas.
I've not gotten the race for it. Do you not read the polls that we saw? Do you not see how much Paxton was smoking fucking Cornyn when it was a head-to-head? And the recent poll they showed if it was just a head-to-head. Do you not remember these numbers, bro? It's not a toss-up.
Then I'll take the 60-40. I'll give you 60-40 for Paxton. I'm not arguing with that. That's not crazy.
What percentage of Hunt voters would go for Paxton, Matt? Do you remember?
Oh, it was over half of them. That's why I'm arguing with him. Because I don't remember the exact number. I remember when I saw the cross that when you look and see, cool, first choice, that one. But you know, and then break it all down and I was like, oh, these people are all fucking MAGA. They don't like Cornyn.
And so Cornyn let's break it down, Matt. So Cornyn won he led in the primary by 2 points over Paxton, is that about right?
A point, barely a point. Barely. A point.
I didn't see I was asking because I didn't see the bottom tally.
Yeah, it's like what, 40
And he spent $100 million.
Oh yeah, maybe that money was flowing. Hey, people like KBU.
Yeah.
People like KBU.
Do you understand? Wait a second. This is why I'm getting agitated. What's the laugh about, Trent? Explain it to me.
No, because I talked to some people at the news station, and the spend is great for them.
It is, but do you understand why it matters that he spent $100 million to only be up over Paxton less than 2 percentage points? Do you understand why that matters?
What do you mean why it matters? Yeah, it matters.
So
how popular it is, yes. That's 6 times our excuse-me, senator that shouldn't be spending $71 million on TV ads to try to be up a point.
Well, I guess.
Right. demonstrates, right? Doesn't that demonstrate his weakness amongst the Republican voters in Texas?
Kimberly, I'm not denying that. I'm absolutely agreeing with that. Cornyn is weak in Texas, and to be running against a just impeached district attorney or attorney general who himself is very unpopular is crazy. However, I do think there are enough people still that will come to their senses, especially if Trump does endorse, and will go with Cornyn above Paxton. I think endorsement is absolutely key.
Let me just do, so here's the boring analysis. If we take 55% of Leslie Hunt voters and give them to Paxton, Paxton would have won the race by 3,000 votes. That is only 0.16% difference. Is Trump's endorsement worth more than 0.16? Yeah, I think it is. So it's reasonable to call Cornyn the favorite with Trump's endorsement in that modeling.
That's not modeling. But we'll see. We'll see if all of the infighting and people, literally Don Jr. saying that he still supports Paxton. We'll see how much it's worth.
Wait, what did you say, CEO? Sorry.
I mean, y'all have been consistently wrong throughout this process, but we will see.
How did you get your logic, CEO? Sorry.
It said if 55% of Leslie Hunt voters support Paxton, then Paxton would have won the race this week by 3,000 votes. That's a margin of 0.16%. And I said it's reasonable to assume Trump's endorsement would be worth more than 0.16%.
She said that's not modeling.
What?
Her response was, that's not modeling.
Well, it's not a model. No.
Safe to assume not a model. Why would you assume 55%?
Well, Matt said it was more than half. So I think 55%. If it's more than that, then the margin's higher. If it's less than that, the margin's less. I think 55%.
CEO, pre-election polling gives us a few clues, right? The hobby schools hypothetical between Paxton and Hunt head-to-head showed Paxton with a 56 to 33 advantage over Hunt, with only 11% undecided, which of course suggests Hunt's voters skew toward Paxton ideologically. What are you talking about?
What's the number? 55%, 58%, 64%? What's the number? 52%? What percentage of Hunt voters favor Paxton more than Cornyn? You had said it's more than half. I don't think it's in the 60s.
The assumption is in between 55 to 60 is what I'm seeing in the poll. So, okay. I'm sorry.
55 to 60. All right, so I'll model it out based on 60.
CEO, yeah,
I'd say it's 60.
I'd say it's 60. I think that's right.
Why are we assuming the electorate will be the same?
Right.
That's why I'm saying it's not a model. I mean,
it's not going to be exactly the same, of course.
Do you not know people in runoff elections don't show up for round two? Like, you're not getting the same turnout.
Of course.
For round two.
Of course.
Right, so why would you assume that?
Does it make sense?
It's just an approach to try to figure it out. That's it. You could add things to it. You could say Paxton voters are also more likely to show up again because they're excited. I mean, you could add to it. It was the beginning of thinking about how to frame the race. So it was looking at one dimension. You could add additional dimensions to it.
They call that granularity, sir.
that Paxton voters are actually more energized and would be more likely to show up at a rally. But what if I made that assumption in your quote unquote model?
And just be an alternate model.
Then that would give him an additional advantage. And then you could say Trump's endorsement would make some percentage of people come out and vote for Cornyn that otherwise wouldn't.
And they might have people vote for Paxton that might because
We literally do that every day on here. Speculation.
But it's not rooted in anything. It's not rooted in anything.
I rooted in analytics. It's analytics. It's technically analytics.
in history because that's not the term. Because the runoff electorate is different.
It's different, literally.
It's not rooted in history.
Do we need to revise it?
But what else is funny is you're not.
He needs to have the data. That's why I was asking. Why would you use the same turnout?
And you're not even also factoring in the special election, which I arguably think would have similar turnout to a runoff election that we just had down there in the biggest, most populous Republican county, where the Republican lost heavily, right? I'm gonna just say this, with Trump's endorsement, do you really think with all of these variables that this just means Cornyn? I think, yeah, Cornyn probably has more ammunition if Trump endorses him, right? But when you look at what his endorsements have done in the state, it hasn't done much. So what is going on?
Well, any of you that are so confident about your prediction, again, I'm giving 2 to 1 odds.
I don't have a prediction. I don't believe it.
Damn, see.
I don't have a prediction.
I'm not gambling here.
Yeah, I just started hedging on that like before. But I'm just trying to say, if we're trying to think about the race, the runoff electorate is different than the other one.
Yeah, it will be around 33% of it based on previous history. Yeah.
So Cornyn, with Trump's endorsement, is going to get right-leaning independents who have consistently rebuked Trump and the disaffected MAGA people who are actually pro-Paxton, but they're gonna abandon Paxton and go to Cornyn because Trump, it doesn't really, it's not making sense.
Well, I'll just say this. CEO, I think your analysis is right. And they are making the same people. There are people.
Wait, which analysis? That the electorate's going to be the same?
No, not that electorate's going to be the same.
So that's the point I'm trying to make. His analysis is based off the electorate being the same.
Yeah, there's just, I'm not, okay, then maybe I don't completely agree with you. I think CEO is right. But the way you broke down the numbers and the way that Wesley Hunt would break.
Everyone knows that the voters, in terms of what we're dealing with now, the voters who typically participate in these kind of specials or these kind of runoff elections, they're people who are more MAGA aligned, anti-establishment, literally acting for. So you guys saying this makes no fucking sense.
There's one part that you're not taking, you guys aren't taking into account. Most of Cornyn's ads have been pretty positive about Cornyn. There hasn't been a whole bunch of pointing out Paxton. A lot of people, unless you're really deep, and not really deep, but a lot of people outside of Boston don't really know everything about Ken Paxton. It hasn't gotten negative yet. And so when it does turn negative, when that 71 million turns negative against Paxton and solely focused on him, there is going to be a significant portion of people who get away from Paxton.
Based on what?
What's spent $100 million going.
He's already spent $100 million.
Well, here's one basis. So the last several polls that I can see had Paxton up, and so it's clear the undecideds broke towards Cornyn. That seems very clear because like some of the polls, even in late February, had Paxton up 9 points.
But that's with Hunt still in the race, where we just, I'm not talking to y'all.
I understand that point. But I'm just saying that, like, the fact that high of a percentage of undecideds apparently went to Cornyn is important to know.
What are the numbers on the poll?
This poll, hold on a second. This was Emerson, late February, Paxton 38, Cornyn 29, Hunt 15, undecided 16.
Okay. All right.
The heat hasn't really been turned on Paxton yet. There are no people do not know about the affair and the mistress. And Katrina, I know you live in Austin, so you know. There's people in Houston. These people down here in South Texas that know about Paxton.
Yeah, I mean,
the people who are motivated to vote in the Republican primary don't know about Kim Paxton.
But the argument you are making is that these voters are going to stay with her convictions. When we see that this set of voters have shown a propensity of just going with the wind, right? And when the argument is made that, hey, this is about winning the general election, this is about electability, and do you really want this Tallarico guy who said X, Y, Z? It's going to move a lot of people towards Cornyn.
But why didn't it work for the biggest Republican district for a 31-point swing to the left? Not even Republican. It didn't work, and the Democrat won in a 31-point swing. In the big district county of Republican county in America. So I see. So Trump can get people, I get it, to swing from Paxton to Cornyn, but he couldn't get them to not vote for a Democrat.
I think that actually logically follows. That wouldn't be the politician. That's the true form that you have more influence in a primary than you have in a general election. Are you suggesting that he'd be the only politician that ever be the case for?
Well, it was a special election.
What?
See, they were talking about state senate race. That was the Tarrant County race, which.
It was a special election 5 weeks ago.
Yeah, it was a special election. Wasn't a state senate seat?
Yeah, what is CEO?
It's a Democrat versus a Republican versus a primary race, right? Or no? Did I get it wrong?
Well, the Tarrant County state senate seat, so it didn't get as much play. I mean, this is a state race.
It got tons of play. And she outspent him like 10 to 1 or something.
Yes, but I'm talking, there is a significant difference when we're talking about a statewide race, and we're talking about for the congressional senate. The voter base will be energized for that. Republicans will be.
For a runoff.
Yeah. I mean, there was a reason it's the most expensive race in history. Roger pointed it out.
They weren't energized.
I don't think they're going to be energized. Yeah.
They weren't energized for the thing. Democrats outvoted them.
I got that. There are a lot of Democrats. I'm telling y'all, I've been saying for years, I've been telling my Republicans for years, Texas is not red, it's purple. There is a significant possibility, especially if you have an economic drawback, that Texas could turn blue. Not saying that, but then again, to say that the Republicans are going
Texas is not purple.
Okay. But to say Republicans are not going to be energized to vote in this Paxton Cornyn race, I don't know.
I don't know.
One of the reasons why there is less enthusiasm is because Donald Trump is so unpopular. And you are currently saying that Trump is going to be the X factor that brings Cornyn over the line.
Yes, I would just frame it differently. So I agree. I don't think there's going to be that much excitement with the economy going the way it is, with the war in Iran. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of enthusiasm. I just think that in a race that seems pretty close, adding in the variable of Trump endorsing would seem to be enough to get it towards Cornyn. And the prediction markets obviously think so by a factor of 7 to 1.
The prediction markets also said that Valerie Fouché was losing.
So there's one thing on the oil markets. That's actually good for Texas. And for the people here, $90 a barrel is exciting. Prolonged oil between 70 and 90 is excellent for the people here.
So I don't know enough about Texas to know if people are going to value that over the idea of Americans being at risk.
I mean, it's good for the corridor, sure, but people still react negatively to jumps in gas prices in a very short time span.
Well, there's a reason why there was a show called Landman, because there are a lot of people that in and around South Texas, West Texas, and up into the Panhandle, And then, of course, the corporate people work in Houston and Dallas, and then you have your offshore folks in Baytown. It's still an oil state. Oil at $50 doesn't play well, but oil, like I said, oil around, especially once you get over 75.
I just heard, well, are people listening? I said, for a section of the state, those jumps in oil prices are good. They are favorable. But broadly,